Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 3 1287 Chapter 12. Mentors and Students. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Hello, sorry for the long wait. Been busy, ya know. So like in the last chapter, Naruto has more Kamiyonanayo abilities, but none will be showcased in this chapter. Now quite the cliffhanger, the chapter will pick up immediately where we left off. So without further ado, Chapter 12. Mentors and Students. How is he going to get out of this one? Currently the blonde was trapped between two people who he knew from his terror-stricken past. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and the Toad Sage of Myobokuzan. The strongest of the Sannin and his former mentor. And Konohamaru Sarutobi. The grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During his time as his mask, Konohamaru idolized him and thought of him as a big brother figure. For a time the two had a teacher and student, brotherly relationship, and Naruto passed on knowledge and ideals that would be engraved into the young boy. Whether these ideals and teachings passed on to Konohamaru in later years is still unknown. He was in a precarious situation. Without his mask, to obscure his face, or his chakra cloak to belie his chakra. Jiraiya and Konohamaru would recognize him instantly, or at least take some time to deduce who he was. Since he lacked his whisker marks, he looked like the clone of the Yondaime, only with subtle differences that he inherited from his mother, such as his eyes were rounder but yet narrow, and his face was more roundish than his father's, but his chin was more narrows than his mother's, and his hair was slightly less spiky but still the same golden color. He currently had a genjutsu over his eyes masking the Sharingan, so no one would freak out since there were only 5 people in the world to have that eye. Their color was currently sea green, almost bordering on blue. However, the blonde hair would be the biggest giveaway if someone were to point it out. He knew that if he made any quick and intense movements, it would surely attract the attention of Jiraiya and Konohamaru. If he used his invisibility jutsu, then it would only cause more trouble since the two would catch on or see him become invisible. If he was too slow, it would have the same effects, it would draw their attention as they may think he was retarded. Right now a small layer of steam was coating the onsen, blocking the view, but only for how long till it clears and he is revealed. To be frank, if his hair wasn't spiky then it wouldn't matter since Deidara had similar colored hair. But knowing that Jiraiya and Konohamaru were fools when it came to genjutsu, he would have to cast a double-layered genjutsu over himself and a genjutsu on the two idiots. Using his talent with genjutsu, Naruto weaved hand seals underneath the steaming water and discreetly placed the two morons under a genjutsu. Then he used his Sharingan by utilizing his reflection in the water to cast a genjutsu on himself, producing a double-layered genjutsu over himself just for added incentive. The Sharingan required direct eye contact to place someone under a genjutsu, and if he did make eye contact it would give away who he was. The last thing he needed was Konohagakure after his head or hounding him while he continued his plans. The ants of the Leaf Village were tenacious when it came to meddling in others' plans, and they had near the determination of pit bulls, a breed of dog. He also knew that Jiraiya was Konan's former teacher from Zetsu who watched over Madara's investment, Nagato, and his Rinnegan, and if Jiraiya discovered that Konan was a member of the Akatsuki, then he would oust him as a member too without knowing his identity. The genjutsu placed over him changed Naruto's appearance from his blonde hair to jet black silky hair, which was currently riddled with droplets of water. His skin tone became more tanned, almost a bronze color, while his eyes were now a deep empty gray. He wondered if it was enough to fool the white-haired pervert. He doubted it, but it would buy him some time to make a realistic exit from the onsen, which was in actuality an escape from the two Konoha. If the village discovered he was alive and the one that killed Shino Aburame, then the village would make him his prisoner, indoctrinate him with their near-fanatical ideal, the will of fire. Or they would send countless assassins gunning for his head, where they would be praised for truly killing the demon. Ah, this is the life, spoke Jiraiya as he nested himself into the water. He remembered taking Naruto to a hot spring such as this one. They even allowed mixed bathing at that hot spring, but right now he couldn't think about such a thing. Opening old wounds would only hurt him more. He was so guilty. He scolded Kakashi all those years ago when he himself was no better. The least he could have done was show up in Naruto's life and telling him that he was his godfather. It would have brought comfort to the blonde to know that there were people who were family to him.
And Naruto's living relative was also guilty over the fact that they weren't there for the blonde boy. It would have made Naruto's life much easier to know that he did have family that loved him. But they were too enthralled with their own problems to care that a child was suffering, alone and denied everything that he needed.
If only there was a way to go back and change all that. No, it was impossible. Naruto was dead. That was a fact and nothing could bring him back. He had promised his student and his wife that he would look out for the boy. But he didn't, did he? He was too busy peeking on women to notice. When he looked back on his life, it was filled with so many mistakes. That's all he had ever done. Make mistakes. Continually rejected by Tsunade, unable to save his best friend from a dark path, unable to spare the 3 orphans he trained from death, not being family to his only family, unable to save his teacher, the Sandaime or his student, the Yondaime, unable to save Naruto from his own best friend. If Jiraiya were to describe himself, he was a failure. The only thing he did do right was training his disciples where they would die before him he could. That's all he ever was good at. Turning his head to the right to look at Konohamaru.
The old man was training the brat since he owed Sarutobi and Tsunade had dumped the, as she dubbed him, monkey brat, on him. The Sannin wondered as he could do things right with this student. Maybe he could fulfill Naruto's dream of being Hokage. Besides, would people approve of such a thing? Deciding not to ponder it, Jiraiya just eased himself back into the water. However, there were a few good-looking men in the onsen, but there was to his right that caught his eye.
He had black hair and gray eyes along with tanned skin which shined like bronze. Maybe he could add this person into his future books. Also, the man had perfectly shining and soft hair. He wondered how someone could get such a skin tone and such a toned body. Was this guy a male model? Jiraiya scooted a little over to the man so to extract the secrets from him. Naruto, sensing Jiraiya's chakra signature etching itself closer to his own, out his body on alert and ready to attack. If someone saw, he would say it was in self-defense. But former mentor or not, he would kill Jiraiya if he got in his way. "Hey mister," greeted Jiraiya, happily unaware and ignorant over who he was talking to. Naruto, putting on an act, decided to play the part of a simple man without expertise with shinobi knowledge or history. "Yes," spoke Naruto with fake happiness and a small smile which hid the true blank expression. "Tell me, how did you get your hair so soft and shiny?" asked Jiraiya as he raked his fingers through the strands on Naruto's shoulders. "Do you have some kind of secret shampoo and conditioner to get it so perfect?" "I don't use shampoo or conditioner, it's all natural," replied Naruto, and it was true, his hair was naturally soft and shiny. Jiraiya became slack-jawed at what the man said. How could hair such as his be so flawless? The white-haired man was hoping to use the secret to seduce Tsunade with such hair. "Well then, tell me how you got such a perfect tan," continued Jiraiya as he was grinning like a small child. "Well," said Naruto, who paused, trying to come up with a perfect excuse to convince Jiraiya. He had to be quick, however, as Jiraiya might see through the genjutsus placed on him and Naruto. "I just fell asleep on a beach and woke up like this." Jiraiya, however, was awed with such a thing and how simple it was to get such perfect skin. "Konohamaru, we're going to the beach," yelled Jiraiya at his young apprentice, eager to use the Mon's strategy for such a thing. Why do you want to go the beach, Ero-sensei? If you want to go to a beach, then head to Suna," replied Konohamaru. "Why would they do to a beach? If it was to train, then great, but still, why?" "Because I want to get a tan, one as awesome as this one," replied Jiraiya as he pointed at Naruto's genjutsu tan. "Why would you get something so stupid? If it's just to impress girls, then you're sorely mistaken. No one likes tans these days," said Konohamaru, basing his belief on his own opinion, which would get him in more trouble than he's worth. "You're right, I do want a tan to impress girls, to impress them more with my manliness," roared Jiraiya as he fell into one of his stupid poses which made the young Sarutobi sweat drop at such a thing. Naruto inwardly sighed. The old pervert never changed, no matter how much time passed or who died. He needed to leave the place soon. And he had to somehow contact Konan, though if he went to the women's onsen, the most likely scenario would be him losing a very precious friend of his. He could use the Kamiyonanayo, Tenrai Yanagi Seijun, Kamiyonanayo, Divine Willow's purity, to create perfect copies of himself mirroring his power and intelligence. He could do that, but it could also draw attention. The best option right now was to let everything play out, drag the act out as discreetly as possible. "So what brought you to this humble abode, my good sir?" asked Jiraiya innocently. Naruto's subtlety narrowed his eyes, almost believing that Jiraiya had a hidden agenda. "Well, I'm a traveling merchant that specializes in jewelry. I just recently had a prosperous sale back in the Land of Wind," spoke Naruto, coming up with the perfect excuse as men weren't really interested in jewelry. "Ah, cool, lucky you got out of there since the Land of Wind has been having trouble not that long ago," spoke Konohamaru as he huddled over to Naruto's position, which made Naruto's eyebrow tick in annoyance at the close proximity. But there was something strange, something unexplainable. Naruto, for some unknown reason, felt a sort of resonance, calling out to him, almost as if he was calling out to himself. He didn't know what it was. It felt surreal, sort of euphoric. Whatever it was, it felt like Naruto's entire soul was being pulled towards something of his dreams. At the same time, a flash of pain ran through Konohamaru's body and he held his head slightly, trying to dampen the pain. Konohamaru had no idea what it was. One second he was completely fine and the next he felt this intense pain. He didn't know what it was about, but there was something not right. "Really, I hadn't heard," replied the genjutsu'd blonde, still coming to terms with this resonance. Now he could say he was surrounded by idiots. One a pervert and the other a clueless baboon. The two Konoha nins were making it easy for him. Well, at least Jiraiya wouldn't be perving on Konan anytime soon. He slightly wondered if she was enjoying herself. It didn't matter right now, he needed to escape. When he was broken from his thoughts about the two ninja with him arguing about something which seemed trivial from his point of view. Believing that the two shinobi weren't going to leave anytime soon, he decided to indulge then and unearth their true intentions, but more specifically he wanted to know what Konohamaru's dream and ideals were. Was he like him? He could sense deep hatred within the boy, clouded by feelings of admiration and a goal. A goal to achieve something great. "So what are two people like you doing here?" asked Naruto, feigning curiousness. "Oh, we came here after an intense day of training and combative missions," replied Konohamaru, who bragged a little, eager to impress this person. "Really? What are you training for?" questioned Naruto blankly. If someone didn't have a purpose, would they grow any stronger if they had nothing motivating them? "That's easy," said Konohamaru, who scratched his nose a little. "To be Hokage." Naruto slightly raised his eyebrow at this, and through half-lidded eyes he could perceive that Konohamaru was indeed telling the truth. He remembered the time when he was shouting on the streets how he would be Hokage. Something which seemed like an impossible dream to anybody else. "And, why do you want to be Hokage?" pressed Naruto, still keeping his slightly bored expression. Anyone who dreamed of being Hokage always had something to prove to others, something to prove to themselves. His drive to be Hokage was to prove that he existed and that he wasn't a nobody. He wanted the villagers to look at him with praising and loving eyes, not the ones filled with hatred and emptiness. He wanted to wear the funny hat that the old man wore. Sarutobi taught him a lesson long ago. That the Hokage must treat the villagers as if they were their own family, and that every house would be his house and the shinobi his arm and order. If he truly was a great Hokage, then Hiruzen wouldn't have died. A Hokage would be forced to make decisions and perform actions that he would not like but will be best for the village. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was just an old fool. Didn't matter now. "Well, at first I wanted to be Hokage. So to make everyone know that I was Konohamaru Sarutobi and not the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. No one recognized me for me. It was infuriating. That's why I wanted the seat of Hokage instantly, so to make them know who I was," spoke Konohamaru, to which Naruto wasn't surprised about. At least people looked at him without hatred or contempt. "But when I look back at it now, I didn't know the first thing about being Hokage," confessed Konohamaru. "Not until he came," continued Konohamaru, talking about someone who was like a mentor and an older brother to him. "Who?" whispered Ryu. "Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Yondaime Hokage." Naruto himself expected that answer, although he did have the urge to kill the Yondaime right now, but since he was already dead it couldn't happen, so he sated his desire to kill and decided to listen to the Sarutobi. "I used to believe that there were shortcuts to being Hokage, but he taught me differently, that the Hokage title was something to be earned, not taken by will. That only through hard work and perseverance that someone could be Hokage. He also taught me that through determination to never give up and endure no matter how hard you experience pain, that you can become greater than you could ever be.
We later became rivals for the Hokage seat. And that when we were ready we would fight for Hokage. That was my goal, to be greater than him. And when I walked down the path, I couldn't choose to run away or turn back to push on, and someday he would be at the end of the path waiting for me.
He sounds like a wise person. Falsely complimented Naruto to himself.
He could never believe that his mask would have such an adverse effect on Konohamaru. But the young Sarutobi was wrong. Hatred was power, and then there was true power, which was nothingness. Power is created from nothing, it fills up the nothing when it exists. Nothingness is the source of everything. Because everything came from nothing. And everything would return to its original state, which was nothing, where it would become something else.
Was a wise person. Corrected Konohamaru. Naruto was dead, and Konohamaru had sworn that he would fulfill Naruto's promise to Sakura and bring Sasuke back to the village, in relatively one piece.
Jiraiya, who was listening to their conversation, had a pained expression. And Konohamaru was right. Naruto had the potential to be the greatest Hokage the village ever had, even greater than the previous ones. Naruto should have become Hokage. He should have had a family with someone he loved and would someday pass on the hat to someone worthy of it.
Naruto taught the teachings to Konohamaru that Jiraiya couldn't. He always had that unique charisma to influence the people around him and the power to change people with words and change them for the better. Like Zabuza and Haku, Gaara the Kazekage and Suon, he even changed Konohamaru. He didn't require much time or words to make friends with just about everyone around him, deep-lasting friendships which could be felt to this day. He had the power to change the world with words. He could make enemies his allies just by being in his presence. And to Jiraiya, that was the greatest power in the world. So you wish to become Hokage because this Naruto Uzumaki was driving you to achieve the title, but now that he's dead, why do you seek to be Hokage? Questioned Ryu, which actually made Konohamaru think about it. Why was he trying to be Hokage? What purpose did he have to chase his dream? I want to be Hokage, spoke Konohamaru, but he couldn't find the reason why he wanted to be Hokage. It was there on his tongue, his reason, but yet it would escape him. I don't know why I want to be Hokage. I don't know why, confessed Konohamaru. It's true, ever since Naruto died he just wanted to become stronger to continue his legacy, but not for becoming Hokage. Interesting. I'm guessing that this Naruto Uzumaki was close to you, stated Naruto. To which Konohamaru nodded, confirming what the blonde believed. Allow me to give you some advice. Konohamaru looked at Naruto with complete focus. Forget him, whispered Naruto. What? Questioned Konohamaru, not fully understanding the question. If you care about him, forget him. It will only hurt you more, said Naruto emotionlessly. If you follow his legacy or cling to his memory, you will only experience more pain. He's dead, he shall remain dead. Shut up, you don't know him, shouted Konohamaru, whose face was contorted with animosity at what Naruto was saying. If you gain power for his sake, it will hurt you. What does your power mean to him if he's dead? He can't use your power. Nor can he gain power. Naruto Uzumaki is a nobody. His face and being will turn to dust and his memory will be engraved onto a headstone of an empty grave, lectured Naruto. Naruto eased himself out of the water and wrapped a towel around his body and left for the men's lockers. If you let go of the past you won't suffer. If you move on from the pain you shall be set free like a bird in the sky. Konohamaru still had the angry look, which was currently directed at the back of Naruto's skull's glaring, boring holes into his being. Jiraiya, who had been listening, he in more pain, saying something was easier than doing something. And you could hardly forget the blonde ball of joy. Naruto, who changed into his clothes, prepared to leave. However, he rolled up his cloak's black sleeve and bit into his arm, drawing blood where it trickled down his arm. He slammed his hand onto the ground and summoned a bat with big eyes and large fangs. And from his wrist seals summoned ink and a pen and quickly wrote down a message for Konan. Go and deliver this message quickly, ordered Naruto, to which the small flying mammal departed, squeaking loudly through the halls and avoiding the maids and servants. Konan, who was currently enjoying the onsen along with the other members of her gender. At the moment nothing could affect her. Ryu wasn't being a pervert. The hot water eased her muscles. Yep, nothing could bother her. She then felt something furry land on her shoulder. Deciding not to panic, she turned her head slowly to see a bat on her shoulder squeaking a little loudly. Tied to the bat's leg was a note with her name on it. Knowing only one person who could summon bats, Konan untied the note from the bat's leg, which exploded in a plume of smoke, returning to its home. The note only had 3 words on it, and it was hastily written, almost near unreadable. It said, "Run. Enemy. Here." Konan widened her eyes at the note and searched around her, only seeing naked women. But looks were deceiving. Konan crumpled the note and subtlety left for the women's lockers where her clothes and weapons sealed and scrolls were. She quickly got dressed and left the onsens, where she found Ryu wearing his black cloak. "You need to leave," stated Naruto. "Why'd I have to leave?" questioned Konan sharply. "Because you carry something within you that is so powerful it could destroy an entire nation if allowed to," responded Naruto, who had his eternal Mangekyo activated. He made a single hand seal, and the wolf Koinu's puppy head sprouted from Konan's mouth, who gagged a little at the event. The wolf's right eye were a lit red with the Mangekyo Sharingan of 3 scythes curving around a pupil. A blue mandala sprouted from behind Konan, where the kanji for vermilion appeared, and the Suzaku burst forth from its prison, where it landed next to Konan. Koinu retreated back into Konan's stomach, who was coughing a little at the experience. Naruto hefted Konan and lifted her up by her arms and plopped her onto the red bird. "Those eyes hunger for death and yearn for war. You must protect them," spoke Naruto. And he was right. By Konan holding onto the eyes, she was effectively protecting the world from the destruction that would be wrought by the 7 techniques of the Kamiyunayo. "Fly to a megacure. You'll be safe there." "Don't think that I'm a weak woman," spoke Konan, as she hated the stereotype that women were weak and not as strong as men. "I've never thought of you as a weak woman who can't defend yourself. But those eyes, my eyes have to be kept safe. I can't trust anyone other than you, that's why I've left them with you," spoke Naruto, making Konan widen her eyes. Naruto grabbed her arm. "I'll be fine," spoke Naruto, and with a mental command made the Suzaku fly towards a megacure where she would be safe from the Konoha nin. He pulled up the hood to his cloak, ready to make his escape. But he could sense the chakra of Jiraiya standing behind him. "You know, you Akatsuki are hard to find, but to run into you here is truly ironic," spoke Jiraiya as he stared at the back of Naruto's cloak. "I wonder where your partner is? Must have run off," spoke the deadly serious Jiraiya as he glared at the hooded Akatsuki member. He had noticed seals transcribed on a black cloak resting on in the men's lockers, although the seals were too complicated for him to understand. Jiraiya, being a seal master, could instantly see that they were powerful. Not only that, Naruto always kept a spare Akatsuki cloak in case he ever lost the other one. It was Naruto's readiness that ultimately revealed who he was. Talk about rookie mistake. And Jiraiya had been able to recognize the genjutsu placed over the man, and he tried to dispel only to find another genjutsu over the Akatsuki member who was intent on keeping his identity a secret. Naruto silently cursed Madara. "Fuck you, you old goat. You're the one that said that a prepared person will, maybe, not be a dead person." Naruto silently unsealed some flashbangs from his wrist seal and readied himself to attack Jiraiya. "Get ready to taste my fist," yelled a high-pitched voice which came from Konohamaru, launching himself at Ryu. Naruto, looking back over his shoulder, saw Konohamaru rushing at him with his fist cocked back and ready to strike him. However, to Naruto, Konohamaru was as slow as a slug, and his Sharingan could perceive his next attack. Naruto in response performed a tornado kick that impacted against Konohamaru's face, where a loud crack was heard as Naruto shattered and dislodged several of Konohamaru's teeth, which in turn caused the young Sarutobi's eyes to go wide and several strands of spit to be launched from his mouth. Jiraiya, utterly flabbergasted at the idiocy of Konohamaru, he had to bear witness to his disciple being defeated with a single hit, a simple kick. Konohamaru was knocked unconscious as his face hit the dirt, and the point of impact of Naruto's boot was left to smolder and go red. Naruto mused that he didn't kick Konohamaru that hard. Naruto, using the flashbangs in his hand, smashed them against the floor, where Jiraiya covered his eyes from the blinding light and the ringing sound. When he looked back at Ryu, he found him gone and running into the forest. So Jiraiya, being the man he was, created a shadow clone to guard Konohamaru as he chased after the Akatsuki member. After a few minutes of a quick chase, Jiraiya and Naruto, not using his chakra to speed up his movements, had finally caught up to the man as he grabbed the Naruto's shoulder, where he threw him back quite a distance. Naruto in quick response angled himself in the air, where he landed on the trunk of a tree, and redirecting the moment, Naruto launched himself against the tree, where he flew at Jiraiya, destroying the tree in the process. He aimed a punch at Jiraiya's face, but the Sannin caught his fist and tried to slam him against the ground, but when he tried, Ryu landed on his feet and kicked Jiraiya's knee, which caused the Sannin to stumble, where Naruto followed up with a knee strike to the face, which made Jiraiya roll across the ground and grimace slightly in pain. Naruto followed after Jiraiya and attempted to continue his assault. Jiraiya, recovering from Ryu's attacks, positioned himself in a defensive stance, ready to counter the hooded man if necessary. Naruto had dispelled the genjutsu over his body and quickly unsealed his skull mask and placed it over his face, obscuring it from view. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow at this but decided not to ponder it. Jiraiya raced forward at his opponent and performed a flying kick, ready to hit the masked man. Naruto ducked underneath it and tried to hit Jiraiya in a place that was every mon's weakness. Jiraiya, however, flipped in midair and caught the mon's arm with flexibility Naruto wasn't aware he had. Jiraiya, who had caught Naruto's arm, landed on the ground and attempted to slam the Akatsuki against the ground, however he was unsuccessful as Naruto landed on his 2 feet and instead threw the Sannin over his shoulder and at a tree, which Jiraiya smacked against, making a large dent in the wood, and landed on the ground roughly. Jiraiya gritted his teeth at the man, but he finally knew why he was losing in the taijutsu battle. He could see Sharingan eyes staring at him blankly through the holes in the mask. No wonder. This was either Ryu Yokaze or Itachi Uchiha, although he had the feeling it was the former. With the Sharingan predicting his movements, there was no way Jiraiya could win against him with just taijutsu. He knew that genjutsu would be pointless since the Sharingan could see chakra and see through genjutsu except for senjutsu, enhanced genjutsu, or other Sharingan genjutsu. So there was no other alternative, it would have to be ninjutsu. Jiraiya, from his many experiences in combat and warfare, knew that Ryu Yokaze was faster than he was. And from his lessons from the Sandaime regarding shinobi such as this, he would have to restrict his movements. Knowing Earth Release would be most effective against Yokaze and that he was a natural lightning release user, Jiraiya would have to use mud-based techniques to capture and ensnare his opponent where he would be near defenseless, but the fact is that he would have to capture Yokaze for that to work. He would have to expend lots of chakra to get the Akatsuki member in place, but if it worked they would have valuable intel on the Akatsuki's motives, base and their movements. Jiraiya, using a single hand seal, prepared to use Earth Jutsu to keep Ryu on the run and moving while he prepared the trap. Doden. Doryuso, Earth Release. Earth Flow Spears. Aid Jiraiya as he slammed his hands down on the ground, moving the earth to its will like a servant obeying their master. Naruto, sensing something rising from beneath him, stepped back a little before a rock spike shooting out of the ground could skewer him. He jumped into the air when another earth spike rocketed from the ground. It was like a game of cat and mouse at the moment, with Naruto dodging the earth spikes while they chased after him, puncturing the ground. Jiraiya, knowing that this was his chance, prepared another Doden Jutsu so to ensnare the Akatsuki member. Doden. Yomi Numa, Earth Release. Swamp of the Underworld, spoke Jiraiya, and as Ryu landed on the ground from avoiding another earth spike, he felt his left leg being encased with this mushy substance. He looked down with this Sharingan eyes and perceived mud swallowing up his leg like food. His right leg wasn't free from it either, as it too was swallowed up by the mud. He felt himself sinking into the mud, and he knew that if he struggled he would only be wasting energy. The blonde started going through hand seals to escape the mud, knowing that he couldn't escape with taijutsu. And there were weakness to the Kamiyonanayo, as depending on the jutsu each one can only be used a few times per day, some only once, such as the Kumonju no Yuki, 9 masked beasts of valor. He then felt more chakra being poured into the earth, and he beheld a gaping maw made of earth ready to crush him like an insect. Doden. Chikyu o Musabori, Earth Release. Devouring Earth, said Jiraiya as he watched the giant earth maw ready to pulverize the man. He held back on this technique since he needed Ryu alive, or at least that's what he wanted at the moment. But this was a good chance at the moment. Naruto stopped the hand seals for the jutsu he was going to use in favor of another one which was needed more. He went through new hand seals and molding his chakra for it prepared a Raiden jutsu. Raiden. Kaminari Yashi, lightning release. Thunder palm, yelled Naruto as he gathered chakra to the palms of his hand, and as the earth maws were about to close in on him, arcs of various streaking lightning bolts shot forth from Naruto's palms which traveled through the earth and broke it apart. Jiraiya knew that this fight wasn't going to be easy. He guessed the reports and rumors surrounding Ryu were accurate. He does have natures to fire and lightning. Jiraiya was counting his graces, knowing that Yokazi didn't have an affinity to water since lightning and water were Jiraiya's weakness. Well, and perhaps women and their features. Maybe the fight would be over if Naruto used his Oroku no Jutsu, sexy technique. Maybe he could use the more powerful version which was able to defeat Madara. Naruto had created an improved version of the Oroku no Jutsu in order to prank Madara. That was one of his favorite pastimes since the old Uchiha easily fell victim to all of Naruto's pranks. Even when he used the Raiden, Kaminari to Inazuma no Kaiken no Cho Himitsu no Shin no Kyokudo no Atami wa An ni Doki Kuken to Uchu Gijutsu no Shiryo made An ni Kyoku Suru. Lightning release. Super secret true extreme pain of thunder and lightning experience to forever memorize for all eternity until the end of time-space and the universe technique. The humor it brought Naruto could not be measured, especially when he recalled Madara flopping around like a fish on land when he was being shocked. And it turns out the old Uchiha was a pervert, since nearly every time he fell victim to Naruto's Oroku no Jutsu. The first time it didn't work since Madara claimed he was above such jutsu, but he was defeated with the greatest jutsu known to all men. Haremu no Jutsu, harem jutsu. The old goat almost died of blood loss when Naruto tried it on him. Old perverted goat. Naruto performed some more hand seals and held out his hand at Jiraiya. Raiden. Hekirikirion Shugekia, lightning release. Thunderlion shockwave, yelled Naruto as he made a swirling vortex of lightning with a lion's head in the middle, which was aimed at Jiraiya and traveling at tremendous speed. Jiraiya barely had time to duck and roll away from the lightning given the amount of experience he had in battle. However, some of the lightning grazed his arm, and even from the small contact it was able to completely numb his arm, causing it to be useless. The Sannin gritted his teeth at his enemy. Even when he was waist-length in mud he was still formidable. Now that his arm was useless, Jiraiya would have to rely on one-handed seals, to which he wasn't good at, but he had a sound knowledge of one-handed seals that he could use them sometimes in battle. But he wondered, would it be enough? Using an easy jutsu that didn't require many hand seals but was strong enough to defeat his opponent. Kaden. Gouen no Jutsu, fire release. Great flame jutsu, spoke Jiraiya as he expelled a large stream of flame from his mouth, which was aimed at Ryu, who was still stuck in the mud. In retaliation, Naruto performed the same jutsu where it clashed with Jiraiya's own flames. Naruto, knowing he needed to escape the mud, he came up with a devious plan to escape, and right now Jiraiya's and his own flames would help. Naruto eased down the level of the flames, allowing Jiraiya's own to overpower his until the flames were near his location. Of course he would feel the heat, but it was worth it as he was starting to see the effects of such a thing happening. The mud around him was starting to become solid because any liquid in the moist earth was being dried up from the heat of the fire, and he was sweating, but if it meant escape he would endure it. The mud around him was cracking and shattering apart. He could feel his legs moving around underneath the mud. When he felt that the mud was now mere dirt, he would break free. Okay, now he could move, so he just pumped more chakra into his own jutsu, which overpowered Jiraiya's and turning the Toad Sage's own technique against him. Jiraiya was overwhelmed by the fire and was devoured by the blaze. Naruto cancelled his jutsu and looked back at the now burning remains of his former mentor. Someone who he had no love for. He didn't care, besides he had just taken away a might asset for Konoha. He eased himself out of the crusty ground, but he could sense something wrong. The flaming mess in his vision. The flames were actually burning a log which Jiraiya had replaced himself with. Expanding his senses in order to find his former teacher. Naruto focused on his sensing, but what astonished him was that Jiraiya's chakra signature was behind him. Naruto turned his masked head to see Jiraiya ready to slug him across the face with his one good arm. Even in his mid-50s, Jiraiya was still a deadly and dangerous opponent that should never be underestimated. Naruto knew that the first time he met the guy, no matter how hard it was to tell himself that the man before him was strong. Jiraiya believed he had this fight's victory in his grasp. His fist inched closer and closer ready to hit Ryu, but instead he felt something kid and metallic pierce his chest. Jiraiya looked down to see a black blade carving its way into his chest. It was directly under his rib cage, and he should consider himself lucky he wasn't pierced in the heart. However, new problems arose considering there was a sword in his chest. He coughed up blood and his breath and breathing became ragged. He should have known about Yoke's sealing abilities. The man literally had a trick up his sleeve. Jiraiya fell to his knees and coughed up some more blood. He wasn't in the best shape as he had taken a few hits from Yoke's taijutsu and being slammed into a tree and losing control in his left arm. Naruto pulled out his sword, the Tanbogiri no Tsurugi, from Jiraiya's chest, who coughed as blood oozed out of his wound in his torso. He looked up to see Ryu preparing to slash him vertically, where he would most likely split Jiraiya's skull in half. But when Jiraiya looked into Yoke's eyes, he could see nothing but emptiness, and a longing for something great and powerful. Jiraiya in all his years of living had never seen eyes such as those. They say eyes conveyed one's feelings, but there were no feelings in these eyes. They were empty. Like a voided vase waiting to be filled by flowers. Jiraiya had heard rumors of eyes such as those, eyes that had everything taken and denied. Someone who lost everything in a spur of the moment, whether he lost everything important to him or not was unimportant. There was another rumor surrounding those eyes. Someone who hungered for vengeance for most of their lives, always waiting to take out their vengeance on those who had gained their ire. But those eyes were windows screaming out to people that the person's vengeance could never be achieved no matter how hard they tried or what they did. People with those eyes left the world with nothing to leave behind. Whatever happened to this man was truly scarring if he were to look through those eyes. This man's vengeance could never be achieved as it was forever out of reach. Maybe that's why he joined Akatsuki, so to bestow upon himself a purpose for living, as people with those eyes were usually never found. Jiraiya himself remembered a similar set of sky blue eyes always staring into you. Maybe this was retribution for his failures. His failure for not being what he was supposed to be. A family figure for a suffering child. Naruto tried to savor this moment, killing someone who had wronged and denied him. He wanted to kill this person. Oh yes. He wanted to savor it. However, why did this act taste like iron in his mouth? What he was doing didn't feel right to him, as if now wasn't the time to do it. But if he killed Jiraiya, he would send a message and weaken Konoha. It was the truth that he didn't feel anything for Jiraiya no longer. He wasn't hesitant and he wasn't reluctant either. It almost seemed like he didn't want to do the deed. But why was it so hard? He had killed countless others, broken many families and friendships. Why was it so hard to kill one man when it was so easy to kill him? Then it came to him. The pain he was inflicting on Jiraiya was not the pain he yearned for. The pain inflicted by truth. The truth that everything happening was the blonde's doing. Murder, espionage, crimes and chaos. He wanted Jiraiya to feel the pain knowing that it was him. The person that made the world bleed. However, logic coming over him and knowing that his vengeance could never be attained, Naruto swung his sword down upon Jiraiya's head ready to finish him. Jiraiya could only watch as the black blade came down on him, cutting the air itself. For the two men, time slowed down as the Tanbogiri no Tsurugi was inching itself closer to Jiraiya's skull. The katana had an aura around it where it would cut anything that breaches the aura, so it didn't have to touch you to cut you, making it extremely unpredictable and deadly. Jiraiya closed his eyes and waited for his end to come. Both of their ears twitched and Naruto could sense two chakra signatures hurling themselves at him with inhuman speed. For the smallest second he wondered who they were, but as his blade was about to cut Jiraiya, he received his answer when 2 feet wrapped in orange leg warmers slammed themselves against the left side of his face and a loud audible crack was heard.
Double dynamic entry, yelled 2 voices to which the feet belonged to. Jiraiya, who was flabbergasted at what happened, only felt his forehead protector fall of his head and a small cut to appear on his forehead where the aura of the blade met his skin. The blonde was vaulted off the ground as his entire body soared through the air and slammed itself against a tree, breaking it in 2, but hit another tree where he merely cracked the bark. His body slumped against the floor as he lied face first in the ground, contemplating the next course of action. There are only 2 fools in this entire hell of a world that would wear such hideous clothing, and are the only 2 people that would shout out their attack names to the heavens proclaiming their youth, thought Naruto as he continued to lie on the ground as he remembered the two green freaks from his past. There's no doubt in my mind that it's those two. And they're standing before Jiraiya were Might Guy and Rock Lee in their signature stance of the strong fist with their palm facing them in the air and their feet together. The two green, loud-mouth, idiots of Konoha. I'm surrounded by idiots. Thought Naruto sorrowfully as he picked himself up on the ground. He noticed that his skull mask was cracked and beginning to break and looked to be unable to stay on his face, and underneath that he had two bruises on his left cheek which were shaped like feet. His healing factor was already beginning to heal away the bruises, but he also had a cut on his lip which was leaking blood. He threw the mask away and pulled on his cloak's hood some more to hide away his features. He brushed the blood away with his cloak's sleeve and got on his feet and stared simply and blankly at the two Konoha nin who was joined by Neji Hyuga who was tending to Jiraiya. Guy, how did you? Asked Jiraiya ruggedly since he was in pain and losing blood. We found you Shadow Clone and Konohamaru on the road back from a mission. Tenten volunteered to stay behind to tend to Konohamaru, and we are here now and we'll defeat our foe with the power of our youth. Proclaimed Guy in his usual manner of speech which made Neji and Jiraiya sweat drop at the two. Yes Guy-sensei, we will defeat our foe with the power of our youth through our veins. Shouted Lee. That's right Lee, shower your youth to the world and with taijutsu we will overcome any challenge. Spoke Guy as he made the good guy pose and his teeth shined for a second which made everyone wonder why he bleached his teeth to get them that white. Be careful you two, he's a member of the Akatsuki, said Jiraiya trying to warn the two comrades. However, everyone was zoned out and didn't hear what Jiraiya had to say. Guy kept staring at Naruto's feet watching him for any slight movement. However, Neji and Lee's eyes were wide in shock as they recognized the cloak the man was wearing. It was the same one worn by the dancing phantom, the man who killed Shino. Lee's, stuttered Neji as last time he faced this person, he nearly lost his life. He was still on suspension, but since Team Guy needed Neji's expertise for their certain mission, he was allowed to be on the mission. I know, said Lee. He's Ryu Yoke's, stated Jiraiya joining in on the conversation. Be absolutely careful, he's a predator. Any weakness and he'll kill you, warned Jiraiya darkly, which was uncharacteristic of him. In nature, predators always kill the weak prey, whether it be sick ones, old ones, even babies, they'll kill them because they're weak and the weak never survive. Maybe not today, spoke Naruto as he dashed off into the woods, leaving the group of Konoha nin behind. Let's go Lee and fan our flames of youth, yelled Guy as he chased after Naruto with Lee behind him. The green-clad boy knew this time that he will have to activate the 8 gates to defeat his opponent since he was too powerful, and if he didn't he could die. Jiraiya didn't have the time to warn the two who were stuck in their world of youthfulness to not take heed to his warnings. Naruto, tree jumped through the forest to get away from the two fools, however he could feel their chakra closing in on him. They were faster than Jiraiya, that's for sure. But he needed to lose them so he could meet up with Konan. He went through hand seals for a jutsu he learned from the wolf clan when he was training under them. He learned a lot of things from the animal clan to which he had a natural affinity for when he tried the Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique, since his contract with the toads were broken. Kurikage Okamipaku, hunting shadow wolf pack, and around him Naruto released his chakra form, his body which began to take the shape of wolves. These wolves had light gray fur and red eyes, and some patches of their fur were glowing bright blue. Obviously it was Naruto's chakra, but instead of large bushy tails the wolves' tails were thin and wispy and they fluttered in the air like a leaf. Naruto had his wolves mentally attack Guy and Lee, so to escape them he couldn't be bothered for a fight. He was just minding his own business when this shit happened. Sometimes he didn't know what to do with himself as nothing interested him. Other than funding powerful weapons and artifacts. Lee and Guy, who were racing after the Akatsuki member, saw the wolves charging at them. Both performed flying spinning kicks and were able to defeat some of the wolves, but they raced past the others intent on not letting their enemy escape. Guy felt something latch onto his left leg to see one of the wolves biting his leg. He tried to unlatch the wolf from his leg but was unsuccessful as its jaws were sinking into his flesh. But there was something wronged. He felt drained for a reason. As if his chakra. That's it, the wolves were siphoning his chakra. He turned to look at Lee and he too had a wolf on his body. Guy then looked down to see the wolf on his leg light up blue before both Guy and Lee were engulfed in a blue explosion, which destroyed some parts of the forest they were jumping through. The wolves were made from Naruto's chakra, but they could also absorb the chakra of whoever they cling to a person and then assimilate their chakra, where they would use their bodies as mediums for the assimilated chakra, where they would release the pent-up energy, causing an explosion of varying size and power depending on how much chakra they stole. Naruto looked back over his shoulder to see a large dust cloud blanketing the area and obscuring his view. He could sense Guy's and Lee's chakra signaling that they were alive, but had of course lost chakra because of the wolves. But out of the cloud came Guy and Lee, still chasing after him. Their clothes were singed and both had each lost one of their orange leg warmers, but they were still fine. Naruto sighed at their stubbornness. There really was no way to go about this. He would have to fight again. Maybe he could test out his own signature taijutsu style, which was developed by him and Madara just for the blonde's use. It was a combination of the Uchiha taijutsu style and his own fighting style, creating a style which was very powerful in Madara's eyes, but he would need a professional's opinion. Such as Might Guy. Naruto could see up ahead a large field big enough for this, but was also dotted with large boulders the size of grown men. Besides, he still had plenty of chakra left since he had Biju level reserves and near unsurpassed chakra control. He stopped in the middle of the clearing and waited for his two opponents. Alright, we finally caught up, Lee. Let's show our opponent the might of youthful taijutsu. Shouted Guy, slipping into his taijutsu stance. Lee nodded firmly and also slipped into the taijutsu stance. Naruto brought up his hand and both Lee and Guy flinched at the movement, but their fears were not warranted as Naruto just merely pointed at them with his index and middle fingers. Then he turned his fingers and gestured them, almost taunting them, which didn't have any effect on the two shinobi. Not taking any chances, the mentor and the student both raced forward, where they split up with Guy running on ahead in front of Naruto and Lee flanking him from the side. Guy performed a mid-air spinning kick which Naruto easily blocked. The blonde noted that it wasn't as strong as his first attack was and it lacked the speed it had before. Guy, using Naruto's arm as a springboard, jumped away so Lee to come from the side and strike him across the face. Naruto blocked the two and also noted that it was similar to Guy's attack earlier. They must be testing me, feeling me out so to know how fast I am and how strong my attack's area and the speed and intensity of my reflex. For Lee, it isn't like last time, just attacking me at random. He now knows how dangerous I am, so therefore he's more cautious, and the fact that he has less allies this time. Guy, being experienced in taijutsu and a jonin for many years, must be experienced at facing such opponents. Never underestimate this man, as he can open all the Hachiman, 8 gates, so I assume he will only open 7, and Lee also knows how to open the gates. This will be interesting, thought Naruto as he deduced his enemy's motives and what they were planning. Naruto blocked another attack from Lee and tried to punch him, only for Lee to duck under the attack and try to kick Naruto in the chin, but Naruto just softly jumped in the air and dodged the attack. He fluttered his body around so to dodge an attack from Guy, who performed a flying kick in order to hit the blonde man. When Naruto quickly landed on the ground, he was put on the defensive by Lee, who was now taking a more aggressive attack speed. Obviously, from Lee's experience with Naruto, he must know that the Akatsuki member favored fast and aggressive attacks and preferred to dodge rather than block in order to move around his opponents and catch them off guard. Lee attempted the Konoha Reppu, Leaf Gale, so to cause Naruto to become unbalanced and easy for a hit. Naruto instead slightly jumped in the air and landed on his hand, and using his hand performed a split upside down and to spin around, which in turn caused his feet to smack into Lee's face multiple times. Guy, who was watching, was slightly amazed at the level of agility the Akatsuki agent was showing, as it was difficult to perform splits, especially since the man was performing a handstand and was unaffected by every mon's weakness. Naruto got back on his feet and prepared one of his own taijutsu moves. Naruto's taijutsu style was unique as it involved speed, agility and strength, perfect for causing not only external damage but also internal if the user was skilled enough. Naruto's style was called the Bojutarakan, intercepting Tiger Fist. It was a mixture of the Uchiha's own taijutsu style, which mainly involved the Sharingan for predicting enemy attacks, Bokukan, intercepting fist, and Naruto's own created style, the Tarakan, Tiger Fist, which was developed with Madara's tutelage, and he commented on how Naruto was like a tiger using that style, thus garnering its name. The style Bokutarakan used the Sharingan for predicting attacks and one's strength, speed and agility to counter them and attack. But of course the style also had its own devastating attacks using just a person's body. Lee was currently put on the defense now as he tried to hold back Ryu. If Lee was experienced at taijutsu, then he would have trouble keeping up with Naruto's moves. Lee was now backed up against a large boulder as tall and wide as a man, with Naruto ready to strike. Torihira Tiger Palm, said Naruto as he palm-struck Lee, who was able to dodge it at the last second and thankfully just in time as Naruto's taijutsu attack shattered at least half of the large boulder and sending the pieces flying in different directions. Dust was kicked up from the impact and Lee was left gaping as a small crater with cracks sprouting from the center point. Lee scuffled along the ground hoping to get away from Naruto, who was staring at his handiwork. The blonde was currently contemplating the taijutsu he just used. That attack could shatter anyone's ribs, and if they were durable enough, just come back form it with cracked ribs. You could only imagine what would happen if Naruto hit Lee's face with that jutsu. Ryu turned to Lee and the green boy could see the death-bringing eyes of the Sharingan. Guy-sensei had taught him never to look into those eyes if he was to ever encounter them. But to instead look at his opponent's feet. He had been training for this, to defeat Sasuke and avenge Naruto, his friend. Naruto was about to make a move on Lee before Guy appeared before him in his stance ready to fight Naruto. The blonde, unafraid of the large eyebrow man, took his own stance. With his left hand in front of the other and the right hand near his chest, with his left leg in front and the right leg bending where it was. Guy noted that the stance had no weak points and was perfectly balanced for attack and defense. Whoever taught this man must have been good, very good. They both rushed at each other intending to hit the other, but each time they attack each other the other would block the other, and their taijutsu was equal in terms of strength and speed. They both launched a punch at the other where they hit each other in the face, which caused Naruto to fall to the ground skidding and for Guy to skid across the ground but not fall over, obviously showcasing who was better at taijutsu in terms of strength. Naruto got off the ground and wiped off the dirt on his cheek. He looked back up to see Lee standing next to his mentor proudly. Guy-sensei was able to hit him, and not only that, for him to lose his balance like that. Our opponent is skilled, thought Lee seriously, which was out of character for him. Lee, I want you to back me up. I'm going to try and get past his defenses, giving you the chance to clobber him, spoke Guy as he kept staring at Ryu's feet. Lee nodded at this since this man was better at taijutsu, at least in skill department. Guy raced forward intending to fight his opponent while Lee watched adamantly for any signs of a chance to hit Naruto. Naruto and Guy were currently locked in combat as both tried to hit the other or break their defenses. Guy jumped back to perform one of his signature taijutsu attacks. He launched himself and prepared to hit Naruto. Konoha Goriki Senpu, Leaf Strong Whirlwind, yelled Guy as he performed a spinning back kick where Naruto raised his arms to block it, which also made them go numb from the force. Guy jumped back, tried to punch Naruto, but with his Sharingan predicting the movement saw the punch, but instead of dodging he used his great speed and placed his open palm on the side of the fist and pushed against it where it was instead redirected and now aimed for Guy's own face. A crack was heard as Guy's fist impacted against his face. Best way to hurt someone is to hurt themselves, was a lesson Madara taught him. And Guy was momentarily dazed, so Naruto followed up with another of his taijutsu techniques. Hyakutikoku Torahando, 100 Imperial Tiger Hands, spoke Naruto as he pummeled Guy in front of him with 100 fast-paced punches. Although weaker than Torihira, the number of attacks and their intensity made up for them. Guy could do nothing to defend himself as he was being hammered by many fists. Naruto prepared his last punch, which caused Guy to skid across the ground. The green man was in pain and his everything hurt. Naruto looked at his work and it was difficult to overpower Might Guy with taijutsu. How dare you to do that to Guy-sensei? Yelled Lee as he flew in the air ready to kick Naruto, but with his Sharingan predicting the movement, Naruto was able to grab Lee by the leg and slam him onto the ground. Lee, because of his durability, picked himself up but not in time to defend himself from Naruto's next attack. Kobaku Bibu Kiku, lashing tail kick, yelled Naruto as he attempted a roundhouse kick with his right leg, which hit Lee square in the face, and followed up with a spinning back kick with his left, which impacted against the back Lee's head where the Chunin coughed up spit and blood. Naruto kicked Lee in the chin, which sent the boy into the air, and because of the pain from the Kobaku Bibu Kiku he couldn't really think straight since his mind was dizzy. Naruto performed the Cage Buyo where he appeared behind Lee, matching his movements. He somersaulted in the air and brought his elbow down on Lee's head, but he wasn't done. With amazing timing, Naruto kneed Lee in the back of the head, causing Lee to choke in pain rather than scream. Naruto pivoted his body and kicked Lee on his left side, causing Lee to cough in pain. He pivoted his body again and performed a spinning back kick on Lee's right, and he watched as the green-clad boy took all of his punishment. Grabbing Lee's shoulder, who was writhing in pain from all the hits done to him and their strength, Naruto heaved his body and grabbed Lee's other shoulder. Naruto brought his right leg up and did an axe kick with his heel, meeting Lee's skull, and a loud crack was heard. The kick was so powerful that Lee was sent plummeting to the ground, where a small dust cloud was created from the impact and a sizable crater. But Naruto wasn't finished and was instead falling to the ground just like Lee. But instead of meeting the ground, Naruto instead landed on Lee's chest, which made the boy cry out in pain at the feeling of his ribs breaking underneath Ryu's feet. The crater just got bigger. Heigashi Tora Deshimesh on Renden, Fierce Tiger Decimation Combo, said Naruto as he jumped off Lee. Guy could only watch at the brutality of the mon's attacks. And that combo was beyond scary, as such a thing would be classified as kinjutsu just for looking at it. However, he had faith that his student will be alright. But still, he had to capture the Akatsuki member. They were his orders: form the Godime Hokage. Shinobi were the Kage's sword. So he would have to be one now. But right now he had to think of a way to defeat his opponent. He was near evenly matched in taijutsu, and Guy slightly shuddered to think what his ninjutsu skill was, so he had to make it quick before he used ninjutsu. Did he think he was testing himself against him and Lee? Trying to find the limits of his capabilities? It didn't matter now. Guy would have to resort to the Hachiman to defeat Ryu Yokeis, and the Hokage was right. A man trained in every art of combat, and a man trained to be nothing more than a death bringer and love breaker. Guy looked back to Lee crawling from the small crater. Guy had to attack Ryu now, or he might kill Lee before he could set his plan in motion. Elsewhere, Neji was tending to Jiraiya's wounds, and despite not being a medic, he knew enough to perform bandages and minor aid. The Hyuga prodigy was wondering if his sensei and friend were alright. But now was not the time, and he could see with his Byakugan that Tenten was heading to his position with a now conscious Konohamaru. Neji called out Tenten, to which the Hyuga nodded. "Where's Lee and Guy sensei?" queried Tenten once she came to a halt before Neji and Jiraiya. "They've gone to confront the Akatsuki member that's wounded Jiraiya-sama," replied Neji a bit hastily. Jiraiya meanwhile had labored breathing and was heaving a little, but decided to stay out of the conversation because he suspected Guy would be fine. Even though he may not look at Guy as one of the strongest shinobi in the village and not to be underestimated. Neji, using his Byakugan, began to scout out the area and try to locate Guy and his teammate. But he found them, however he wasn't relieved. "This is bad," whispered Neji, fearful at what he was seeing. "This is really bad." "What is?" questioned Tenten, who had a bit of fear in her voice. "Tenten Sati here with Jiraiya-sama," ordered Neji as he ran after Lee and his sensei. Why? asked Tenten, who was confused and worried for her teammate. "Guy-sensei and Lee are in danger," yelled Neji without turning back. Leaving a confused Konohamaru, Jiraiya and Tenten. Guy was currently in battle with Naruto, where he kept having to dodge his Torahira if he didn't want to have all his bones crushed by the simple palm strike. Lee was doing well. Because of his training, Lee had great recuperation and stamina, where he would recover quickly like Guy from exhaustion. Naruto decided to up the attacks in order to defeat Hai-Fo. He instead exerted more power into the Torahira for the maximum amount of damage it could cause. His taijutsu was so great that the speed his palm strikes were traveling at were in fact condensing the air around his hands, making them take the shape of green tiger heads around his hands with darker green stripes. When he went to hit Guy again with his enhanced version of the Torahira. "Banjin Torahira, Savage Tiger Palm," said Naruto as he attacked Guy, but instead his palm met the body of a large boulder, and unlike last time, it completely shattered the boulder, where not even fragments remained after the hit. Guy had to be even more careful, and he had to buy time for Lee to recuperate so they could perform their combination jutsu to defeat their opponent. But Guy also had to be careful not to be hit by the Banjin Torahira, otherwise he would be dead. Ryu Yokeis was unlike any shinobi he had ever met before. Jiraiya was right: if he showed any weakness like a predator, he would attack. Guy jumped away from Naruto when he was about to be struck again by the tiger or a palm. However, since seeing the action many times now, Guy could deduce that the Torihira and I's more powerful version could only be used in a linear fashion. It was not effect for sweeping attacks, it was only suitable for jabs. That's what the Kobaku Bibu Kiku was for, since the two could only be used for sweeping attacks. Guy knew he would have to get close to Ryu's side while he executed a Torihira, if so then his opponent would be near defenseless and could give him the chance to strike. Guy went for it and allowed Naruto to attack him. When the cloaked man attacked Guy with his right palm, the green Jonin strafed to the side and tried to punch the blonde, but Naruto pivoted his left hand to the side and tried to strike him again with the tiger head around his hand. This was what Guy had been waiting for. In a spur of the moment might, Guy used his amazing speed to get behind Naruto, who was still attacking. He performed a flying kick which hit Naruto in the back, causing him to skid to the floor and leaving a large track behind. Guy pumped his fist in the air in victory as he had found the taijutsu move's weakness. Naruto was currently lying on the floor thinking about what had just happened. Funnily enough, he allowed Guy to hit him to see if the Torihira had any weaknesses, and it proved he was right. Naruto had first noticed it while training under Madara, but since white zetsus were weak they couldn't be able to gauge the jutsu's weakness. He wondered briefly if he should kick things up a notch and use full speed. Because he wasn't punching or palming anything, the tiger heads around his hands dispersed since they weren't reliant on chakra. He picked himself up off the ground and dusted off his cloak. This was proving to be a great test of his abilities, especially against a taijutsu master such as Might Guy. He looked over his shoulder to see the green-clad man performing an over-exaggerated victory dance complete with a god-awful pose to boot. He turned to face the man who was still busy performing the victory dance. Whether for Naruto's amusement or just because was still unknown at this time. But still, you shouldn't celebrate too soon. Guy saw the Akatsuki member get off the ground and immediately fell into his taijutsu stance. Lee was still recovering, so he needed more time. Before Guy could blink, Naruto disappeared from his sight and he felt something hard impact his face, then his back, a strike on his collarbone, his stomach and his side, and on his neck and forehead all he could see was a blur. Then he saw Ryu right under him where he was struck hard by the normal Torihira. The assault was too much for Guy as he was propelled off his feet where his body crashed into a boulder where it broke from the force and creating a dust cloud. Naruto stood there and kept watching for any signs of Guy. And lo and behold, when the dust cloud dispersed, all it revealed was a broken log and a broken boulder. Even when he used the taijutsu combo it still wasn't effective. Though he did get in some good hits with the assistance of another of his taijutsu techniques. The Tora Yokubo Tiger's Lust, an ability which caused Naruto's speed to double by sending chakra into his legs. The more chakra he sent into his legs, the longer the effect would last. He knew it was even hard for Guy to keep up with him, but the green-clad man had yet to remove his training weights, so of course Guy and Lee were actually faster than he was. Just not at the moment. He then sensed Guy's chakra signature coming in form behind him, and in response he gathered chakra into his throat and prepared a jutsu. He crouched to the floor where he had Guy in his sights. Okami Piasu Unari, wolf-piercing howl, said Naruto as he unleashed a loud howl that sounded like a bell ringing and a wolf howling at the same time, where a beam of chakra surrounded by sound wave-like rings which hit Guy in the chest and truly sent him hurtling backwards. Naruto hefted himself off the ground and waited for his enemies to attack. He didn't have to wait long as both Guy and Lee were reunited as Lee had finished regaining his energy for the final attack. Naruto prepared himself for the worst because he believed that they were going to unleash what he thought they would unleash. Lee, let's show the world the power of our youth. Let's get our blood pumping and adrenaline coursing through our bodies. The power of youth is flowing through us. Proclaimed Guy to the heavens, which made Naruto sweat drop at the terrible speech. Let's open the Hachiman, Lee, said Guy, to which the green-clothed youth nodded. Both Guy and Lee crouched down a little and crossed their arms in front of their faces and closed their eyes, ready to open the gates. First gate, Kaiman Gate of Opening. Second gate, Kuman Gate of Healing. Third gate, Simon Gate of Life. Fourth gate, Shoman Gate of Pain. Fifth gate, Toman Gate of Limit. Sixth gate, Kamen Gate of View. Release, yelled Guy and Lee together as both unlocked the sixth gate of the Hachiman. And Naruto perceived the after effects of such a thing. He had only seen it once, but it was enough to remember it. Guy and Lee's skin turned a dark red and their eyes went completely white in color. They had bulging veins around their eyes and both had a green aura around them. Naruto knew it wasn't chakra but instead sweat evaporating at an alarming rate because of the intense heat of the body's temperature. Naruto steeled himself for what was about to transpire, though he had the strange feeling that it wasn't going to be good. And in a flash both Lee and Guy disappeared. Naruto barely had enough time to bring up his arms to block the single punches from both of them, and his arms felt like they nearly broke in two as the sheer strength exerted in the punches. But Naruto, even though he could predict their attacks with the Sharingan, didn't mean that his body could keep up with them. An unfortunate limitation to the Sharingan. Both parties were skidding across the ground from the speed of Guy and Lee, who followed up on their attack by punching him again but in the face, and since Naruto's arms were preoccupied he couldn't defend against such attacks. But the two Konoha weren't done as they repeatedly pounded him with their fists. They both kicked Naruto away, who was helpless. He could defend himself, not form strong and fast taijutsu such as those. Guy jumped in the air while Lee stayed on the ground to prepare for battle. Naruto looked up to see Guy punching the air where from the friction and speed lit up into fire. Naruto, amazed at such speed, used the Tora Yokubo to increase his speed so he cold dodged the flaming attacks of the Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. Lee took advantage of Naruto's averted attention where he slid across the ground and toppled Naruto over, but the blonde didn't land on the ground but instead he felt his foot being grasped by Lee and was made into the youth's toy as he was slammed again and again against the hard ground. He couldn't count how many times his face smashed against the ground. He then saw Lee threw him across the ground where his face was literally boring into the dirt and earth. Guy came flying down from above and rammed his knees into Naruto's back where the Sharingan wielder coughed hoarsely from the action. He had to give credit where it was due. Not even he with all his training and might could open the Hachiman, because Madara didn't know who to open the Hachiman, so therefore it wasn't something the old goat could teach. But still, to open 6 of the 8 gates was an astonishing feat, and how Guy and Lee worked seamlessly together. He wondered if Madara and him could be something like that. Well, that was just wishful thinking on his part since the old goat was officially dead. He turned his sore body over to see Guy and Lee preparing one of the combination jutsu, obviously involving the Hachiman. He smirked, knowing something that Guy and Lee didn't. "Lee, use that combo!" yelled Guy, where he got an enthusiastic shout from Lee. Both Guy and Lee jumped high into the air, high enough for Naruto to look like an ant. Guy grabbed Lee by his legs and started somersaulting in the air, spinning like a wheel until they became nothing but a spinning blur. And suddenly Guy let Lee go, who shouted at the name to the jutsu. "Ultimate springtime of youthfulness, shower of holy radiance, body slam!" roared Lee as he body slammed Naruto into the ground, where a large beacon of light made of youthful energy was emitted from the spot Lee hit. Neji, who was running through the forest, saw the large light with his Byakugan. No, they must have used that technique. Guy-sensei, Lee yelled Neji as he was almost to their location. After the jutsu's effects had dispersed, a large dust cloud was created to shroud untrained eyes. When the dust dispersed, they saw Lee standing over the broken remains of Ryu Yokeis, whose eyes were white and spit was oozing from the corner of his lip. The ground was literally torn apart as many rock spires were created standing tall among the debris. The effects of opening the 6th gate of the Hachiman had now worn off, and Lee reverted back to his original appearance but with scuff marks over his body, and he was panting heavily and looked about ready to drop on his knees. Guy landed on the earth a bit away from where Lee was. Although they couldn't capture Ryu Yokeis without killing him. But still, they had reduced the Akatsuki to 9 members instead of 10, which was good. Lee was walking away from Ryu's near-mutilated corpse, walked atop one of the unearthed rock spires, which allowed him a good view of the surrounding area. "Guy-sensei, we did it!" shouted Lee, who pumped both of his fists into the air with joy. "That's right, Lee, nothing can overcome the power of one's youth. When we get back to the village, I'm treating you to medium-spiced curry rice, and we're going to be tripling our training regime," spoke Guy proudly over the amazing power of his student. Guy heard some rustling in the bushes and saw Neji burst forth from the tree line, which was a bit away. "Ah, Neji, have you come to celebrate your youth with Lee and I?" asked Guy happily. Lee too smiled at the prospect, and he believed that Neji was also worthy of praise. "Guy-sensei, Lee, it was all," but his words were cut off as soon as a black sword pierced Lee's chest, causing blood to explode from the wound. Lee didn't say anything other than gasp as blood spurted from his mouth and his eyes were wide and horror-stricken. He looked down to see the black katana jutting out of his chest which was currently drenched in his own blood. He looked over his shoulder to an unharmed Ryu Yokeis holding the sword from its hilt. The green boy looked over his shoulder some more to see the mutilated corpse which faded into nothing. Genjutsu, gasped Guy. They were in a genjutsu the entire time fighting nothing but an apparition. When did he? They never looked into his eyes. That's when it came to Guy. When he pointed at them which he actually thought he was taunting them, he in fact placed both Lee and Guy into a genjutsu. If a person's skill with genjutsu was masterful enough, they could place someone in a genjutsu just by pointing at them. Itachi Uchiha was capable of such a thing. Lee coughed up more blood which broke Guy's attention. Neither Neji or him moved, or rather they couldn't. Since Neji was in horror and so was Guy, and he also couldn't move since he used the Hachiman which left his body exhausted. Lee turned his attention back to Guy and Neji where he fell to his knees. His eyes showing death in them. Guy-sensei, was I as splendid as shinobi? Stuttered Lee, which turned out to be his last words as Naruto pulled out the Tenbogiri and then thrusted it through Lee's neck, spilling blood all over the ground. Naruto yanked out the Tenbogiri again and maneuvered to Lee's side where the Sharingan wielder decapitated him with a swift stroke of the sword. Guy watched on in horror as his greatest and most loved student's head came rolling down to his feet. But how could this happen, and to Lee no less? His mind was breaking. Was everything he did just worthless? How could he let? He was broken from his thoughts as Naruto spoke up. This is what happens when you fill others' minds with promises that they can be great despite what limits them. He could not accept the fact that he could never be anything great other than what he was. A splendid shinobi, spat Naruto as if poison in his mouth. Ninjutsu is the basis for all shinobi. If one cannot perform even the simplest ninjutsu, then they can never call themselves shinobi. Dreams don't come true in this world. The strong prevail and the weak perish. It's the natural order. The sooner he learnt that, the better off he would be. Guy couldn't do anything other than soak in his words. Was he right? Were we defined to be what they were meant to be? Before Guy could do anything, Neji raced ahead of him with a look of rage apparent on his visage. Naruto quirked his eyebrow at this and was unafraid of the incoming Hyuga. But he had spent enough time here. Konan would surely be wondering what happened to him. When Neji was close enough, Naruto kicked him in the face, sending him back onto the ground near the unmoving and unresponsive Might Guy. Believing he wasted enough time on idiots, Naruto transformed his body into a cloud of bats. Neji, who watched from his spot on the ground, started beating his fist against the earth and screaming at the top of his in agony, for he had just watched another of his friends die. While Guy, who was deadened at the sight, did nothing at all. All she could hear was the beating of her rain against the cold metal of her room. It always rained in Omegakure no matter what. Unless Nagato made it stop raining, but the dark, gloomy clouds still remained. She was worried for her partner even though she had no reason to be. She should have had more faith in his abilities. He had the 7 techniques of the Kamionanayo, so he must have been fine. But when she thought about him, her heart would hurt for some reason. She just couldn't help herself. She just had to be worried. No, she needed to be worried. Currently looking at the wet balcony of the apartment in Omegakure, she could do nothing but wait for him to land on that balcony where she would greet him and be reassured by his presence. Although she had no idea how long she had to wait for one person. Nagato already knew she was in the village when the rain touched her body. It was his secret spy network where he could monitor anything and everything in the industrialized village. Besides, his eyes were waiting for him. Over the past 2 months, Konan was unsure of her relationship with Ryu Yokeis. At first they resented each other, then they could tolerate being in the same room. Then it sprouted into an acquaintance kind of relationship, and now they were friends. At least that's what she thought it was, but now, she couldn't describe it. I didn't believe words could describe what she was feeling. She was just uncertain. Uncertain about a lot of things. Her body perked up when she saw something on the balcony. However, it was not what she wanted at all. The air on her balcony began to distort itself and begin to swirl around like a vortex, and from that spiral came a masked face which instantly set Konan on edge. She knew about this person from her partner. She unsealed the Shiromikiren from her Terko seal ready to combat Toby. She noted that he had changed his clothing for something more battle-oriented. He now had a new mask which appeared to be made of strong materials which wouldn't break easily. The mask was white with a purple tint that covers the upper half of Obito's head with a design that resembled the Jubi's eye from Legends, consisting of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo around the center with 2 of the tomo acting as eye holes. He also donned clothing the Uchiha clan's traditional clothing from the Clan Wars era. The attire consisted of a pair of black pants and gloves with a white form-fitting shirt worn underneath it. Over it he wore a purple high-collared long-sleeve cloak that split down the lower half at the front with a purple obi tied around his waist with a purple belt. To Konan he looked even more dangerous than before. She slipped into her kenjutsu stance ready to fight the man if need be. However, Obito chuckled at the scene, finding it amusing. "You can put that away. I'm only here to talk," spoke Obito without betraying emotion but with a hint of aggressiveness. However, Konan did not back down and just stared at him with ice-cutting eyes. He sighed tiredly, seemingly bored by the display. "Like I said, I only want to talk. Why would anyone want to talk with a liar?" stated Konan aggressively. However, Obito chuckled once again. "So he told you who I really am. Not surprising," continued Obito. "Everything he told you was the truth. That Ryu is a very truthful person. Wouldn't you agree?" Konan didn't say anything other than narrow her eyes at the man. "My name is Obito Uchiha. I was a student of the Yondaime Hokage, a shinobi born into the Uchiha clan and supposed to have died long ago during the Third Shinobi World War," spoke Obito with utter surety and authority. "However, do you know the name of your partner?" questioned Obito. Which made Konan raise her eyebrow in curiosity. "Does that matter?" snarled Konan. Yes it does. How can you call me a liar, when you yourself were lied to?" stated Obito as he started to pace around Konan. "What are you insinuating?" asked Konan. "What would you say if I told that Ryu Yokaze is in actuality someone who is supposed to be dead?" Konan's blank face eased itself into a confused. "I mean, yeah, Ryu was like over 100 years old but he never died, so how was he supposed to be dead?" "Continue," bit back Konan, which made Obito smirk behind his mask. "Well, you see, years ago Ryu met his unfortunate end at his friend's hands. It was a sad day for some but quite a monumental day for the people and shinobi of Konoha. His real name is in fact famous around the world, but also he was one of your former targets. Naruto Uzumaki," explained Obito in a high and mighty fashion. Konan's eyes widened to ghastly proportions. Of course there was a resemblance, but Konan had brushed it off, believing Naruto was dead. It was just impossible. If he is Naruto Uzumaki, then how is he alive? Zetsu confirmed he was dead, so how? She stopped her questions when his face contorted in surprise. Zetsu must have withheld the information or deemed it useless. "That is what I don't know myself, but Uzumaki have the life force of cockroaches. You just can't seem to kill them as they always get back up," continued Obito. Everything Konan knew about her partner was false. Did he forge everything about himself? Was it all smoke? Smoke, since she couldn't see anything other than the blackness. It didn't matter right now. He lied about everything. "You think he's just going to trust when you had just met?" spoke Obito, still pacing around her. Konan lowered the Shiromikiren and looked down at the floor. "But he," said Konan, trying to find the right words. "Come on, Konan, all you have to do is look into your past and you'll find the answer," said Obito. "Don't you remember all those people who doubted?" Obito placed Konan under a genjutsu to influence her more. And she could see all the people who doubted her and put her down while growing up and when she was an adult. "What about all the other things you sacrificed?" continued Obito, where images of Konan's parents and friends and everything else she had done which was for the good of the Akatsuki. But when she looked back on those sacrifices, it made this melancholic feeling wash over her. "Don't forget Yahiko," stated Obito, where a visage of Yahiko appeared which made Konan's breath hitch a little at the seeing the man she loved standing before her. Now that was a hard-working man, he'd sacrifice anything to attain his dream of world peace. All those times your food was taken and the times the men would beat you, he'd come to your aid, not caring if his own life was at stake. Shame. All that hard work didn't amount to nothing but a bloodied kunai in his friend's hands and a dream that never made it off the front porch of your hideout. Naruto isn't like Yahiko. He would sacrifice anything and anyone if it meant furthering his plans. He'd kill his old friends if it meant he could continue his plans. You're just his pawn, a piece on the board which can be sacrificed with a snap of one's fingers, mouthed Obito. He never cared for you, he just cares about the useful part of you. Konan looked down at the Shiromikairan no Tsurugi, her teko and her hair clips. If he didn't care then why? She was about to ask the question before Obito already gave her the answer. He's been manipulating you from the start. He gave you those things so to coerce you, to make you trust him when he would later break that trust when you proved useless. As if he would care about you, continued Obito. But Yahiko and Nagato, you can give them all they ever wanted. All they would ever achieve. It's simple really, but so long as Naruto is walking around, your two friends will never achieve their dream, stated Obito, making Konan lose her sense of understanding. Obito walked behind Konan and grasped her hand in his, the hand that was holding the Shiromikairan. And he whispered in her ear. All you have to do is, kill Naruto. Konan widened her eyes. Kill him as in take his life. She had killed before but she was unsure if she could do it. Whether for real or not. It will be easy. With this sword that can shatter any defense you can break the Susanoo and stab him in the back. That's all you have to do. Obito removed his hand from Konan's, and when the blue-haired woman turned around she was met with an empty apartment. To achieve Yahiko and Nagato's dream, she had to kill Naruto. 1287 Chapter 13, Steps of the Death God. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto, and any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. Hey, sorry for the wait, I've been doing a lot of thinking and I think a lot. So in this chapter it takes place a few days after what happened in the last chapter, and we will all see the reactions from some of the people in Konoha. And guess 2 more cameo Nanayo techniques in this chapter. Yay! Steps of the Death God. She was overcome with doubt and uncertainty. Her enemy, the man that had been twisting her best friend to suit his wants and needs, making him into his own pet, had just met with her to discuss a rather interesting topic. Ryu Yoke's. Rather. Naruto Uzumaki. A man that was supposed to have died long ago was a dead man walking amongst the living. Obito Uchiha had explained to her who he was. Of course he was once the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and her former target in their plan to capture the 9 Biju. But was everything the blonde man told her merely a lie? Was Obito lying to her? Was he informing her of this because he wanted Naruto eliminated before their death match in a little over 3 months? Was this all because he was afraid of the blonde Uzumaki? Whatever the case, she didn't know who to believe at the moment, Naruto or Obito. Should she ram her sword through Naruto's chest or confront him for answers? What Obito said to her was merely a choice to walk down a path. Right now she could walk down too. But she was unaware of where the paths would take her. A dream world that would reduce all the evil in the world into nothing and replace it with the positives. Or a mighty weapon that would deter war and hatred in the world through the power of fear, and both bringing peace to the world. The weight of the choice was wearing itself heavily on her. What would her indecisiveness lead to? She couldn't trust Obito, and yet it seems like she couldn't trust Naruto. She was surrounded by deceitful lies that would lead her astray. But Obito was lying to her from the beginning, and was Naruto lying to her the entire time she knew him? She didn't know who to believe at the moment. All these questions were stripping away everything she knew. However, she wanted to help achieve Yahiko's and Nagato's dream of world peace. But which path was the most trustworthy was the question. She felt betrayed and angered. While also she felt used and discarded. She'd either have to kill Naruto or betray Obito. She knew that as long as Nagato was the official leader of the Akatsuki she would be safe from Obito, but Naruto was a different thing. He was unafraid to kill anyone in his way so long as it furthered his plans. Konan called out a voice which made the blue-haired woman wake up from her daze. She looked up to see Naruto standing in front of her with his blank facade in full force. We should keep moving. She had only just noticed that they were in a dense forest. Her body must have been on autopilot ever her and her partner left a Megakure. How long was she traveling for? There's a small inn up ahead. We should rest for the night. We've been traveling for many hours and your body needs to rejuvenate from the fatigue of the journey. Spoke Naruto emotionlessly. Konan didn't answer him, which made the blonde raise an eyebrow at her. Usually she would reply back to him. This was indeed strange since the blue-haired woman while quiet would also respond to her partner if he ever talked to her, so their relationship would grow into friendship which would help in the future should there ever be times when they needed to trust each other. "There's something different about you," said Naruto, who had yet to stop in his stride. "You're quieter than you normally are and you hardly respond to me at all. It almost seems like you lost your voice." And he was right. He could see with his eyes that Konan's body language was screaming out that she was confused and troubled. Naruto would admit openly that he had no clue how to help someone like this. Anything involving anything emotionally was alien to the blonde. He couldn't feel anything after that certain event which caused him to become what he is and not power-wise. He just ignored her and kept on walking. Others' problems were not his own. Konan was so engrossed with her thoughts that she failed to recognize the large rock on the path which made her trip over and nearly fall to the ground. If it wasn't for Naruto catching her before her face hit the ground. However, the tripping over part and the rock was not what surprised her, but instead it was the sheer speed of Ryu's movements. She knew that her comrade was fast, but she didn't have time to blink before he was in front of her catching her. It almost seemed that he magically moved from one place to the other. But there was one thing that she saw. A black stream of what appeared to be smoke trailing behind the blonde. "Are you alright?" questioned Naruto as he held Konan in his arms. The female Akatsuki member just looked into Ryu's red eyes, but his words were enough to bring her back into reality. "I'm fine," answered Konan as she gained her footing and dusted herself off. Although she was wondering how Ryu was able to move at such speed, she swore he was faster than the Kiroi Senko. She had met many fast shinobi over the years, but could she believe that such speed was possible? She silently wondered if it involved a jutsu of some kind that drastically increased the speed of the user. Was such speed possible for just mere taijutsu? Was this another branch of his power? But did it really matter now? So the two just continued onward with agonizing silence, and a dense atmosphere surrounded the two where it could be cut with a knife. Could she kill him, her partner, her comrade, her friend, or was he something more? Obito's words haunted her with each step she took. Nagato, Yahiko. Their dreams and wishes would be fulfilled if she killed Ryu, Naruto, Madara. Whoever he was. But if she was just a tool to him, then why go through the trouble of making her happy, especially when it was her birthday not long ago, and those gifts? Maybe he only did that so to create an air of trust between the two. And Koinu the wolf residing in her stomach. If she was entrusted with such dangerous eyes. At first when Obito appeared she thought she was after Ryu's powerful eyes. Ryu said that the eyes were capable of destroying nations in an enemy's hands. She wondered what devastation Ryu could bring with his eyes. She only knew of 3 of the Kamionanayo techniques, but she wondered what the other 4 could do. If she asked Ryu, he might suspect her of being Obito's accomplice. But also, what would happen to Koinu if she were to die? Many questions, so many questions, and none of them had answers. She didn't know who to trust at the moment. But trust was one thing she needed now more than ever. She and Naruto had been walking on the path for hours, but to her minutes it passed by. Her body was on autopilot and Naruto looked to be the same, only that his eyes were flittering back and forth, almost expecting something to happen to him. She was brought out of her musings when she felt a hand clasp her shoulder. Her mind snapped back to the present when she saw Ryu staring up ahead, still walking towards an inn where they could sleep for the night. But even still her mind was a roller coaster. Could she take the life of someone she had gotten to know over the months? Could she? By now the night had fallen and the stars and moon took their rightful place in the black sky. Naruto Uzumaki was sleeping in dreamless sleep. His night terrors were still haunting him. He felt doubtful, like he was losing himself and what made him, him. He doubted he could live up to his teacher's expectations, could he? With all his training and conditioning. Was he just a wasted investment? Sometimes he didn't know who he was. When he looked in the mirror he would see different images every time. Sometimes he would see Madara or his younger self coupled with images of the Yondaime. Each time it was different and yet it was the same. He just wanted it to be over, to discover who he really was. He didn't want to be a nobody, but that was exactly what he was. A nobody. Someone who must hide themselves behind a veil of lies and nothingness. Those who possessed nothing that defined them in the eyes of others. He lacked what made people special. Each individual was different, but he had nothing that made him like that him. The closer he reached for the sun, the larger his shadow became. He was striving for something great, but in the process becoming an entirely different being. He wanted to be like the sun, bright and warm, full of life, not the moon that relied on another's light, dark and cold, nothing but death. Not he wasn't like either, he was in between, to be more precise. He closed his eyes in voided rest and succumbed to the beckoning of sleep. However, a shadow was standing over him, tense like a statue and unreadable like blank page. In the person's hand was a pure white katana with a long white ribbon and a snowflake like Suba. The person had amber eyes that shined like jewels and blue hair that made oceans jealous. Konan didn't know what to do. She has the perfect chance to bring Nagato and Yahiko's dream into reality. But why was she hesitating now? All she had to do was thrust her sword through his chest and it would be all over. What was stopping her? Grasping the Shiromikiran no Tsurugi, she held the sword in a reverse grip and pointed its tip at Naruto's chest. All she had to do was pierce his chest and he would be choking on his own blood. Knowing that she had nothing else to lose, she thrusted the sword through Ryu's chest, whose eyes hsot open in morbid surprise, and he soon coughed up some blood and gasped hoarsely at what was happening to him. Blood oozed out of the wound and began staining his black cloak with red. He grasped at the blade of the sword hoping to yank it off him, but Konan held on steadily, making sure the metal was destroying his body and taking away his life. He tried both arms, but Konan's kept holding on, keeping the sword in place. He couldn't say anything other than choke, and his red Sharingan eyes reverted back to the brilliant blue he was known to have. And soon his eyelids started etching their way across the orbs before the retracted fully, signifying that his end had arrived. The hands that were holding on loosened and fell by his side. All his muscles slumped and his whole body was still. Konan felt tears prickling at her eyes. She didn't want to do it. But she also wanted to do it. She wondered briefly if he would forgive her in the next life. Konan, whispered a voice which made the brunette raise her head to see Yahiko's face in place of Naruto's staring at her with hateful eyes, that shone with betrayal and rage. Wake up. Konan too coughed up blood where she looked down to see the Tenbogiri no Tsurugi embedded in her stomach, where it was leaking blood, staining both the floor and her clothing. She didn't say anything else other than fall back with the black sword still buried in her body. Konan jolted from her sleep with beads of sweat cascading down her brow. She had just recently suffered a nightmare and she had to say it was very real. Did she really want to do that? Kill Ryu? She was torn between Naruto and Obito. She didn't know who to follow and work with, and she didn't know the consequences brought about by those decisions. She knew nothing about Obito except for his past, which Naruto told her about when she interrogated him. However, she knew Naruto more than Obito, but she still didn't know much about his past other than he lived a life unlike other Jinchuriki. His past was much worse than others. But both seemed to trust her enough to carry out tasks that her comrades and superiors had dubbed important. She eased herself up in her bed. When not on missions, she liked to sleep in the nude, so therefore she was naked. She liked the feel of her soft bed's fabric brushing against like feathers while she slept. She liked when the gentle breeze peeking through her windows caressed her skin like someone's touch. She wiped the sweat off her face and forehead and breathed deeply. She had never experienced something such as that. Seeing Naruto's death-stricken face fueled and shattered something within her. She never felt such pain since her parents' and Yahiko's death, and seeing Yahiko's face in Naruto's. What was that about? She had never felt such a thing before, and it hurt her for even considering hurting someone that was one of her only friends. The dilemma she was in couldn't be measured. Kill a friend to achieve another's dream. She hadn't made such a choice before. Ever since Naruto came into her life, it seemed like he gave her a purpose other than assisting Nagato. He almost made her want to live again. She looked around her room to see nothing but blackness in the form of a cloaked individual standing over her like gargoyle with piercing red eyes. The person removed their hood, revealing golden hair that made the sun envious and skin like alabaster. It was her partner Ryu, Naruto, watching over her. She had only just noticed that she had nothing to cover her modesty, allowing her perfectly perky, C-cup breasts to be known to the world. Rage coming over her, she did the first thing that came to her mind. She grabbed her pillow and with feminine wrath assisting her, she smashed it into Naruto's face, where against the laws of physics and nature smashed him against the ground, where a crack was heard when the back his head met the ground. quickly covering herself with her bed covers hoping to obscure her killer body form, the blonde pervert. She observed the damage she had done to the blonde who currently had a nosebleed. Whether from seeing Conan's breasts or from the impact of the pillow is your guess. Hours later, after Naruto had woken up from his pillow-induced unconsciousness, the two Akatsuki members were sitting in Conan's living room facing each other. Naruto's eyes were closed in thought while Konan was staring at him wearing a white nightgown and her eyebrow was ticking if second or so. "How did you find me?" questioned Konan with barely restrained annoyance. "You have the largest chakra in the whole city aside from Nagato, you weren't that hard to find," commented Naruto as he removed the tissues from his nose allowing him to breathe properly. "I wanted to make sure you were safe after the incident at the hot springs." Konan sighed a little. He must have been worried about his eyes if he snuck into her apartment. "Then why were you standing over me like some kind of stalker?" queried the brunette who was still slightly annoyed. Naruto didn't say anything other than turn his head to a different direction so to not look at her partner. Konan narrowed her eyes a little at the action. His body language screamed at her that he didn't wish to elaborate nor anytime soon. She was about to voice something before her partner cut her off. "It sounds incredibly stupid but, well, you looked so peaceful," whispered Ryu. He would never say it out loud, but by watching Konan sleep and the harmonious smile she had while sleeping, seemed to melt away something within the blonde. He had never seen such a smile before. It seemed to convey so many things that you couldn't use words to describe it. "You seemed so content, so tranquil. I didn't wish to ruin such a moment for you." However, after watching her for a few minutes while she was sleeping, she began to violently thrash around in a wild frenzy. He knew from his teachings of medical ninjutsu and some psychology lessons that if he tried to restrain her would have made the situation worse. But something hurt him on the inside when he witnessed Conan's pained expression through the nightmare. He couldn't explain it, but some things don't require explaining. And if you were thinking that I came here to protect my eyes, that's well, half the reason. I wanted to know if you were okay, and it seems my fears were unwarranted, spoke Naruto earnestly. Konan smiled softly at the care the blonde man was showing. However, Naruto, even with his Sharingan, didn't see or was too stubborn to admit what he saw. Konan eased her mind for a little moment, but she still didn't trust him. But she would work with him and not let on that she knew who he really was. But she needed one more question answered. "What would happen to Koinu if I were to die?" asked Konan. Naruto, seeing as it was an appropriate question and one made from curiosity, decided to answer. "If you were to die, Koinu would be ejected from your body and would return to his home in the Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori, Spring Dream Cloud Forest, the home of the wolves," clarified the blonde. Konan nodded at this, but she has never heard of the Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori. But she liked the name. "Would you like some tea?" asked Konan, being a gracious house guest. "Please," said Naruto, signaling to her that he would like some tea. Konan went into her kitchen to prepare some green tea as the blonde had told her that green tea was his favorite. She returned a few minutes later with a cup in her hand. "Here," she whispered softly. As his hand cupped the tea, both Akatsuki members disappeared in a puff of smoke. Until they realized it, both were in a different place entirely. Right now they were suspended in midair above a large river with colorful trees dotting the banks. They both looked down to see themselves above water before they plummeted to the cold liquid, with Konan screaming and Naruto mumbling, "They always do this to me." Using their chakra they stood atop the water. With Konan's gown soaking wet and now near see-through where you could see her undergarments clearly. Naruto's black cloak was now clinging to him tightly like a desperate child while his hair covered his eyes and had lost its spikiness. Konan was shivering as soft wind blew against her. She held her arms closely while rubbing her body for heat. Naruto just stood there unwavering aside from the mumbling. Slowly he started walking across the water towards the pink who was following after him. When they made it to the bank, Naruto tucked his chin-length hair aside to view the world clearly. He looked to his side to see the clattering brunette next to him. He shed his black cloak off him and threw it over her shoulders, hiding her features, and trying to keep her warm. Konan felt the warm embrace of Naruto's cloak and it felt invitingly safe and warm. She could smell his scent, which smelt like vanilla. His warmth still on the cloak was like a miniature sun, warming her on the brightest day. It almost felt like she was being hugged by the man himself. Konan looked up to see her partner's now naked chest and the tiniest blush came to her face. Konan stared at the chest of her partner. He wore nothing underneath the black cloak, aside from gloves, pants and boots. His chest was perfectly chiseled with muscle and was not scarred in any place aside from a hideous scar where his heart was supposed to be. She probably had a good idea that Sasuke Uchiha gave him scar when they fought at the Valley of the End, where Naruto died. It was a grievous wound by the looks of it, and if it wasn't for the lightning numbing the body, very painful. She also noted that despite being wet with water, Ryu's cloak was quite warm. It seemed to warm away any cold in her. Like Yahiko when she was around his presence. "Where are we?" questioned the female Akatsuki member. She looked around and beheld trees, willows and cherry blossom trees of various colors of the rainbow ranging from red to purple. The petals and leaves floated in the wind as if they had their own lives, dancing to a lively tune. The river she had escaped from was crystal clear and it sparkled like a king's crown. The clouds above her, like the trees and leaves, had an assortment of colors that reminded her of the color of jewels. The air was sweet and serene. It almost seemed like it could set her into a trance, a blissful sleep. It reminded her of honeysuckle with a hint of lavender. Her bare feet rubbed against the blades of bright green grass she was standing on. It was soft as pillows and she could probably fall asleep on such ground. There were hills and waterfalls that rushed down the slopes of the hills and rushing over again, forming a beautiful loop, and the water sound almost like soft chimes being blown by wind. Was this heaven? Did such a thing exist in this world? Where are we? Breathed Konan, still surveying her surroundings, her eyes hypnotized by the sheer beauty of the landscape, and she slightly wished she wasn't in a dream. "The place we were talking about not 5 minutes ago," whispered Naruto, and then it came to Konan that this was Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori. She didn't expect anything like this before in her life. Could savage beasts such as wolves really live here? She first thought the name was ironic and that the wolves would live in caves surrounded by bones or mountains with a clear view of the moon. Technically you shouldn't be here since you don't have a contract with the wolves. Even worse, Shiranui, White Wild Majesty, hasn't met you. Shiranui? Queried Konan. The few words Naruto has used seemed to paint a picture of a menacing wolf. "He's the chief of the wolf clan, most like to call him the old dog," said Naruto, looking around, but what was strange since there were no wolves greeting him. Not even. He then felt something collide with him which was strong enough to force him to the ground and skid across the soft dirt and grass face first, and also creating a large dust cloud. Konan was surprised at such a thing, as it took extraordinary speed to sneak up on Ryu and tackle him to the ground all in one fell swoop. When the dust cloud cleared, it revealed an all-black wolf cub with bright green eyes sitting atop Naruto's head while his face was planted into the ground. "You're here!" yelled the small wolf cub who was bouncing atop Naruto's head, which didn't surprise Konan since animal summons could talk. "You never visit anymore," whined the small puppy. Naruto hefted himself off the ground with the wolf cub still sitting on his head. "What have I told you, Shiginu, Shaggy Dog," stated Naruto, which made the young wolf sweat drop in guilt. "Stop jumping on the nice man's head," spoke Shiginu sorrowfully, which made Naruto scratch him behind the ear, to which the wolf cub nestled his head into Naruto's hand. Naruto lifted the puppy off his head and placed him softly on the ground in front of him. "Do you know why I'm here?" asked Naruto, which made the small wolf shake his head and wag his tail. The small wolf then noticed the blue-haired woman with Ryu, which caused the young wolf to grin. "I thought you came here to play with me," stated the small wolf cub as he shuffled his small paw against the soft ground. "So is this your girlfriend?" asked the wolf mischievously with a sneaky grin. The comment made Konan blush a little, but it wasn't noticeable to anyone. However, she was currently thinking of not killing Naruto here since it would most likely anger the wolves in the forest. She didn't know how many there were nor their strength, so just by having the thought of killing Naruto wasn't good, but she also didn't want to kill him for some reason. She didn't know why yet, but maybe it would come to her. While Naruto himself stared at Konan for a minute, his red eyes betraying nothing but emptiness. "No, she's a friend," spoke Naruto to the wolf. "A special friend," snickered Shiginu. But his fun was cut short as Naruto didn't respond. Then around all of them the ground began to rumble, the small pebbles and stones shook about like rag dolls under the force of an earthquake. Naruto looked up from the wolf cub to see 5 other wolves rushing at him. These wolves easily towered over large buildings and rock formations and could rival the Biju in size. Naruto and Konan were about to be trampled if the wolves didn't suddenly stop in front of them with their tails wagging and panting like normal domesticated dogs. It seems even you five couldn't resist paying me a visit, spoke Naruto depressingly and with slumped shoulders. Lined up in a row were the five annoyances, as Naruto liked to refer to them though they didn't mind the name. From left to right were Hyarokaze, Grey Wind, Josei, Lady, Natsu, Summer, Nymeria and Yurei, Ghost. The first Biju-size wolf was Hyarokaze, who had smoky gray fur and yellow eyes that almost glowed like lanterns. He seemed to be the leader of the five as he carried himself in a regal manner. He also seemed the most disciplined of the five. The second wolf was Lady, who had a very light gray coat bordering on white, with yellow eyes not unlike those of her older brother Hyarokaze. Out of all the five wolves she was the smallest but appeared to be the most boastful among them. Then there was Natsu, who had a blondish ochre kind of coat. Like his siblings he also had yellow eyes and has been described by many as the smartest and the most playful of the five wolves, almost alluding to his name. The fourth wolf is Nymeria, who just had normal gray fur and dark golden eyes like her litter mates. She has been described as the most freedom-seeking wolf in the forest. And despite being female she has been known from her birth as a tomboy. While the last wolf was Yurei. Yurei was the largest out of all of them and like his brother Natsu his coat was different from his litter mates. Yurei was snow white in color and had fire red eyes which differentiated himself from his brothers and sisters who normally had gray coats with yellow eyes. Out of all of them Yurei was the most quiet and elusive out of all the five, amazingly since his coat was the easiest to spot. Yurei was the oldest among the wolves, although he allowed his younger brother Hyarokaze to lead. He was also the strongest wolf in the forest aside from Shiranui. "You're here," yelled all the wolves aside from Yurei, who remained quiet as usual. "One of you wouldn't have happened to summon me here, above a cold river," stated Naruto, which made Natsu grin cheekily at him and Shiginu to snicker. Naruto sighed at the wolf, but it was to be expected since the dogs liked to play pranks on him but were rather serious when the situation called for it. The five wolves now seemed to notice Konan with him and they spoke the first thing that came to their mind. "Is she your girlfriend?" asked Natsu and Nymeria. Which caused Naruto to palm his face and Konan to blush a little. "What gave you that assumption?" drawled the blonde man. Natsu and Nymeria were about to open their mouths. "Father wishes to see you," spoke Yurei, gaining everyone's attention since when Yurei spoke it was always important. Naruto nodded at this and told Konan to stay where she was so to not cause trouble as he saw other wolves with his Sharingan watching behind and among the trees. Of course they were suspicious of Konan since she was an outsider who had arrived with him accidentally. So now he was walking through the colorful trees of the Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori toward a palace located in the Menagerie of Colors. This palace belonged to a very old, very powerful being that Naruto himself would hesitate in fighting. He passed by all the large wolves that dotted the area. Some were sleeping away taking long naps, others were playing amongst themselves such as young puppies, while others were doing just what wolves would do. He then saw the palace that belonged to the leader of the clan. The dreaded Shiranui. Or the old dog. Shiranui was not someone to cross, ever. But the dog was surprisingly calm and friendly so long as his foul temper was kept in check. No one knew how old Shiranui was, but many claimed him to be far older than other boss summon. And powerful to boot. It was from Shiranui that Naruto learnt most of his wolf jutsu, including the Yabana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation, or at least the first stage of the transformation. There were 2 stages to the transformation and Naruto has only learnt the first one. He could possibly learn the next stage at some point in time. But still his thoughts wandered back to Shiranui. The wolf also had the nickname Senso Houndo, War Hound, because of the many battles he has been involved in as well as the wounds he received. This may add on to the fact that no one knew Shiranui's age, not even his own children, the 5 annoyances and the youngest Shiginu. But still the wolf was menacing, that much was certain. Naruto could see the palace ahead of him where Shiranui resided. He met the old dog when he was training under Madara. The old goat had taught him that like every person's chakra which is attuned to a different affinity, so is an animal to which they can summon. When Naruto had tried it out he was sent to the forest of the wolves and was brought before Shiranui, who took Naruto under his paw and trained him in their arts. So in a way Shiranui and Madara both trained Naruto. Naruto had the bat's summons because it was found by Zetsu where Naruto signed it later on. Seeing two massive doors ahead of him which was the entrance to the palace, Naruto forged on ahead intending to meet up with Shiranui. The doors were absolutely massive in size, comparable in size to the Hokage monument, and upon the doors was a shining sun on the left door and a crescent moon on the right door with multiple kanji painted in ink which were in fact seals. Naruto marching forward and using his enhanced strength pushed aside the doors with relative ease as the doors weren't that heavy to move. The halls were dimly lit but he could still see rather clearly. And sitting atop a large pedestal which was somehow able to cater to his size was Shiranui, the leader of the wolves and the lord of Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori. Shiranui was among the most gargantuan creatures Naruto had ever met. He was much, much larger than his children, equaling the size of the Hokage mountain and the Kyubi no Yoko as a complete being possessing both yin and yang. When Naruto had first met the wolf, he had no idea that such a creature could grow to that size and he wondered what the big dog ate to get that big. Shiranui, as his name suggests, is completely white in color whereas coat could rival snow. He had crimson markings all over his body where it looked like it was painted by a brush with swirl patterns resembling clouds on his shoulders, hind legs, tail and near his paws, and a single cloud-like swirl shaped like a magatama on his forehead and crimson lines on his face, chest and flame-like patterns across the length of his body. His tail and the fur on his shoulders were rather wispy, in appearance almost like they looked on fire. Shiranui, like his son Yurei, also had red eyes almost the same shade as the Sharingan and had a disc on his back where flame-like clouds emanated from the disc in a variety of colors of the rainbow along with a long white mane of fur. If Naruto didn't know who he was, he would have mistaken Shiranui as a god for his appearance alone. The blonde man casually strolled up to the massive wolf who could easily crush him with his paw or devour him with his maw. Although Shiranui had a temper as famous as Tsunade's, he was patient yet he hated waiting, which was strange. He was also mostly cheerful, which more than enough times had seriousness laced in it, which just made it sarcastic. He also hated surprises so much that an aura of darkness would surround him, which was more like his foul mood which affected everyone around him. He liked being told beforehand of events surrounding him, otherwise his aura of darkness would return. He was mostly a quiet individual though would join in on topics that interested him. His favorite hobby was napping, reading and painting, and with the latter he would use his tail as a pisuado brush. He also didn't like being reminded about his flaws where he would just fume upon his throne until his mood went away. He also had a low attention span where if something doesn't interest him he would look for something to entertain him or he would fall asleep, but if it was something interesting he could never take his eyes away. "You summoned me, old dog," spoke Naruto emotionlessly. Shiranui, who was napping at the time, opened one of his crimson eyes to stare at the blonde. This showed that he had the blonde's attention while also showing the boredom he had. And the size of the eye was monstrous as Naruto was smaller than his eye. If Naruto were honest to himself, he regarded Shiranui as the few who truly cared for him. None of his previous summons, the toads, even cared about him. But the wolves were different. They treated their summoners as if they were their own family. Their pack. Naruto particularly had a very close relationship to Shiranui since Naruto had spent 4 months of his life living in his forest. Even Shiranui knew that Naruto and himself had a grandfatherly grandson kind of relationship with the young Uzumaki. The blonde tended to grow on you. The wolf also knew that the disrespectful title was merely a sign of endearment since all his children and other wolves called Shiranui, the old dog, which caused the wolf to grow tired of such a name. Shiranui raised his head to look at Naruto more clearly. To the wolf, Naruto was the size of an ant to him. But the wolf knew that Naruto was strong, so it didn't worry him. There was once a time when Naruto was about to turn 14 when the boy had been training himself so hard that he tired himself out when training in the unique jutsu of the wolf clan where he fell asleep on Shiranui's white coat. That moment always brought a smile to Shiranui and a laugh where he almost crushed the blonde when the wolf would toss and turn in his sleep. "How has the training in Yabana Basaka Henken?" questioned Shiranui, but instead of a loud grumpy voice, his voice was misleading and he sounded young, which meant that he was always in great fighting form. However, the question made Naruto sigh. His progress in the transformation was minimal. He didn't know how to properly control, and controlling it through will was hard enough. He had to restrain himself to the limit when he fought Kisame Hoshigaki. He could only direct it in its nature. He hated it, not being in control, it made him feel weak, and he hated feeling weak. Not only that, he hadn't learned how to access the second stage of the transformation. Shiranui-sama, I still encounter difficulty with the transformation, confessed Naruto, to which the wolf didn't show any reaction. And besides, the second stage of the transformation was superior to the original since its power was stronger, but the disadvantages were in fact worse than the original. Many have tried to master the form but each ended in failure, spoke Shiranui wisely. They never understood the key to managing that power, although it's still amazing for you to even direct the form, which is an unimaginable feat, praised Shirani. Naruto didn't say anything other than stare at his wolf mentor. As a reward for getting this far in the transformation, I will teach you the Yabana Basaka Henkin Level 2, said Shiranui, which made Naruto widen his eyes. Level 2 was stronger than Level 1 and its power was equal to that of Sage Mode. But like all great power came great consequences. Shiranui hefted his paw and with two of his black claws, carefully placed one claw on Naruto's forehead and the other on his chest. Meanwhile in Konoha it was raining, it always rained in Konohagakure. The villagers were waiting for the day the clouds would part and they could see the light of the sun again. It seemed to always rain since Naruto's death. The thunder would resound every morning, waking people from their sleep, and the only light was from the lightning in the sky or striking the earth. When it rained in Konoha, it always felt like the heavens were weeping. Sakura Haruno was sitting in her room. She wasn't wearing much aside from casual clothing she would wear when not on missions. She had just heard the news that her friend Rock Lee was killed in action by a member of the Akatsuki Ryu Yokais. Information had also returned to the village that Ryu was also the dancing phantom Choji was talking about. So the dragon had taken not one but two of her friends. She wondered briefly what Naruto would have done. What would happen if he were there? Just thinking about him made her heart wrench in pain. She placed her hand over her heart, almost trying to numb the pain in her heart. She dreamed every night of him and what the world would be like if he were still here, with her. Even if he did live and even if he loved another, she would still love him from the bottom of her being. The only thing she wanted him to be was happy. Even if it meant he would give his love and happiness to another, although she would be sad that his love wouldn't be aimed at her, but happiness was all he needed, and if that person made him happy, then she could only watch. Love was a strange thing to many. Some could round up the word love in 5 words, or they would write a whole book upon the subject. She remembered a year after Naruto died that Lee would constantly pester her for a date. She refused him at every turn, but she never elaborated why. Because his heart belonged to someone else. But with some scolding from Ino saying that she needed to get a man in her life, did she finally agree to a date. It was casual and not too romantic. Sakura wore her off-duty clothing while Lee wore that hideous, ridiculous green jumpsuit. The date was a disaster. Lee kept stuttering and blushing all the way through, even though Sakura never said anything. He was clumsy and dropped his utensils, and among other embarrassing things, and to top it off, Lee took a sip of alcohol, the tiniest drop. But it was enough to send him to a frenzied hysteria. He practically leveled the entire restaurant into rubble and broke many things and many bones of the patrons and waiters, even the manager. It wasn't until the arrival of the rest of Team Guy restraining him did he finally stop. She chuckled at the memory. But now he was gone. His death had been disclosed to the public, so they knew about it, while Shino's death was kept secret so to not let the other nations believe that Konoha was weak. She looked to her side to see the photo of Team 7. Kakashi was smiling tiredly while patting 2 boys' heads. She was giddy like a child on Christmas. Just the thought of her and Sasuke together made her smile. Back then, the face of Sasuke was scarred and crossed out with cuts in the photo where his face was, most likely done by a knife. While Naruto, her face softened as she looked at his glaring eyes and rage-fueled face which was aimed at Sasuke. This was one of the only photos she had of him. She remembered a time Naruto took her to a place which he considered special. She was too cruel back then to even notice, but now, she wanted nothing more than to just be in his presence. The thought of Naruto made her head cloudy with happiness, and the words he spoke back then echoed in her mind like an ever-beating drum. Just his golden sun hair and ocean sky eyes made her miss him more and more and to fall for him more and more. However, like her teacher now, she was left with regrets. When she compared Tsunade and herself, all she could compare was their personalities, abilities, their times as genin and their love life. Suand had lost Dan during the Second Shinobi World War and the two didn't spend much time together where Dan died of a fatal wound during the war. It was like her and Naruto, however, she had all the time in the world to be with him but instead she chased after someone else. She never really got time to confess her feelings for him, but later learned that he died on a mission. Naruto's death. That was something that made her want to break down and cry. The pain it caused her just by mentioning it was too much for her. She had the chance but then she lost it, like an open window signifying the opportunity and the closed window which symbolized the missed opportunity. She then felt something trickle down her cheek. She didn't bother to wipe it away since her mother said it was better to let it flow. But unlike Tsunade, Sakura didn't drown out her sorrows with alcohol but instead just tried to bear through it, which never worked, but she still kept doing it. These tears were both for her beloved and her friend, Naruto and Lee. Somewhere outside the village of Konoha but not too far away was a mountainous area an hour away. The mountains were perfectly triangular and tall in height, as tall as the Hokage mountain. The mountains themselves was treacherous and many stupid civilians had lost their lives to the dangerous rocks via climbing and dumb dares from the game, Truth or Dare. That's why the mountains were restricted except for shinobi who would use the giant rocks for training. But the mountains at the moment were currently being occupied by a man and a girl. The girl was sitting on a small rock away from the mountains, sharpening her weapons again and again for perfect lethality. This girl had Chinese-style bun in her hair and short fringe bangs on either side of her head. She sported brown eyes and wore her Hittite 8 on her forehead. She wore a long-sleeved white blouse with a high collar and red fastener, puffy pants that look like hakama and brown shinobi sandals, and sitting next to her was a large scroll half her size where she stored all the weapons. This girl was Tenten and she was currently balancing kunai on each finger while she watched her teacher train. It had only been 3 days since the death of her teammate Rock Lee, and to be honest with herself, she was scared to go out on more missions. She was scared because she herself was afraid of dying, well, more like afraid of dying at the Akatsuki's hands. They almost killed Jiraiya and they killed Lee. They didn't know their capabilities or their movements and running into them was just by chance. Lee's funeral was held the day before. Everyone of the Konoha 11-3 was there. Tsunade, her attendant Shizune, Kakashi and the other senseis. Everyone was there, except for one person. Her sensei, Might Guy. He wasn't there at all. But why? It was Lee's funeral, Guy's beloved student. She searched all over the village looking for the green-clad man but each attempt ended in failure. She then figured out where he would be, near the restricted Triangle Mountains outside of Konoha. So right now she was watching him do push-ups on one hand atop one of the mountains with boulders on every limb including his free arm and head. Every 100th push-up he would switch arms and the rock would go to the next free arm. She frowned sadly at this. He wasn't the hyperactive man that would shout out about the power of youth to the heavens so gods and men could hear him. In fact, since Lee's death he hadn't said a word. He didn't even challenge his eternal rival Kakashi Hatake to one of his over-exaggerated and punishing challenges. Guy wasn't good at remembering faces and Tenten and Neji knew that, which was a trait that annoyed both of them but something Lee admired. But this time, he couldn't remember Ryu Yokozu's face, since he didn't see the mon's face so he couldn't remember him. And that was something that Tenten knew, haunted Guy. He could remember the man, for he had never seen him. Guy couldn't go to sleep without seeing that mon's face as a reminder to wreak vengeance on him. He couldn't see his face every time he threw a punch. All he could see was blankness. Guy couldn't remember his face, that was both a trait of his and a curse. She saw him switch arms again and going back to his grueling training in order to get stronger to defeat yokais. But he had to keep in mind that the Akatsuki almost always work in twos and if any of them were found their partners weren't too far behind. She briefly wondered where Yokozu's partner was. Were the two not a cohesive team? Does his partner not care about him? It's entirely possible since not every team in the world got along 100%, even best friends fight with each other at some point in time. Naruto and Sasuke's fight being the king of all best friend fights. But the true question was, how was she going to get stronger? Yes, she wanted to avenge Lee but she just didn't know how. What could she do? Her overall prowess as a kunoichi was not that great, she couldn't control her chakra that well and her medical ninjutsu skill was non-existent. She had no experience in other ninjutsu as her chakra levels were too small. But just how could she continue to grow as a kunoichi? She sighed heavily thinking she was useless. I mean, what could weapons do against ninjutsu anyway? She then felt a presence beside that felt oddly familiar. She turned her head to the side to see who it was, but she had a good guess who. And she was right. It was her teammate and friend Neji Hyuga. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Neji was described as a genius by many, including ninja inside and outside the village. Many praised him for his blessed prowess while others feared him for his efficiency. Neji was at heart a kind individual, sometimes without showing it. After he got his ass kicked by Naruto Uzumaki at the Chunin exams, he started changing for the better. He no longer looked down on others and instead encouraged them to be better than what they were at the time.
After his defeat, he trained even harder to defeat the person he made him realize how to live again. He trained so hard and for many hours just to defeat that person. But it was all for naught as the person was killed by none other than a friend. So Neji trained. He trained to bring justice to his friend and punish his killer. He first thought Sasuke was a friend too, but now he has given up hope on the fallen Uchiha heir. But right now he had to start coping over the loss of yet another friend to whom he had witnessed his death yet again. First time was Naruto, however, he wasn't there to see it. But Shino's death he saw all too clearly with his Byakugan. He questioned why his friends were dropping dead like flies. He questioned who Ryu Yokaze was. The man was a puzzle, a maze, a treacherous maze where he could lead others into traps. How is he? Spoke Neji, simply never looking at Tenten but keeping his white eyes on his sensei Might Guy. Tenten sighed at him and looked back at Guy with sadness. The man was pushing himself too far. Has he even eaten or slept at all? No, I think he's been here ever since we returned to the village with Lee's body, said Tenten as she kept staring at her teacher who was still undergoing push-ups with rocks.
He's going to kill himself, said Neji. He could understand, someone like Guy was different, he would drown out his sorrows through intense training, but even with his masterful expertise in the art, every person had limits. No matter how powerful a person, or how weak one is, they each have limits where they can no longer keep going on down the path until they reach the end. He hasn't been the same since then. He refuses to eat, talk, or even look my way. He's different now. Less like himself and more like a machine, continued Tenten. Any wound can heal with time, you just need patience, but it will always leave a scar and sometimes wounds can be reopened, spoke Neji as he continued to stare at his sensei. He literally saw the man gritting his teeth and his fingers and palms bleeding from all the training. He was literally hurting himself, but physically and emotionally. But, at some point we become afraid of tomorrow, knowing that it could be our last or it can leave a wound behind that will fester, spoke Tenten as she just kept watching over her sensei. You know, he's been sweating a lot ever since he started training again, spoke Tenten sadly. But Neji shook his head at this. Even without his Byakugan he could see. That isn't sweat, Tenten, whispered Neji, they're tears. And upon Guy's face were streams of tears dripping down his cheeks and coating the mountain in the salty liquid. The pain of losing his prized student was too much for him to handle. So he would rain even harder than before to kill Ryu Yokaze and avenge Lee. Sitting in her office was Tsunade Senju, the Godem Hokage. It was currently dark in her room and the light was dim, almost making everything look gray around her, lifeless. The rain from the storm clouds that were always above the village hammered against the window panes with depressing vigor. Her shinobi were dropping like flies all around her, but yet there was nothing she could do about it. She knew that a shinobi will die. It was part of their career, their duties. They gave their lives to complete their missions and protect their missions. It was foolish to think and believe that her ninja would come back from every mission unharmed and unscathed. She felt like an overprotective mother with her own child, but she knew that thinking like that would only make the situation worse. And what's more, the news that Ryu Yokaze had returned to the village via infiltration was disconcerting. She questioned why he came back. She had a guess it was about the counselors, but there was more to it. How could such a thing happen not once but twice? Ever since that man appeared, the world has been spinning faster and faster, spiraling towards something. The man was a ghost. He could be anywhere and everywhere at the same time. Smoke and mirrors was what he was made of.
But why did he hide his face? He couldn't have been ugly. Could he? No, that was stupid. But the worst news was that he has joined the Akatsuki, bolstering its power and numbers. The Akatsuki, that organization made up of 10 criminals, was preparing for something. Suande was aware that they were hunting the Biju, that's why they attempted to capture Naruto the first. He had the strongest Biju but fairly weak vessel. But Jiraiya and Kakashi foiled their attempts at capturing Naruto. And she would never congratulate that person, but he was able to buy time to combat the Akatsuki, something which, no doubt, pleased Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Konohamaru were brought back to the village after their own skirmish with Ryu Yokazi. At the moment, Konohamaru was spending time with his uncle Asuma while Jiraiya was admitted to the hospital for a checkup done personally by Tsunade. That was something she was relieved about. She didn't lose her best friend to the Akatsuki. She couldn't lose him. He was too valuable to Konoha. He was the only person in the village who could use Sage Mode, and that was something sorely needed for the time. However, what was more important was that he was safe, possibly. Getting out of her chair and staring out her window as she would usually do, all she could see were the droplets of rain bearing down upon her village that her grandfather and his rival made. She wondered briefly what the village would be like if Madara Uchiha was the Hokage. According to her sensei Sarutobi, who was a student of the Shoden and the Nidaime Hokage, her grandfather advocated to have Madara become the Hokage, so to strengthen his ties with the village and his own people, his clan. But apparently her grand-uncle Tobirama took certain steps so Madara could never become Hokage, but choosing the village leader through democracy. The clans that were already a part of the village chose her grandfather, and Madara was shortly banished and exiled from the village by his own clan. But the village distrusted the Uchiha as a while, and Tobirama made certain to strip them of their power so they wouldn't become a threat. Tsunade wondered what things would be like if Tobirama allowed the Uchiha to have a place in the village and left Madara well enough alone, since it was Tobirama who killed the person that Madara loved the most. Not dwelling on the past, Tsunade left her office so to visit her friend who was recuperating in the hospital. Jiraiya, who was just lying in his hospital bed wearing their patient gown, was staring out the window at the dark sky that always blanketed Konoha. He didn't know why the village always rained ever since that time 2 years ago. Many in the village wondered why it always rained. The village was known for its bright days and heavenly light, but now it was like a megacure. But, just why, when in winter it would always hail or the snow wouldn't have its spirit, and it would feel more like a remorseless winter, a rime in the sky. Jiraiya turned away from the window and closed his eyes in thought. Ryu Yokazi was one of the strongest people Jiraiya had ever fought. It felt like he was battling Hanzo all over again, getting his ass kicked left and right by the shinobi legend and his summon. But to Jiraiya, Yokazi felt like death. In that brief instant where he walked the bridge between life and death, did he see something skulking behind the Akatsuki member? He couldn't describe it. But his eyes, they were empty. Something happened in Ryu's life to make him that way. Something terrible must have happened. Something unforgivable. They say you can tell what a person is thinking or feeling just by looking in their eyes. But there was nothing in those eyes. Nothing at all. Like a vacuum that needed to be filled. Jiraiya touched the scratch on his forehead. That was the man's black blade with rope and chain connected to the pommel. Jiraiya knew that must have been the Tonbogiri no Tsurugi. There were reports that Yokazi had stolen from a classified area in the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya had believed that it didn't exist. But it was just like Kumo to collect powerful artifacts so to increase their military power. The Toad Sage then heard the door open to reveal his Hokage and best friend, and among other things, Tsunade Senju. "You look better since yesterday," commented Tsunade with a small smile as she walked up to her former teammate. "Don't really feel better, ha-hime," replied Jiraiya, also smiling a little at seeing her. Tsunade had with her a clipboard that detailed Jiraiya's health and injuries he suffered from the day earlier. She inspected the clipboard with her eyes darting back and forth, reading every word of every detail. "Most of your wounds are superficial, though you won't be using your right arm for a while. The nervous system in your arm has been scrambled, but luckily it's not that bad other than numbness, which is the best case. If you hadn't had dodged, you'd be missing an arm, or your arm would be so damaged from the lightning that it would become useless." The cut on your head won't leave a scar, fortunately, and will heal over in a few days, but what I'm worried about is your stab wound in your chest. Spoke Tsunade, going into her doctor mode. Yeah, that stab wound, as you might call it. Just think of it as a badge of honor, said Jiraiya chessily and grinning like an idiot.
It's not the wound I'm worried about, it's where he stabbed you, responded Tsunade, which broke Jiraiya from his idiotic stupor. You were stabbed in the liver.
Jiraiya didn't know how to respond to this. What's the big deal? Doesn't the liver have like a special ability or something? And that's bad how? Questioned Jiraiya, squinting his eyes and mouth comically. The liver is the only internal organ that is capable of natural regeneration. Even if you have a quarter of the liver left, it can still heal itself, clarified Tsunade. I don't see how that's a bad thing, said Jiraiya, who was still confused about it. If Ryu Yokaze was trying to kill you, he wouldn't have stabbed you in the liver. If he has expertise in medical ninjutsu, he would have known that there are better places to stab a person. And judging from the way he handled the blade and the wound left behind while under further investigation, it showcased that he purposely stabbed you in the liver. But the reason for this we will never know, said Tsunade, which made Jiraiya go into deep thought. If what Tsunade said was true, then there must have been another motive as to why Yokaze took his time in trying to kill him. How come when we look at a painting we see so many things in it, but when we take a second look it's completely different? Commented Jiraiya, which made Tsunade raise her eyebrow at him. He was obviously referring to the fact that when they tried to answer a question all they would get was more questions. If only some things were easier in this world of theirs. Deciding to leave her friend alone, Tsunade left the room, but not before sparing a glance at her friend, who was too busy looking out the window. Back at Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori, Konan was currently sitting on a small rock wearing Ryu's black cloak and being watched by 5 Biju-sized wolves. Apparently she just found out that the wolves were the children of Shiranui, the wolf clan leader, and even the one that pounced on Naruto was also a child of Shiranui. And Shiranui was also Naruto's personal summon. She wondered what Shiranui was like. Was he nice, grumpy, or a total dick? She had to admit that the wolves were nice enough. None of them treated her like an outcast, maybe because wolves' packs acted like families. And the smallest really took a liking to her. Naruto had been away for a while and she was thinking where he might be. She was still apprehensive about killing him. But could she do it? No more questions, she either could or couldn't, that simple. But other than his name and what he told her of him, she didn't really know Naruto all that well. She didn't know his birthday, favorite color, favorite movie, his most hated color and movie, nor favorite song genre or his least favorite. She didn't know his hobbies or his favorite phrase or word. She knew nothing about him, and at first she didn't want to. But after doing the things he did for her, she wanted to get to know him on a different level. She would decide that if Naruto was a threat to Nagato, she would eliminate him, and instead would work for Tobi. But she could feel in her heart that killing Naruto would also hurt her. The situation between her and the 2 other Sharingan wielders was weird at the moment. She was torn. She didn't know what to do or who to trust. Decisions like these were always hard. Calming herself, she just listened to the music of the wind and relaxed herself. Naruto meanwhile was still in Shiranui's palace, sitting on the floor in front of the great wolf, with the massive mountain-sized wolf watching him carefully. It's only been a few hours since he begun training and he can already enter the second stage of the beast mode, thought Shiranui in amazement at the level of skill and potential the blonde in front of him showed. My presence has a calming effect on my summoners. Should they ever enter the transformation, they can control it a lot easier, since I'm the originator of the technique. Naruto opened his eyes, but instead of the black sclera of the first transformation, they were now gold in color, almost matching his hair. But there were also many things different about this transformation than its weaker variant. Naruto gasped as he was ejected from the second level of the Yabana Basaka Henkin. His breathing was deep and quick-paced, trying to get oxygen into his lungs. The transformation was always exhausting, but it had its uses. Well, I think I overstayed my visit, spoke Naruto neutrally as he began to leave the palace and Shiranui going to take a nap. Don't summon me during my nap, spoke Shiranui as he saw Naruto leave the palace. The blonde only waved him off tiredly. He left the palace, leaving Shiranui behind, and attempted to find Konan, which wasn't too hard as she was near their original spot. She was currently watching the small wolf pup that jumped on him earlier run around her while she giggled at his enthusiasm. But when seeing her smile, as in genuinely smile, something would just light up inside him. He couldn't explain it or describe it, but it felt. He cut off those thoughts and walked up to Konan, who saw him approaching her. "We're going," stated Naruto, which made Konan nod. When Heiroke saw this, he prepared to send them away by placing his paw on the ground, where a seal array was created which surged toward the two Akatsuki members, and in a bright light both were gone before the six wolves' eyes. Naruto and Konan were now back in the Bluenet's apartment, and nothing had been disturbed in any way. She huffed. Some of the wolves were actually annoying. She shed the black cloak which belonged to Naruto and handed it back to him, to which he took it gratefully. Konan retreated back into her own room and changed her clothes, which were still soaking wet from the fall into the water. During that time Zetsu appeared before Naruto. "Zetsu, I require you to retrieve something for me," spoke Naruto as he rested himself on Konan's couch. "What do you need?" said the plant man. Naruto said something, but it wasn't loud enough for anybody but Zetsu to hear. The plant man nodded at his master's words and sunk back into the ground. "It retrieved something for the blonde." Konan returned a few minutes later to see Ryu sitting on her couch with his eyes closed in contemplation. They then heard the words of Nagato acting through the diva path in their minds, as it was an ajutsu of Nagato's, so he could communicate with the rest of the Akatsuki. Both Naruto and Konan used the Gentashin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique, to appear in a small dark cave with a single brazier in the middle. Their bodies were now a multitude of colors, and across from them was Nagato acting through the diva path. The Akatsuki has received an interesting mission from several daimyos and nobles who have been complaining to the organization of a rather troublesome fellow. Spoke Pain to his two subordinates. A conman and shinobi thief by the name of Bakuto Poka has been stealing quite a hefty amount of money from daimyos and nobles alike. He robs the rich to feed himself, after he lost his occupation when Yugakure fell into disarmament and became a tourist attraction. This was the case for many shinobi of the village. However, Bakuto has been making many enemies, and all of them want his head missing from his shoulders. But he's clever, he knows how to evade shinobi well. That's why his clients have contracted us to eliminate him and retrieve the stolen money, where we will be paid half of it for our services, and there is a lot of money that can further the Akatsuki's goal. For this mission Kakazu will be assisting you too, spoke Pain as Kakazu materialized beside them. He has knowledge of Bakuto, being an old acquaintance of his, and he knows the inner workings of finances and blood money. "I would have Hidan assist you with this mission, but he's a fool." To which Kakazu scoffed, signifying it was true. "And isn't very familiar with Bakuto despite coming from the same village." "Very well, we will see to it that it is completed," spoke Konan. "You may go and prepare yourselves for killing Bakuto," spoke Pain as he dismissed Ryu, Konan and Kakazu. "Not you, Ryu, there's something we must discuss." By the time Pain said that, both Konan and Kakazu had disappeared. "You want something for me, Leader Sama," stated Naruto. "Yes, as you know, Ryu, you are new to the organization and its workings, therefore you have certain qualities that make you suited for this mission," spoke Pain, which made Naruto narrow his eyes. "Information regarding the organization is and has been leaked to the shinobi villages of the 5 great nations. Information about our movements could be relayed right at this moment. There is a traitor within the Akatsuki who is aiding the villages and interfering with our plans. More specifically, our plans to capture the Biju." Naruto raised his eyebrow at this but didn't comment on it. "And as a result of the information being known, the villages have tightened security on their Biju to ensure they're not stolen right under their noses," continued Pain. "Information is more powerful than any weapon or jutsu. Knowledge makes a person strong by knowing their enemy's weaknesses. And as such, our plans have to be halted for a short amount of time until we capture the traitor. I can already think of possible scenarios running through my mind about who the traitor is," spoke Naruto. "The person must have extensive knowledge on the villages and information to distribute the knowledge to others. This person must be smart so he could rule Hidan off the list and Deidara, well maybe, but we will have to see. And I also know that this is some sort of test," said Naruto, to which Pain didn't respond. "You think I am the traitor? A person who appeared out of nowhere and had just joined the Akatsuki? It's understandable. And by assigning me this mission you also want to know if I'm truly the traitor, and depending upon my reaction that will be your answer, while if I'm not, you want me to rid the organization of said traitor as well. Does this answer your question? All that and more. Spoke Pain, his doubts about the man being quelled. And I trust you have been protecting Konan? Queried the leader of the Akatsuki. Yes, and I promised myself a while ago that I would protect her from anything. Spoke Naruto to his puppet. Because I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. Spoke Naruto with nothing but surety and confidence. And then his astral body disappeared, leaving Nagato alone and contemplating his words. In Kirigakure, in the Mizukage's office, Mei was impatiently waiting for one of her strongest shinobi to walk in through the office to accept his mission. Mei was heartbroken that the love of her life, Ryu Yokaze, had walked out her door never to see her again. They were so in love that words couldn't describe the way she felt about him. But also the anger that came with his betrayal. She instantly placed him in the bingo book. Whenever she saw his photo she either wanted to stab it or kiss it, depending on how she was feeling. This always happened to her. When she found the love of her life that she wanted to marry and be together forever, they would disappear or die on their missions. She never knew what happened to them, but she knew what happened to her, Ryu-kun. She wanted him back so much that she would bind him with rope, gag his mouth, leave him in the basement and never let him go. Wow, this woman has some relationship issues. She then heard a knock at her door where she signaled the person to enter. The person was a man who was wearing a Kirigakure flak jacket without the shoulder pads, had a black leather jacket over it with flames on the sleeves. A chain belt wrapped around his waist, black jeans which were torn in several places and boots. He wore jewelry on his fingers of skull rings, had loop and stud earrings all over his eyes and an eyebrow piercing. The man has green eyes, dirty blonde hair which was styled as an odd mullet-like style of hair with individual bangs that fall over his forehead, and appeared to be quite young and handsome. The man was Marodi Gita, a distinguished and lazy jonin of Kirigakure. "Sup? What y'all want?" greeted Marodi casually. "I have a mission for you," said Mei seriously. "What? More work, as if you guys slave drive me enough," stated Marodi, which made Mei sweat drop as he hardly ever lifted a pencil. "Your mission is to bring me Yokaze's head," said Mei with pent-up anger. Not it was time for Marodi's turn to sweat drop, and he felt sorry for Yokaze if he caught Mei's attention. Mei pulled out cue cards for Marodi, who inspected the cards with squinted eyes. "Yeah, got it, whatever," said Marodi as he showed himself out without Mei dismissing him first, leaving the Mizukage flabbergasted at his level of respect. Few hours later, both Naruto and Konan were walking to Takigakure through a narrow and rocky path surrounded by columns of rock laid onto each other. They were told to meet Kakazu there because there was going to be a big gambling event at the village. And according to Kakazu, Bakudo loved to gamble, so a gambling event would be the best place to find the shinobi thief. The two hadn't talked to each other, for there was nothing to talk about. Besides, Konan was still trying to work up the courage to ask Naruto about himself. So things were just as they normally were. The two were currently unaware of someone aiming what appeared to be a deadly weapon at them. The person was on a cliff and had two small scopes on his kunai launchers and used the crosshairs to direct his most likely fatal shot. "Heh, too easy," spoke the person as he launched a kunai at our blonde anti-hero, whereform his instinctual senses warning him of danger did he duck his head into where the kunai, where the bandages for his ponytail were, which only grazed it but enough to make it tear, making Naruto's hair loose and wild. The blonde looked up to see the person who shot at him, his Sharingan taking in every detail of the person. He had slicked back, black hair with several streaks of gray which was tied into a long ponytail reaching mid-back. He had golden eyes and upturned eyebrows with an eye patch over his right eye and a long jagged scar running up his left cheek to just under his left eye. He wore the Iwagakure flak jacket with a tattered red scarf with its tail sprouting behind his neck. He wore a long, low-collared, sleeveless purple coat with twin tails. He wore mesh armor all the way along his arms and had two black gloves with the thumb and index fingers missing. He sported brown pants and simple ninja sandals. The ninja aimed his kunai launcher again and fired another shot, where this time Naruto's Sharingan saw the kunai coming and he ducked under it. Konan, who had just noticed, only saw blurs from the surprise attack at Ryu. Transforming into paper aeroplanes, Konan hid herself behind a rock column, shielding herself from the sharpshooter's attacks. Naruto hid behind a smaller rock which too shielded himself. Huh, not bad, you're the first person since the Yondaime Hokage to dodge my attacks. You're better than they say, that's for sure. Spoke the person who was known as Sogeki Bareru, as he jumped off the cliffside and landed roughly on the stone ground. But still, that doesn't mean you're going to be leaving this place in one piece. Spoke Sogeki as he aimed his kunai launchers at the boulder Naruto was hiding behind. He channeled chakra into his kunai launchers where they absorbed the chakra, and when he fired the next kunai it pierced straight through the rock Naruto was hiding behind, surprising the blonde. Sogeki kept firing at the rock hoping to kill Yokaze. He wasn't wasting ammo, he had a habit of picking up the kunai of the shinobi he would kill. He kept firing his kunai at the rock where a dust cloud formed, obscuring everyone's view. Konan, still hiding behind the rock, couldn't help but worry for her teammate. She was going to observe for now since she needed to know this man's abilities, and Ryu was perfect at drawn-out fights because of his large chakra and stamina. When the dust cloud dispersed, all it revealed were tiny rock fragments and dozens of kunai on the ground. Sogeki kept turning his head looking for his blonde target. Tond Torik Kiku, flying tiger kick, yelled the voice of Naruto as he soared through the air ready to kick Sogeki. But the scarred man only fired more kunai at Naruto, causing him to twist and turn in the air trying to avoid the kunai. He landed on the ground gracefully only to see the kunai which were fired at him spin around and redirect themselves, now aimed for his back, where they hit their mark. Sogeki grinned. He had used one of his favorite jutsu, K's Ridair Kushin, wind redirection, which made the kunai redirect their trajectory to attack their person and catch them off guard. However, his grin faded when he saw Naruto disappear in a puff of smoke, revealing a log with the kunai in it. Kaden. Toripuru kan sume, fire release. Triple flame claw, yelled Naruto as he gathered fire chakra into the palm of his hand and drew an inverted triangle made of fire where he launched a triangular beam but only made of fire at Sogeki, who flowed chakra into his kunai launchers and fired some of the kunai into the oncoming fire beam and then dodged it with precise timing. Naruto knew that what Sogeki used to redirect the kunai was wind release, so it only seemed plausible that he would use fire release to counter and overpower the wind. But what he didn't expect was the kunai to penetrate through the fire beam like butter and a knife. Naruto bent his back over and in slow motion the kunai flew past him while he dodged, still bent over. Matrix reference, he regained himself and threw 2 shuriken at Sogeki. To be honest, Naruto wasn't even trying, but the mon's speed was unreal. And he hasn't used that jutsu for a while since he started making his own space-time ninjutsu to work alongside it, but progress had been slow, so he may be forced to use it again. It was nature for speed and strength to never get the upper hand over each other, so only speed could counter speed and strength counter strength. But when used together, then it was a force to be reckoned with. And right now he may need that space-time jutsu. However, he hasn't used it since training with Madara because of its risks on his body, but right now he would have to need it to counter Sogeki's speed. Naruto backflipped away from Sogeki to analyze his attack patterns and jutsu. From what he could deduce, the man had a earth and wind affinity, so kunai that passed through his fire were earth enhanced, giving it defensive capabilities taken to drastic measures where they were hard as diamond, and fire and earth didn't have any special relations to each other. With wind release he could redirect his attacks, taking his opponents by surprise. His abilities were interesting, and yet unheard of. The fight wasn't really difficult but rather annoying. His abilities gave him an edge since Naruto was mostly a close combat combatant, and since fire release were mostly ranged attacks meant that this battle got more annoying. He could use Kamiyo Nanayo, Chikyu Tentu no Ibuki, earth-reducing breath of heaven. But given the density of the kunai and ash release being mostly offensive, it didn't provide a great defense, and this guy must have more abilities up his sleeve. He could also use that, but it was too dangerous and suicidal. The risks involved were far too dangerous. Until he fully mastered it, he needed to know more about this man. Naruto went through some hand seals to release a seal over his eyes which prevented him accessing certain abilities. However, before he could finish the hand seals he came under attack from Sogeki, who Naruto sensed move position. Naruto looked up to see the Iwagakure shinobi shooting some of his kunai at the blonde via his kunai launchers. Naruto rolled away from the chakra-enhanced weapons and unsealed his sais, the weapon, and channeled some of his lightning chakra into them, increasing their cutting ability and inducing numbness. Naruto threw one his sais at Sogeki, which had a lightning rope attached to it. The scarred man dodged it but didn't expect Naruto to be pulled along with the sais via the lightning rope. As a result, Sogeki was kicked in the face, then was kicked away and plummeted to the ground, where he tumbled a little from the impact. He grinned in excitement at the prospect of a strong opponent. Naruto landed on the ground and held his sais in a defensive position. Lightning and fire release would be the most useful natures he could use against his enemy. Naruto charged at Sogeki with his lightning-enhanced sais, ready to kill Sogeki, who had gotten back onto his feet, and fire more kunai at Naruto, who easily destroyed them or blocked them with his sais. He tried to slash to Sogeki, but the Iwa ninja aimed his kunai at Naruto's head, who was forced to duck and tried to slash Sogeki's side, but also found yet another kunai launcher in his face, where he strafed away and hit one of the kunai launchers with the pommel of his sais, ejecting it from Sogeki's hand, where Naruto attempted to pierce Sogeki again. But he then felt chakra above him where the kunai launcher he had hit away, which was spinning in the air, fired yet another kunai at him without Sogeki's intention. Naruto stepped back to avoid the weapon and flipped multiple times away from Sogeki, where he was crouched on the ground with his sais in a defensive position. His Sharingan analyzing what he saw, he could only deduce that Sogeki must have expertise in seals to recreate combo seals, the seals which Naruto made for Konan, which allowed his chakra to enter her and enhance her jutsu. However, he noted that Sogeki's was weaker, as he had applied the seal to an inanimate object and could use his chakra to fire off chakra bolts. He then saw Sogeki pick up his kunai launcher, which had fallen to the ground. Naruto knew that his chakra and overall power was greater than that of Sogeki's, but the man's abilities and jutsu kept him at bay. This was something that disappointed the blonde, as he let this chump push him around. Besides, he was conserving his strength for when he and his partners would try to kill Bakuto. If he was going to defeat this man, he needed the skills of his sealed Mangekyo powers. Why he sealed the others was by personal choice, since he could accidentally send more chakra into his eyes that would activate the techniques aside from the others that were already in his possession. His eyes were always evolving and getting stronger, and it came with the consequence of losing his skill over the eyes. And he wasn't as experienced in their use, unlike the others. He would release the seals on his eyes when he would train with them more, but right now he could train them in battle. Sensing an attack coming from his side, Naruto didn't do anything, as the attack wasn't aimed at him. It was paper aeroplanes sharpened like daggers being hurled towards Sogeki. Sogeki in response fired his kunai at the paper aeroplanes, tearing them apart but also ruining the kunai he used. His life is not yours to take, spoke Konan with seriousness that Naruto had seen many times before. Konan was in her paper angel form, hovering above Sogeki as if she was one. Sorry Poppet, I have nothing against you, but the coot wants this guy's head, spoke Sogeki as he readied his kunai launchers. So would you move aside? Spoke Sogeki. Konan didn't respond other than fired some of her paper shuriken made from her paper wings at Sogeki, who knew that even with the amount of kunai he had, he couldn't deflect all the kunai thrown at him. So he rolled away and took cover behind a rock and fired some blind shots at Konan in the attempt to hit her. However, Konan backed away and saw Ryu in the corner of her eyes going through hand seals for a jutsu. Releasing restriction seals on eyes to eliminate any and all threats. Passcode. My existence is futile, my life is empty, love is no more eternal than the light of day, only hatred grows and festers, I am the original being and the end of all things, I am the sovereign of everything and the harbinger of the empty space, I am nothing. Futago Kindachi Ken Fuan. Kite Twin King's Sword Seal. Released, chanted Naruto as jagged black symbols appeared in his eyes, encroaching on his irises. He then felt the seal break within his eyes, allowing him the second-tier abilities of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He then looked back at his enemy with his now regular Sharingan blazing. Watching Sogeki from afar, Konan was having a little trouble with the enemy. He was fast, no doubt about it, and he didn't leave her enough time to prepare one of her more powerful jutsus, as he never gave her the chance because of the speed of his attacks. Sogeki, knowing that things were going nowhere, decided to increase the stakes by using a jutsu that would give him an advantage. Flipping his kunai launchers into the air, he went through hand seals for an earth jutsu, one that he created himself. Doten.
Chikyuko Asupsusawapu, Earth Release. Earth Core Space Swap. Spoke Sogeki as he slammed his foot on the ground where the entire terrain was changed before Naruto and Konan's eyes. Instead of being in a rocky narrow ravine, instead it was replaced with flat empty terrain and an elevated rock platform where Sogeki could shoot at them with little to no problem. Naruto, knowing that he has lost the advantage of hiding amongst the rocks, channeled chakra into his left eye, even more chakra than was required for the Kamionanayo in that eye. Sogeki aimed his kunai launcher at Konan, who was still getting over her stupor of the innately changed environment. She didn't have enough time to react as the kunai which was flying towards her was wind-enhanced, increasing its speed and lethality. All she could do was watch the fast incoming projectile ready to kill her. But before she could blink, she swore she saw what appeared to be black smoke latch around her and drive her to the ground. When she looked back up, she saw Ryu atop her body, using his own as a shield. But the thing was, how did he get to her so fast? She couldn't blink and all she saw was a stream of black smoke. Sogeki was also shocked at the display. What did Ryu just use to increase his speed like that? That was his fastest attack, only the fastest shinobis in the world could dodge it. All he saw was a stream of black smoke, and if he blinked it would be gone, and somehow Yokeis ended up from the other side of the terrain right next to Konan. Was such speed possible? Konan, looking up into her rescuer's eyes, could see his Sharingan, but his left eye had the pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, meaning that what he just used was in fact an ability of his eyes. Ryu swiftly and hastily hefted Konan up onto her feet. Sogeki, now seeing getting over his surprise, readied himself for combat once more. The old coot was right, he shouldn't have underestimated Yokeis, especially if he was capable of such speed. Went through hand seals for the Doden, Chikyu Seppesusawapu, and this time changed the battleground back into the narrow ravine, only this time it lacked the rock formations for protection and hiding. Ryu narrowed his eyes at this and could sense the build-up of chakra coming from Sogeki. It was large, so that meant this was going to be a high-level technique from the Iwa Shinobi's arsenal. Sogeki went through hand seals for an almost certain death jutsu of his which he would use against Yokeis. He believed that there was no way that Ryu could survive this jutsu, as if it wasn't for the Yondaime's Hiraishin no Jutsu, then the late blonde Kage would have died long ago. Doden. Kyokudo Shinmi Tame Satsu Suchi Dangan, Earth Release. Extreme Shoot to Kill Earth Bullets. Yelled Sogeki as he slammed his foot on the ground where thousands upon thousands of bullets made of Earth SHPT outform the cliff faces straight at Naruto. The blonde with quick thinking pushed Konan away, but not before unsealing the Shiromikairan from her wrist seal by channeling chakra into it. He also unsealed the Tenbogiri and threw one of his sais into his mouth while he sealed the other one. He held the Tenbogiri like any other sword, but with the Shiromikairan he held in a reverse grip. He struck an awesome pose, and with speed, agility and reflex did he deflect the attacks flying at him. He was literally jumping all over the place, deflecting the attacks that were coming at him with the three blades, one of which was in his mouth. He had to find an opening to escape, but it seemed useless as the barrage of tiny earth bullets were relentless in their assault, and if it wasn't for the Sharingan pinpointing every bullet, he would have trouble just keeping up with the jutsu. With skill and expertise was he able to redirect some of the bullets shot at him and being aimed at Sogeki, who with his one remaining good eye saw the bullet incoming and barely dodged them himself, but received several cuts over his body as a courtesy for all the trouble he gave the two Akatsuki members. However, he couldn't see one of the earth bullets flying at him right in his blind spot, where if he didn't feel the presence of danger coming at him he would have been dead. Luckily, the worst damage the bullet did was graze him, but it did remove his eye patch where he grasped it at pain. Soon for Naruto the bullets stopped their attack and he threw the Shiromikairan back at Konan, who gladly accepted the blade back from her partner. Naruto stabbed the Tenbogiri into the ground and went through hand seals to combat Sogeki Baruru. Raiden. Kaminari Yashi, Lightning Release Thunder Palm, spoke Naruto as he prepared the lightning jutsu ready to kill Sogeki. He ejected numerous arcing bolts of lightning at the wounded man ready to finish him off, but Sogeki, using his years of experience, jumped away from the lightning in time so he didn't take any damage. But as a cost he was trapped in midair where he could easily be finished off. Naruto grasped the hilt of the Tenbogiri and began to channel a large amount of wind chakra into it all along the blade. Sorasho, Sky Piercer! Yelled Naruto as he unleashed a crescent moon-shaped blade of wind, the size of a man aimed directly at Sogeki, who widened his eye in astonishment and fear. The blade of wind easily cut through the man without any effort. Naruto didn't smirk as he knew that at his victory, as he sensed Sogeki replace himself with a log, avoiding death and defeat. Naruto readied the Sorosho again and fired off in a different direction, but missed its target as Sogeki narrowly ducked under it and using his kunai launchers fired a barrage of earth-enhanced kunai at Naruto, where he used the Tenbogiri to cut apart the kunai fired at him and deflect others. Konan, who was watching from the sidelines, joined the fray too, where she fired paper shuriken at Sogeki, who was too distracted with trying to kill Ryu to see the paper shuriken coming from his blind spot. The paper shuriken quickly cut into their opponent, but the damage wasn't too bad since all he suffered were bleeds and wounds. Sogeki had the slight feeling that Yokkai's was merely playing with him, as some predators actually like to play with their food, or his unique talents gave him an edge over Yokkai's, who wasn't used to fighting such a style of combat, and he had to admit that some of his jutsu were actually fairly clever. Jumping away from both Ryu and Konan, Sogeki planned his next move so to eliminate his target. He never hoped for the woman to get involved, but he could see the conviction in her eyes. There was a will to protect something important within those amber eyes. Sogeki had only seen those eyes few times in his life, once in the Yondaime Hokage's eyes. Those eyes could tell you all they wanted. It meant that they would hand down their lives to protect what was important to them, a village, a treasure, a loved one. Only those of purest heart had those eyes. And every time Sogeki saw those eyes, it's as if he was facing a mighty bear protecting her offspring. He chuckled. He remembered growing up and his mother telling him that mother bears would go to any length to protect their children. Sogeki respected people with those eyes above all else. But still, those eyes would not stop him in his mission to kill Ryu Yokkai's. When the Tsuchikage gave out an order, it meant following that order with rock-hard attitude, even if it meant death. He would not return to his village empty-handed, and he would not feel the shame of failure. He would never admit it to anyone other than himself, but he thought of the Sandaime Tsuchikage as his own father, since the old Coot was there for him when his parents died, and he was there for him when he made his first kill, and unlike most other Iwagakure shinobi who liked to kill, Sogeki hated taking life as it meant he was ruining another. But as a shinobi he was forced to do it. Maybe it was his background as an orphan that made him hate killing, as his parents were killed by Kumo shinobi, and usually someone in his shoes would want revenge, but with some kind words from Onoki he was able to see past revenge and instead look to the future, although he did have an ego problem which many commented on. Using the Doden, Chikyu Seppei Susawapu, to change the terrain around him, he create a field of empty space except for a tall spire of rectangular rock where he landed atop the mighty stone face. He brought out his kunai launchers again, ready for his final attack. If he couldn't kill Ryu Yokkai's, then he would take the blonde bastard with him to the afterlife. Quickly switching ammo to different kunai but with exploding tags on their hilts, was he going to kill Ryu with explosions? Aiming his launchers, he fired off a barrage of kunai which detonated on impact. Naruto again channeled large amounts of chakra into his left eye, preparing his speed jutsu once again. Kamio Nanayo. Sutepu no Shinigami, Steps of the Death God, thought Naruto as he prepared the jutsu he was going to use to defeat Sogeki Beru. The Sutepu no Shinigami was a space-time ninjutsu of terrifying speed. The user of the jutsu could distort space and slow down time to the point that it almost looked like it has stopped completely. However, Naruto would not be affected from the time distortion, and he could move around freely as if he wasn't hinged by the restraints of the world. However, like all powerful ninjutsu, this had many drawbacks. If any part of Naruto's body, with the sole exception being his feet, were to touch any object larger than 2 centimeters, then the time distortion would break and return to normal, such as if his shoulder bumped in a rock, the distortion would break, or if he touched something with his hand, but if there is anything connected to his body before the distortion, then he can freely touch that item, and there was a certain amount of time before he could use the jutsu again. 3 seconds, which wasn't long really. And he could only distort time for a few seconds, 10 seconds at most, so it was a tricky jutsu to control and a difficult one to master. And had the added benefit of creating an illusion around him where people would see events running at their usual time and nothing would seem out of place. The black smoke was the sign that he was using the jutsu. Black smoky chakra would radiate off his back. Even the blonde didn't know why it was there, it just was. But still, even before he joined Madara, He learned best through his body not his mind, so using this jutsu now will only increase his effectiveness with it. Naruto distorted space and time around and began jumping between the cliffs to get to Sogeki, as he was too high up and he could have laced the rock pillar he was standing on with traps, so this was the best way. To everything around Naruto, things appeared to have stopped entirely, but that was false. The space-time ninjutsu only slowed down time, it didn't stop it. When he reached the top of the cliff face, the smoky aura around him faded, meaning that he was ejected from the jutsu. Sogeki, seeing a black stream of smoke jumping back and forth for only a split second, looked to his left to see Ryu running up a cliff face. He took out his kunai launchers and aimed it at Naruto, who had just jumped off the cliff flying towards Sogeki, who shot kunai at him in response. Naruto, channeling chakra into his left eye, again slowed down time. As he was still flying towards Sogeki, the kunai he launched were suspended. The only problem was Naruto himself wasn't suspended, so he maneuvered himself around the kunai with agility. When he landed on the rock spire Sogeki was standing, which was big enough so that he could fit two people, Naruto made the mistake of accidentally placing his hand on the spire's ground, which broke the time distortion. Sogeki, with his amazing reflexes, aimed his kunai launcher at Naruto's head, where the blonde looked up with his now normal Sharingan eyes, unafraid of the man in front of him ready to kill him. Naruto eased himself up where he was now standing on his own 2 feet, still looking at Sogeki, who was grinning. What was happening? The Iwa shinobi in a second fired a kunai into Naruto's head, where the sharp metal lodged itself into his forehead and Naruto's own shook violently from the impact. Sogeki dropped his arms to the side in exhaustion. That was one of the hardest fights he's been in. Konan just looked worried for a second. But still something was wrong, and it was too late for Sogeki to notice. White mist was leaking itself out from Naruto's wound on his forehead. Sogeki, who was still too tired to notice, didn't see Naruto's head look back at him while the blonde removed the kunai lodged in his skull. And it was already too late for Sogeki, as he felt something sharp penetrate his shoulder, causing him to writhe in pain and fall to his knees. He then felt pressure on the back of his head, where it exerted more pressure, causing his face to collide with the hard ground of the rock spire. Naruto had little patience for this man. Although he did have the great urge to kill him, his mind was running circles around itself. He knew exactly who this person was. A high-ranking jonin of Iwagakure and close confidant of Onoki. Logic overcoming his wants, Naruto grasped the back of Sogeki's head and lifted his face, so now they were staring directly into each other's eyes. "You will obey," whispered Naruto as he channeled chakra into his right eye. Kamio Nanayo. Tekken Seibutsu Senshukote, Iron Fist subjugation of the Tyrant Emperor, said Naruto as he now had Sogeki under his control. The Tekken Seibutsu Senshukote was like Kodamatsukami, but instead of a genjutsu it was a mind jutsu, where the user could take complete control of a person as if they were their slave, they would just obey. However, the jutsu left a mark on the person that mind readers such as Inoichi Yamanaka could see. That's why Naruto went to Sasori and his memory concealment jutsu, so he could rid the mark and have the person not even remembering they were a slave. Naruto unceremoniously dropped Sogeki's head back onto the ground. Pulling out a scroll from his inner coat pocket, Naruto unraveled the scroll in midair, where he placed his finger on the parchment where Fuinjutsu markings started to appear. If one was skilled enough in Fuinjutsu, they could duplicate ink with their chakra. Naruto dropped the scroll onto Sogeki, who was unconscious at this time and still had a kunai buried into his shoulder. Naruto performed a hand seal where he sealed Sogeki into the scroll. If people could seal giant beasts the size of mountains like the Biju, then sealing people wouldn't be that hard. Upon the seal of the scroll was the kanji for human, which symbolized Sogeki trapped in the scroll. Naruto tied up the scroll and placed it into his coat's pockets where it would be safe. "We should go," spoke Naruto, acting as if nothing happened, to which Konan nodded at him and both left. And both begun their trek to Takigakure, but not before stopping at an inn to rest for the night. So there he was in the dark of night, silence reverberating through the empty rooms. Naruto waiting for something he would be doing for a while. Sitting on a slightly comfortable couch, with moonlight shining down on him. His crimson eyes piercing the surroundings of darkness. Hollow, empty, voided. Naruto was counting down to something, waiting for it to happen. Something he would do every month, something he waited for each second. It's time, he thought to himself. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his eyes started to bleed and his small orbs flittered violently back and forth. He seemed to almost be in a trance. His eyes became more erratic and wild and they bled more and more with each passing second. Just what was happening to him? Would be the question everyone would ask. He was breathing hoarsely and he was shaking a little. But in an instant, in a second, he stopped convulsing and his breathing returned to normal as he held his head in his hands. Good. Spoke Naruto for apparently no reason at all. In front of him, his most loyal lieutenant melded from the ground. Do you have it? Zetsu? Questioned Naruto as the trails of blood on his cheeks dripped off his chin. Zetsu saw the blood on Naruto's cheeks and he knew immediately what was happening. It was, that, time. Reality returning to reality, he brought syringe filled with red liquid, which he was holding in his hand and gave it to Naruto, who looked at it with his bloodied eyes. You're probably wondering. It wasn't easy to get, said Zetsu, make Naruto look at him emotionlessly. Zetsu, knowing that the look was coming, melded back into the ground and left Naruto alone, who got off the couch and headed into a room. When he opened the door to the room, he saw Konan sleeping soundly in her bed as if nothing was wrong, wearing suitable clothing for rest by the way. Naruto walked to the edge of her bed and placed his two front fingers on her head using a genjutsu on her that will ensure that she won't fight back. If Obito wants me dead, he shouldn't send others to do it for him, whispered Naruto as he pushed aside blue hair revealing Konan's creamy neck. Be grateful for what I'm about to give you. I want to see how events play out, and I want to know which side you're on and who you trust. Until then, make use of what I'm about to give you, said Naruto as he inserted the syringe into Konan's neck expertly and dripped the red liquid right into her blood. I'll be waiting patiently for that time, and what course we take. Konan. 1287 Chapter 14. The Demon's Gamble. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. The Demon's Gamble. Hey guys, guess who's back? I am absolutely sorry for the very long wait, but things in my personal life have caught my attention and I had to think of the plot for this story, and now you get just that. A long chapter and tons of fun, I hope. And I'm very disappointed in all of you. In the last chapter, Naruto takes a kunai to the head and survives, and none of you questioned me why he survived. Well, it doesn't really matter, as you find out how he survived and also revealing one of his trump cards against Obito. Two cloaked figures were currently loitering around a forest waiting for two people that would join them. They were currently sitting upon some large rocks that you could easily sit on. They were surrounded by trees, bushes, twigs, branches, as well as common pests and insects that nobody wanted around. All they could hear was the rushing of the waterfall beating against bodies of water like war drums riding off into battle. The crystal clear water was untainted, so much that you could see every speck of detail in the water's form. However, the water itself was home to all manner of trash and litter that it was polluting the water a little, giving it a slight brownish color, almost as if someone vomited in the water itself. To some it would be a minor problem, just clean the water. But to the ninja that lived near the water, they would look upon it in disgust and revulsion with a hint of repugnancy to go with it. The two individuals waiting by the water's edge on the rocks were wearing black cloaks with red clouds. One of the men was a very tall man whose features were mostly hidden behind a white hood with a black face mask, with his eyes and the bridge of his nose being the only thing visible. Upon the mask was a scratched out symbol of Takigakur, symbolizing his broken loyalty to his village. He was also muscular and his form showed that he was a man well within his prime, but that was a physical mirage as the mont's age itself was far greater than what people gave him credit for, and what was more intimidating about him was his eyes, pink sclera and green pupil-less irises, almost alien. He had tan skin, and if you were to roll up his sleeve you could clearly see stitches on his arm along with dark red nail polish and a ring for the kanji, North Bay, placed on his left middle finger. The other man was shorter than his partner and was less covered in terms of clothing. He had long slicked back silver hair which reached the back of his neck. His cloak was open and revealing that he lacked a shirt on his body, with the only other clothing on him were his pants and shinobi sandals. He also wore a Hitai 8 of Yugakur which had a vertical slash through it like his partner, showcasing his broken loyalty. He wore his headband around his neck. He also had an amulet of an upturned triangle wrapped in beads hanging around his neck. He wore dark green nail polish and an orange ring with the kanji for 3 san on his left index finger. He was also twirling a triple-bladed scythe around, slashing the air and whirling it around as if it was a trophy. From what was seen of his body language, was that he was incredibly impatient and what he was waiting for had yet to arrive, and with each passing second his impatience only grew. Every now and then his left eyebrow would tick in annoyance of the long waiting. While his partner was currently reading a map, and then he would trade his current manifestation for counting the money he had on him, although he was silently hoping for the people he was waiting for to arrive. "When are they goin' to get here?" asked the silver-haired man to no one in particular, while he was spinning his triple-bladed scythe around. "It's been hours. We only got here 10 minutes ago," deadpanned the Mont's partner. "Besides, we would have actually arrived earlier if we didn't pick up the bounty on the way here. You and your money. You know there's more important things in life," spoke Hidan with clear disrespect and annoyance. "Such as?" questioned Kakazu without taking his eyes off the map. He didn't really care for the answer because he knew what Hidan would say, but he kept up the facade of looking interested. "Upholding to the ways of Jashin," shouted out Hidan to the world, which made Kakazu hold back a sigh. "As if you can talk. You and your stupid and pointless rituals is what wastes our time the most. I don't even see the point in religion when you worship an imaginary figure and pretend he's a god. Money and wealth is the only thing that truly matters, and you can only rely on money," argued Kakazu, who tucked the map away into his Akatsuki cloak. "Why you? I should kill you. You blasphemer. The way of Jashin is the purest form of one seeking enlightenment through the slaughter of others. And money doesn't matter when you're dead, and besides we're always late because of some bounty you want to collect. Killing for a purpose other than just killing is disrespectful to Jashin, and with death you can savor it, feel the pain coursing through you is almost like ecstasy," retorted Hidan, thinking about all the times he inflicted pain upon others and savored every moment. Kakazu scoffed at his partner and narrowed his eyes in contempt of the Akatsuki member. "Killing for a religious calling is meaningless if you gain nothing from it, such as money. Killing for money was the perfect excuse for any type of murder. Well, it doesn't matter. Ryu and Konan shall be here soon and we can get on with this mission and collect the money," spoke Kakazu as he continued sitting upon the rock. Hidan huffed at him and stared into the lake before him. He didn't like the prospect of meeting Ryu face to face. Like Kakazu, he was a blasphemer who insulted his god and his religion. In Hidan's mind, Ryu deserved to die just for being that, along with Kakazu, who was just as bad as he was. Kakazu, while having never met the person known as Ryu Yokaze, Kakazu didn't have any feelings towards him, positive nor negative, but he knew he would get along with Ryu better than Hidan. At least Ryu wasn't a religion-crazed sociopath who performed time-tasking rituals just to annoy him, and also this will be one of the few times he has met Konan in person, as a physical gathering of the entire organization was rare. He wondered briefly if Ryu and his partner got along, or at least could stand each other's presences. As Kakazu would admit in a heartbeat that he hated Hidan and would be rather paired with someone else other than the immortal man. Someday Kakazu would kill the silver-haired man and would laugh while doing it, that is, if he could kill Hidan. Kakazu also felt uneasiness and hatred flowing through at the thought of returning to Takigakure, the village that betrayed him. He had accepted long ago a mission given to him by his superiors. To assassinate the Shodaime Hokage, the strongest shinobi in the world. Kakazu even now still heard the praise given out to the legendary shinobi, a man that was literally an army. Hashirama Senju. Kakazu had accepted the mission without qualm and knew very well the dangers of such a thing and the low success rate the mission had. He followed orders anyway and tried to assassinate the Senju head. Although after the battle he was basically a mess, as he almost died from blood loss shortly after his fight and was forced to return to his village in shambles. Instead of praise or gratitude for returning alive and relatively one piece despite the odds of success, he was punished severely and ashamed for his failure, which couldn't fully blamed on him, as the first was even more powerful than Kakazu had expected. His hatred for his home only grew as they turned their back on him, and always they reminded him of his one failed mission. In a fit of rage, Kakazu butchered the elders of the village that had nearly sent him to his death and stole various kinjutsu from the village, including his signature jutsu, which would lead to his stitched-up appearance. And now he was being forced back into the pit of dogs, all because of yet another mission. But given the amount of money Akatsuki is being paid for their services, he knew that he wouldn't enjoy his time in Takigakure, because they were all arrogant assholes. Like Hidan. Someplace else were two people sitting in a dark room where nothing could be seen but a stray light bulb filling a small space with its glory. Under the light was a scroll with the kanji for human on it. One of the assailants had spiky golden hair and piercing blood-red eyes that could chill the warmth from anyone's body. The other had ocean blue hair and glorious amber eyes that sparkled like jewels. So he's in that scroll, spoke the blue-haired person whose voice belonged to a woman. Yes, stated her compatriot bluntly. What do you plan to do with him? Obviously, since you kept him alive, he has some value to you, said the woman, eyeing her partner wearily, trying to gauge what he was thinking. They had a skirmish with an assassin that was currently residing in that scroll, someone who had been ordered to kill the blonde. She wondered if there were others such as this man out there hunting for her partner and leaving him 6 feet in the ground. Astute of you to notice, commented the blonde as he kept staring at the scroll. The man in the scroll is Sogeki Beru, if you haven't heard of him. A third shinobi World War veteran and among Iwagakure's strongest shinobi and contender for the title of Tsuchikage. It leaves little to the imagination that he was assigned the mission of killing me, wouldn't put it past the old Tsuchikage to eliminate threats to his village. If Onoki would send Sogeki, that clearly means that right now he is being annoying, sending a single dog to hunt a wolf, spoke the blonde with a hint of scorn in his voice. But still, what are your plans in the long term? Questioned the woman. My right eye is very powerful. One of my Kamionanayo allows me to assume control and dominate the minds of those I choose to enslave. Even if his mind was to resist, his body would be under any and all manipulation, and once the link between my eye and their mind is created, it's impossible to break or fight back against the manipulator. Spoke the blonde, clarifying his abilities. But in the long term, he will serve as a sleeper agent within Iwagakure, who will store information and knowledge of its secrets and military strength, among other things. There's your answer, Konan, called out the blonde to the blue-haired woman, revealing herself to be Konan. You intend to place sleeper agents in all the major hidden villages, Ryu? Deadpanned Konan, to which the blonde man known as Ryu, who in actuality was the man known as Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Yondaime Hokage, last of the Uzumaki clan and Madara Uchiha's student and heir. He gazed at her with half-lidded Sharingan eyes, not saying any word other than staring at her. Konan didn't need words to confirm her suspicions, sometimes just a single glacé in one's eye was enough to confirm anything. Just what are you planning with the hidden villages? I'm not fooled by the excuse of information gathering, as you claim your plan to be. Whatever it is, I'm not fool enough to tell you otherwise, said Ryu, clutching his eyes away from her. Konan in turn narrowed her eyes at him. He still didn't trust her, even when he gave her his most valuable possession, his original Sharingan eyes. She felt like she should sigh, but at the same time she shouldn't, as a part of her expected that answer. Ryu, Naruto, Madara, whoever he was, preferred a lone life while walking down a single path, his own path. Naruto, walking under the light, his red cloud emblazoned cloak shining brightly, undid a small knot of twine wrapped around the scroll and unfurled the paper. In the middle were seal arrays with a circle for the kanji for human on it. The scroll itself was Sogeki's prison. Naruto, performing a single handseal, unsealed Sogeki from the scroll, where a puff of smoke was seen, causing the blonde to take a small step back. When the smoke fully dispersed, it revealed the battered form of Sogeki, who had bruises, cuts, disheveled hair, and his eye patch was missing, having been lost during their spar. Sogeki seemed groggy, as if he had just awoken from a long sleep, and his vision was blurry and he couldn't make heads or tails from what he was looking at. When his vision cleared, all he could see was blonde hair and red eyes staring down at him like a almighty statue, almost as if a god was staring down at him. Realizing that the person staring at him was Ryu Yoke's, adrenaline pumping through him, his vision going red and rage fueling him, Sogeki hefted himself to his feet and prepared to punch Ryu in his smug, emotionless face with his right arm. Time slowed down for the Iwagakure shinobi as his fist was inching towards the face of his enemy, and literally with only a centimeters to spare, his fist came to a halt right in front of Naruto's face. Sogeki, surprise taking over him, looked at his extended right arm to find it paralyzed and being unable to move or respond to his body's commands. He looked back at Ryu only to see that his right eye, instead of the usual Sharingan pattern, it was replaced by another pattern which only seemed to invoke fear in him. It was a 3 scythes with points on the back of the scythes, and it had a black pinwheel pattern located in the middle of the eye that surrounded the pupil, and red concentric tomo, and instead of the circle shape that the pupil was known for, it instead had a 3-pointed red shuriken as the pupil. Naruto was currently using Kamionanayo. Tekken Seibutsu Senshukote Kamionanayo. Iron Fist subjugation of the Tyrant Emperor. While it took a certain amount of time to enslave someone with the eye, which must be trained on the person in order to take control, those who were under its thrall can be controlled at any point of time. Naruto merely mentally commanded Sogeki's arm to suddenly stop. Naruto in turn grasped Sogeki's forearm and with great strength and skill broke Sogeki's right arm with minimal effort, and all the while the arm was still suspended in the air following the mental order from Naruto. Sogeki in response screamed in agony at the feeling of his arm breaking, where he fell to his knees and grasped at the suspended limb. Try something like that again and your arm won't be the only thing that is broken, warned Naruto as he stared at Sogeki, who was whimpering like a wounded animal with shrill sobs and grinding of teeth. Konan, who was watching the spectacle, tried desperately to hold back her grimace from watching the cruelty in front of her. Granted, she knew that Ryu didn't take pleasure from cruelty, or at least showed no outward signs of it. He could dish out cruelty as if he was a demon in human flesh. She just closed her eyes and looked away, trying not to see the image before her. Naruto mentally belayed the order he gave to Sogeki's right arm, which dropped limply to the side of the Iwa Nin, writhing on the ground. "You will obey," spoke Naruto casually to the Iwa Nin. Sogeki with his only remaining eye stared at Naruto with nothing but anger and hatred, hoping to intimidate the blonde only by a little, but Naruto was used to looks far worse than that and in greater numbers. Sometimes he just didn't care for the people around him. If a person was dying in front of him, he wouldn't care. To him, men were beasts that were capable than nothing more than random acts of cruelty. The distinction between humans and beasts could be easily seen, such as looking at two apples that were exactly the same. Humans were the same as beasts. These are your orders. You will return to Iwagakure and claim that you were defeated by Ryu Yokais. You will record information of the village's infrastructure, including weaknesses in defense, military might, as well as population, movements, motives, and shinobi distribution of missions, ordered Naruto through the link between his eye and Sogeki, where the orders were burned into Sogeki's mind. At least that was what it felt like. Naruto walked to a dark corner of the room where a door was revealed and opened it, revealing dazzling white light behind it. Sogeki, under the influence of the Iron Fist, saw himself out, not paying any attention to Ryu or Konan, but would walk all the way to Iwagakure as Naruto's pawn, tool, and hostage. When Sogeki had left, Naruto turned to his partner, who was also staring at him, possibly trying to deduce what his plans were. "We should leave. Kakazu will be waiting for us," spoke Naruto as he closed the door. Deactivating his right Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto sent chakra to his left Sharingan. Instead, he stared at a certain spot which was covered by light. And from that spot a wispy black smoke with a purple tint ascended into the room, forming a pillar, which then spread to form an arch made of black purplish smoke with a gaping black hole in between the arch, and wispy plumes of smoke cascaded down the arch, giving it a very malicious look to it. "Come," said Naruto as he was walking towards the arch, but Konan felt uneasy about the whole thing. The arch, from what little Ryu said about it, meant that it was some kind of portal. Just where did the portal go exactly? Naruto, feeling her unease at the dark portal, clarified what exactly it was. "It's Kamionanayo. Sutepu no Shinigami, Steps of the Death God. It can act as a time-impairing technique or a time-impairing portal. The technique is absolute in its capabilities within combat, while the portal is perfect for any form of transportation. Simply walk through the portal and you'll find yourself on the other side of someplace new." Naruto had gained more experience by practicing through the technique during his battle with Sogeki, and his eyes were already increasing in power, and even before he became Madara's student he learned through his body and not his mind, possibly stemming from his immense physical energy that he inherited from his birth and his considerable spiritual energy that he gained from Madara's blood donation. Konan sighed to herself a little before making her way through the portal, almost like being swallowed by a great black maw. Naruto soon followed suit after her, and once his body was through, the portal dissipated and vanished from sight completely. In a dark place in Konohagakure, where only shadows meet. This place, also known as the Root Headquarters, was a place only shades could enter. Danzo Shimura, a Konoha elder and the Yami no Shinobi Darkness of the Shinobi, a man known for his archaic and draconian ideals and methods for what shinobi must be, a puppet master, and Shayadwi manipulator. Danzo had committed heinous crimes and done unspeakable things, all in the name of the village without anyone even proving his actions. If a person or asset proved to be too capable or being unable to control assassination and blackmail were Danzo's preferred tools, and his tools, the soldiers of Root, were merely the pawns on a chessboard to be sacrificed and discarded when they had no further use. To Danzo, sacrificing everything for one's self-village is what exemplified the shinobi. Ideals, morals, laws and emotions meant nothing to him and meant nothing in the shinobi world. Only the completion and the further development of the village's military might was all that mattered, and Danzo was waiting for the day that he would rule Konoha as its Hokage, as it was meant to be ruled. The will of fire was now a dying ember, and it has made Konoha weak and soft, where enemies such as Orochimaru, Ryu Yokeis, Suna, Oto and the Akatsuki could freely pass through the village without any restraint. If only Danzo could have controlled his greatest tool and pet, then many would reconsider attacking Konoha, and with that power he could crush all advancements from enemies. But alas, it was not meant to be, since the Sandaime, his old rival, had discovered what he had been doing with the supposed tool of the village. But that was in the past. Right now he was standing within Root headquarters waiting to meet with one of his acquaintances, someone he had been working with for years, who assisted him in his mission of becoming Hokage and other actions he had done for the village. Danzo was a man of secrets, and his acquaintance must be kept secret, lest for any of Konoha's enemies were to discover him. And right before Danzo's only revealed eye came a swirling space distortion that spiraled in on itself. This person had been his partner from the day the bandaged man found him, surrounded by corpses and bloodied trees. They made several plans with each other, such as the Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha massacre and the Akatsuki's reformation. Someone who he couldn't kill no matter how hard he tried. Someone he had trained to be his heir when he would pass on when he died, and to be Hokage when the time was right. Obito Uchiha. It's been a long time, Danzo, spoke Obito as the Uchiha's full body was clearly visible and no longer a swirling mass. I felt so lonely these past few months without you, jested the Uchiha, although Danzo's expressionless face betrayed nothing. He had trained Obito to be a master shinobi, one without equal. Not even Kakashi could stand against Obito. But still, the reason he kept him secret was the fact that fingers will be pointed and accusations will be made, and Obito was not under his paralysis cursed seal, so Obito could possibly spill the beans on what Danzo has been doing for years. Besides, even though Root is officially disbanded, the Sandaime, Yondaime and Godaime know all too well that its previous members and current members are still very much alive and are still very much loyal to Danzo and to Obito, and no one will question Obito spearheading Root, as not even the Hokage knew how many members there were in Root or who they were. So how did the attempt on coercing Ryu go? Asked Obito rhetorically, already knowing the answer. To Obito, Danzo seemed to narrow his lone visible eye in aggravation, or maybe that was a trick of the mind. But Danzo was also inspecting Obito's new attire, such as the Uchiha battle dress and the mask, along with a massive gunbai tied to a chain jutting out of Obito's sleeve. Preparing for war, are we? Stated Danzo coldly, also asking a rhetorical question. Obito chuckled at the answer, because that's what it would look like from anyone's point of view. Sort of, spoke Obito as he rubbed his mask in contemplation. But still, I really want to know how your meeting with Yokeis went. I suppose it must have been positive, since he's currently running around the world causing trouble with each step he takes, said Obito, his good mood going sour and Danzo's left eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. Iwa Nin are among the most stupid and the most unreliable. I was confident that Yokeis had been fully subdued and I could koto Amatsukami during that time period, but I underestimated Yokeis. His knowledge of Uzumaki Fuinjutsu is astounding. He was able to uncover and the weakness behind the chakra suppression seal, spoke Danzo with a hint of praise towards the blonde Sharingan wielder. Also, Yokeis wouldn't be let loose on the world if you hadn't had failed in trying to make him our pawn in the first place. Obito hid his expression from Danzo behind his mask, but you could feel the aggravation being laced within the air, like a needle sewing itself into cloth. However, he never expected the revelation of who Ryu Yokeis truly was. A man with many faces. Naruto Uzumaki. Obito wondered if Danzo already knew of this revelation. Did he know that the son of the Yondaime had joined the enemy? Enemy in a sense really, but the Akatsuki may turn out to be enemies if Naruto had his way with the organization. His unique charisma can see to that, and his power will only cement his position within the organization. But still Nagato was under Obito's thumb, like a chained dog. So long as he had the Rinnegan user under control, then Naruto won't make any move against him. Right now they were waiting for their other to make the first step to start their secret Cold War, but yet unseen from anyone's eyes. Obito had to ensure that Naruto's existence will stay as it was, as if the blonde was never meant to be. If not, and if the information that he was alive along with a powerful Keki Genkai and unmatched potential, he may have others lining up to follow him, and if the people of Konoha never find out that he's part of the Akatsuki, Naruto may use any support he would gain from the people and use them to turn against Danzo and Obito along with the Root faction. But still the game had begun, the pieces were moving and it was currently a stalemate, but already Obito has lost a piece, the knight, Kisame Hoshigaki. If Obito were to capture that piece, then the most powerful piece on the board, the queen, Naruto, will use his might to take the kings, Nagato and Danzo, and the game will be over. Therefore only a queen can battle another queen, so Obito and Naruto were going to play the game to see which opposing piece would fall first. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win, or you die. There is no middle ground. And death was certainly going to happen if Obito were to lose against Naruto. Obito could literally feel the power from that man. His chakra was large and monstrous and no less potent. His eyes were chilling and empty like his own. And his body was strong and fit, perfect for conquering any limitation, and a mind that was devious and cunning that no one could read until you found your head missing from your shoulders. Just how did Naruto get this strong in his life? He must have been trained extensively from a master with little to no equal. But his chakra was strangely familiar to the first Hokage. But Obito knew that there was no blood relation between Naruto and Hashirama, at least not that he knew of. Thinking like that would get Obito nowhere. Thinking on the past was how you die early. Thinking to the future was how you kept your head and your power. Naruto is an enemy and a threat to everything he had created and everything he had done. And all enemies must be eliminated. The plan must stay as it is, his plan and no one else's. Whether or not we have him under control is of no consequence. Yokaze is a rotten seed that will seep its way into everything we know. His skill and potential growth will only continue to grow unless we pluck the sapling from its roots before it fully grows into a tree. But still, when Tsunade announces his full heritage, the civilians of the village will be shepherded like sheep and will no doubt give him their support and rally behind him as his allies. That is if they don't discover his connections to the Akatsuki, but one thing we can count on is that, like lambs to the slaughter, Uzumaki will sacrifice them like pieces on the board, drawled Obito to Danzo, who opened his one eye in surprise at the surprise news. Obito, seeing this reaction, decided to remind Danzo of who they were dealing with. What? You didn't know? Spoke Obito sarcastically, which broke Danzo from his stupor. Ryu Yokaze and Naruto Uzumaki are one and the same person. Ryu is Naruto and Naruto is Ryu. I can't believe that you were unable to figure it out. Continued Obito with that smug voice of his. Danzo didn't respond to any of this but tightened his grip on his cane ever so slightly. So the Kyuubi lives, stated Danzo as he returned to his usual expression. I don't know, the Kyuubi may be alive, or it may still be dead, however, I just happen to believe that the latter is fact and not the other way around. But it does raise an rather interesting question, how is Naruto Uzumaki alive? I don't know, and I doubt we will ever have the answer, replied Obito. If he is Naruto Uzumaki, then what became of his whisker marks signifying his connection to the Kyuubi? Even if he died, he would still have the whiskers denoting his status as a weapon, questioned Danzo, to which Obito shrugged his shoulders. You know how I don't like pondering the ifs and whats, or what might have been, but if only you had your hands on Tekurufu a little longer, then this situation may have been averted. That Tekurufu, he would have been much easier to control back then, he had such great talent and ability, pondered Obito as he thought about the skilled root agent. Well, former root agent. If Hiruzen hadn't interfered and if he hadn't disbanded root, then maybe Tekurufu would have been of use, aside from all my other agents, who are all mediocre at best. spoke Danzo scornfully at losing his greatest agent, but he still had Toge Bushu, who was already a powerful asset who was busy tracking down Ryu Yokeis. The Sandame does like sticking his nose into others' business, but now that he's dead, Tsunade will not be an issue, as unlike him she's not as strong as her teacher or her grandfather, and can be deceived with help from Homura and Kaharu. Besides, Tsunade was certainly in the dark about many things going on in her village, the dark secrets behind the leaves and under roots. However, the problem remains to be thorn cutting into our flesh. I have hired assassins from Kumo and Suna to deal with yokeis. My spies also report that there are others out there hunting for yokeis. But still, I question their competency over their missions. And when someone knows you specifically, you tend to know what you're thinking. Spoke Danzo, to which Obito nodded. Don't worry about it, even if the assassins fail, said Obito, gripping Danzo's attention. I already have a piece behind enemy lines. And with that said, Obito used his Kamui Jutsu and created a swirling distortion, sucking him up like a vacuum. Leaving Danzo alone to ponder this news. He couldn't tell Tsunade. She would only send out search parties and bring the enemy into the village, and if he told either Kaharu and Homura, they would also inform Tsunade and things would spiral out of his control. He would have to trust Obito for the moment and see what he would do to remove Naruto from the board. Sakura was trudging through Konoha, walking through the heavy rain that bucketed the streets. As always, it was either raining or the clouds would never part. Sometimes it felt like a wound that continued to bleed and never to heal. Sometimes she just felt like giving up on the weather. She would hope that one day the eternal clouds of Konoha would part to reveal the shining sun. Speaking of the sun, the image of a certain blonde appeared in her head. The blonde she desperately wanted to see again. Sometimes she felt like she couldn't live on in the world around her. It's as if when Naruto died, a piece of her went with him. She would smile around her friends, but did she truly smile? To be honest, she found no point in smiling if she wasn't happy. Most believed that she had moved on with Naruto's death, but his departure has forever left a festering scar on her heart. Those who knew that she hadn't given up on the blonde keep telling her, get a grip of yourself and move on. Why would you miss that thing? That monster should have died sooner. You know this isn't healthy for you, besides, why mourn for him? Stop acting so depressed and have some fun. Those were among the people that Ino would gossip to and would offer their advice for her, believing that she deserved to be healed by others. Why continue on with the world the way it is? She didn't know. All she wanted to know was to hug a blonde knucklehead until his orange clothing was torn. She hadn't told this to anyone, but sometimes she would contemplate suicide just to make the pain go away. Sometimes she dreamt of this subconsciously, where she would wake up with beads of sweat running down her body. This must have been how Tsunade felt. But she was able to spend time with the person she loved. Sometimes she would just listen to how Tsunade would talk about Dan. Although it would hurt the blonde women, it must have eased her heart knowing that there was someone she could talk to. However, she didn't have her pain erased quite so easily. She hardly knew Naruto aside from the fact that he liked her and he loved ramen. She didn't even bother to get to know him back then. She was so selfish and bratty, but most 12-year-old girls were like that. Only did the slap that came to her face that Sasuke would probably never return her feelings and that she had fallen in love with the wrong person. When they became a genin team, she was just sitting there and Sasuke came up to her and complimented the one thing that she hated, only to say that it was something Naruto would say. It was right before her eyes and yet she didn't see it. Now that she realized it, she never felt truly happy with Sasuke, and all the times she spent with him, he never truly made her smile, made her laugh, and he never brought about this warm feeling to her, almost like the sun. Sasuke would hardly look at her, and the only times he did, he was either scowling, sneering, or having this annoyed look on his face. He even openly insulted her multiple times, saying that she was annoying. What kind of person would say that to someone? Only to a person that someone hated. But when she was around Naruto and his silly antics and hyperactive enthusiasm, she found herself smiling, laughing, and most of all making as if the sun was beating like a heart inside her. She would admit that Naruto wasn't as good looking as Sasuke, but his big smile would more than make up for it. He complimented that which she hated. He saved her multiple times and didn't even ask or expect a thank you in return. Just knowing that she would still smile meant everything to him, although it was rude of her not to say thank you in return. But all he wanted was her to be happy. To her that was the purest form of love in the world, even if it was unrequited love. She would give anything, just to relive those moments and continue to live them again. She would give anything just for that. She knew that people died, everyone will die at some point, immortality was impossible, but Naruto died far too soon. The only times she could be with him were in her dreams, and when she would wake up, a melancholy feeling would wash over and she would remind herself that it was just a dream. Just a dream. And even if she would never wake again, would it matter? And if he wasn't real, would it matter? Now it came to her. Why she became a medic, why she continued to live. To ensure that people like Naruto wouldn't die, she knew that they would have their lives ended at some point, but she could reduce the chances of that happening. To decrease senseless death and hatred. Would Naruto be proud of her? To know that she is aspiring to be something greater than what she was. She was at least able to have some form of comfort. When she would work at the hospital, she would sometimes do checkups on the children when some of the other doctors were unavailable. She liked the times when Sei was around Naruto, would smile at the happy faces the children would wear and the smiles from their parents. She would admit that she was jealous over the fact that a future such as that will be out of reach forever. While waiting for Naruto to return from his last mission, she had this tiny thought in her mind: is what kind of life would they live if Naruto was still alive? She knew thoughts like that would achieve nothing in her life. Continuing to walk through the rain littering Konoha, she saw her house inside. Her parents knew that she fell in love with Naruto, but neither of them had confronted her about it, and she preferred to keep it that way. But still, today was an important day. The day of her first mission as a Chunin, the day also known as the tragedy of Akiha Pass. Akiha Pass, thought Sakura as she remembered the tragic day felt by all within the Hidden Leaf village. It was her first mission as a Chunin after she got promoted. 80 Konoha shinobi including herself were sent on a mission to retrieve information that was stolen from the village. Dangerous information regarding the village, a list of Anbu agents and spies along with intelligence contacts spread throughout the shinobi world who were all affiliated with Konoha. If anyone were to get their hands on those documents, then they would know about the spies planted within the other villages along with their families living and working with them to gather the necessary information they were ordered to retrieve, such as defense weaknesses, military movement and weapons. It would be considered the greatest weapon in the world because of their strategic importance. Many of the ninja were infiltration agents that melded into their respective villages that they were assigned to. Sakura herself didn't know much about it, but knew that many people including innocents and children would die if the information was found or leaked. So she along with many Anbu agents and high-ranking Jonin were gathered together to retrieve the stolen information from those who actually stole it. Iwagakure. Sakura was only chosen because of the trust Tsunade gave her and faith in her skills to get the job done. She was second in command on the mission after her captain, a man she didn't really know or want to get to know. The many ninja that were chasing after the 4 Iwagakure shinobi were masters of disguise and espionage and were able to hide themselves among the common fold of the Land of Fire. But with help from Inuzuka members who were able to track their scent did they finally pick up the trail of their enemy ninja. And they found them at Akiha Pass, where a large town was located. Sakura would have kept on remembering the intense memories if not for her automated body arriving at the doorstep of her home. She opened the door only to be showcased to the disapproving look from her mother. And she stared back with as much intensity as the blonde-haired woman. "Where have you been, young lady?" questioned Mebuki as she placed her hands on her hips, awaiting her daughter's response. "Coming home from a mission, as you know it's my job, or didn't you get the memo?" rebuked Sakura as she continued to stare at her mother. One of the things that has changed in her personal life was her relationship with her mother. Ever since Mebuki had found out that Sakura harbored feelings for the demon, she went livid and went into a heated and violent argument that nearly made everyone in the Leaf Village go deaf. The two then had a strained relationship since, while Sakura got along better with her father as he didn't really mind Naruto seeing him as a poor boy rather than a container, but still as all the other parents he didn't do anything to help Naruto, which made him just as guilty as the other villagers, in Sakura's mind that is. Over the years Mebuki has tried and failed to make Sakura give up on Naruto and look for a man who deserves her more. But nothing she would say or do would get through her stubborn daughter's mind, as when she tried to pair Sakura up with a dashing young man they would normally end up in the hospital with broken bones, burns, scrapes, bruises, cuts, bent limbs and torn clothing. Some of them were still recovering in the hospital even now while I'm writing this chapter. But Sakura inherited her stubbornness from Mebuki, so the blonde woman wouldn't give up. But now was not the time. Every time you come home you trail mud and water all through the house, can't you ever show respect for your space and everyone else's? Continued Mebuki, which earned a glare from her pink-haired daughter. Sorry, it's not like I can control the weather, spoke Sakura with a hint of sarcasm and disrespect as she brushed past her mother and onto her room. She saw her father reading a newspaper at the dining room table where he said, "Hi honey," while Sakura ignored him and kept on walking. Once she reached her room she threw her backpack against the wall and removed her shinobi attire and instead put on comfortable clothing just for the being lazy around the house. She now wore form-hugging pants and a simple yellow t-shirt which fits her like a glove. With nothing to do aside from watching the rain batter itself against her window. Sakura took out a brush and paperwork and starting writing down the report for her mission and trying not to think of Naruto or Uchiha Pass. A few minutes later she heard a knock against her door where she ushered the person in, revealing her father, saying that there was an Anbu at the door waiting for her. Apparently Tsunade had asked for her presence regarding an important matter to which she didn't know. On her way out her mother reminded her to take an umbrella so to avoid the rain, to which Sakura without saying anything snatched an umbrella from her father and left for the Hokage mansion. When she arrived at the mansion she was guided towards a special room where her mentor was waiting for her, sitting on a green couch staring out across the water-drenched village. "You wanted to see me, Tsunade-sama," spoke Sakura, clutching her hands and waiting by the door. "I wanted to see you to discuss some things regarding that incident," spoke Tsunade as her soft gaze landed on her apprentice, who was the closest thing to a daughter the older woman ever had. Sakura nodded at her teacher and took a seat upon a couch opposite her mentor. "This is about Uchiha Pass, isn't it, sensei?" said Sakura solemnly as she stared at the ground, desperately trying not to remember what happened. "Today is the anniversary. And yet we still don't know what truly happened that day," replied Tsunade as she stared down at the ground. "Sakura, please, tell me what happened. I want to know, not only as your Hokage but someone that loves you." Sakura looked up to see Suand with pleading brown eyes trying to make her open up and a look that seemed almost like it wanted to heal a scar. "They blame me, don't they?" rebutted Sakura. To which Tsunade sighed as it was her analysis was correct. "Please tell me, Sakura," said Tsunade again, and after a few minutes of looking into each other's eyes Sakura forfeited the staring contest and opened up to her teacher. "Everything was going fine. We found the infiltrators and we had the information in hand," started Sakura, with Tsunade listening intently to the story. "The Hokage needed to know what happened. The grief-stricken families needed to know what happened. We did what we thought was right and we were able to save lives in the process," continued Sakura with the story. "I was talking to the captain and we were discussing what our next move should be. He decided that we should destroy the information so that no one could have it, thereby protecting its secrets and protecting lives," recounted Sakura, and she was right with the captain. Powerful knowledge such as that shouldn't be allowed in anyone's hands. After that, there was silence. Knife-cutting silence that you can only find in a few places. Among death and pain. We couldn't even hear birds, nor the sound of the rain hitting our skin, not even our footsteps squelching the ground. We heard nothing. Until it came, spoke Sakura, to which Tsunade was sitting on the edge of her seat as if watching a thrilling movie. "What came? Sakura, tell me what it was," queried Tsunade, wanting to know what happened. "The first thing we heard was a scream. It sounded almost as if it was a wounded animal, writhing in agony and surrounded by haunting whispers. One of my comrades said it was just some lunatic who ate some hallucination-inducing berries. But I just knew that it was different than that. I couldn't get a good look at the person since he was shrouded by my comrades' bodies, so I went to tell the captain of this lunatic, as they claimed," continued Sakura. "The next thing I hear while talking to the captain was metal-piercing flesh, and cries of battle. Then, as if a chorus, a symphony was being played, I heard screams that could shatter glass and wake the departed. When I turned to look all I saw was a body flying towards me, and then I suppose I lost consciousness." She then felt a hand on her shoulder to see that her teacher had changed places and was now sitting next to her. What happened next? Asked Tsunade, which made tears form in the corners of Sakura's eyes, and like a flood the tears trailed down Sakura's cheeks and her lips and hands quivered. Her whole body was shaking, hoping to not remember to what she woke up to. Please tell me, Sakura. I woke up in a sea of blood. In Kumogakure, among the mountains and clouds, high above the sky, always the light blue of day, things were bustling and turning about as they normally would with the villagers of the Lightning Village. In his office was the Raikage signing off documents and approving missions for his shinobi. He had been contemplating recently the raid on the Kujiro temple and the theft of the sacred Tenbogiri no Tsurugi. A black blade of massive power if used in the hands of a master. He had to have the blade back in Kumo's possession, where it rightfully belonged. That's why the Raikage would send one of his best agents as both a motive to eliminate Ryu Yokeis, retrieve the Tenbogiri and receive funds in the process from a rather wealthy contributor. Danzo. He heard his door knock and he ushered the person in. The person was a slender and cute-looking woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. She had blonde hair which was slicked back with two long strands styled into a distinctive antennae-like appearance which pointed towards the back of her head. She had vivid green eyes and she had a light coat of pink lipstick. She had a slender hourglass figure that could make men drool at the very sight. She wore black opera gloves with spikes on the knuckles and long skin-tight leather pants, black high-heeled shoes which she could easily walk in, and the Kumogakure flak jacket to which she also wore a leather bikini underneath, and had a tattoo on her right shoulder which was the kanji for violence, and a spiked choker chain wrapped around her neck. "So you called for me?" asked the girl rather innocently. "Yes, I have need for your talents, and you're the only person I can trust for this mission, since if I send B he will most likely screw the mission up and get lost in the process where he could go on a holiday for who knows how long," spoke as he rubbed his temples. Okay, so who am I killing this time?" questioned the woman as she started to stretch. "Ryu Yokeis, and you will also acquire the Tenbogiri from his possession which he stole from Kumogakure," spoke gaining the woman's attention. "Okay, fine, I just hope he's handsome, hate to kill a good-looking guy," spoke the blonde-haired woman. Aside with exasperation at the woman. "You are to kill him, not flirt or make out with him, understand?" Sighed A. Fine, there you go, ruining my fun, again. "So do you accept this mission, Ninfu Boruto?" questioned A as he crossed his arms. "Fine, but can I flirt with him just before I kill him?" queried Ninfu, which made A drop his head, which meant that the answer was yes. He gave up easily since the girl was stubborn as a rock, so it was near impossible to convince her otherwise. In Sunagakure, among the sand, wind and heat to which the country was famous for, the blistering, blazing fires on the wind were obscuring the true intent of its leader. Gaara, the young man who was chosen to be the new cage for the village hidden in the sand. Gaara had suffered along with the rest of his kind, the Jinchuriki. He soon learned to hate his environment and his eyes held contempt for those who wronged him. To prove his existence he felt that only killing those could possibly tell the world that he was among its people. But he found his ideals challenged when he found solace in the form of another of his kind, Naruto Uzumaki, like him the son of his respective Yondaime. One who suffered more than he did and yet finding courage and determination to continue on despite his immense pain. Gaara had suffered the loss of his first friend when his former rival Sasuke Uchiha killed him at the Valley of the End. When Naruto came into his life and changed his views, Gaara felt little intent to kill anyone, but now, that was different. His intent to kill Sasuke was far greater than the pain he suffered. He wanted the Uchiha's blood to stain his sand and his red eyes to look at him in horror. Gaara was broken from his brooding when he heard a knock at the door. Like any cage, he ushered the person in, to reveal another of his top ninja, one who was also considered to be Kage but denied the position down just for personal reasons. "Yakedo, I have an important mission that I believe only you are capable of achieving," spoke Gaara as he laced his fingers together in a thinking position. Yakedo was a tall and slender man with bright, shoulder-length, red hair styled into slicked back spikes with a widow's peak and small eyebrows. Bright emerald green eyes and reverse teardrop-shaped tattoos under each eye. He wore a Swanakure flak jacket but without shoulder pads and a collar. He wore red ninja sandals with really baggy pants which were drooping at the back. He wore a orange sash around his waist and an orange jacket over his flak jacket and a ragged yellow scarf with dark yellow stripes around his neck, and he also wore red wrist warmers. "When are you going to stop wearing that ridiculous color?" stated Gaara. "The moment I stop liking orange, which is never," spoke Yakedo with a shit-eating grin. "I need you to eliminate the man that killed our previous daimyo. He's a powerful and experienced member of the Akatsuki with powerful friends and allies." "Oh, you mean the Ryu guy? Why? If anything, he actually helped our village, and from what I've seen on the street, people are actually happy he's dead. Even your brother and sister are happy," said Yakedo, bewildered. "Despite what he did for our village, we cannot allow a shinobi like him to be wandering around killing daimyos," spoke Gaara. Fine, I'll do it, but I better get a raise in my salary from it," spoke Yakedo with a small grin. Gaara sighed at the mon's demands but conceded defeat anyway. With Hidan and Kakazu, one was waiting patiently for the arrival of their soon-to-be temporary teammates while the other, less so. Both were about to leave if it wasn't for a black purplish arch door appear from nowhere. And out walked their comrades who they had been waiting for. However, the taller one received an unexpected and unwanted surprise of accidentally stepping in some droppings a dog had left behind. He lifted his foot to see the natural waste on his foot and gained a tick mark in response at his misfortune. His partner Konan, however, tried to suppress a giggle at the scene. Kakazu meanwhile didn't care, but could sympathize since it happens to anybody at some point. However, Hidan just felt like shouting his opinion to the world. "Haha, did you see that, Kakazu? He totally stepped in that dogshit." "Haha, classic," yelled Hidan in glee while patting Kakazu's back, rather hardly earning a groan from the stitched-up man. Naruto's ears twitched in response, obviously catching what Hidan just said. And in a swift movement he kicked Hidan in the face with the foot that had the dog stool on it with some on Hidan's face. "Well, that's what you get for making a fool out of Ryu Yokeis." Hidan meanwhile was running and screaming around the small clearing, muttering intangible things. "Kakazu," spoke Konan as Naruto was scraping of the crap on his foot. "Nice to see you again," spoke Kakazu with a dull voice. "Bakuto Poka is in Takigakure, readying himself for the gambling tournament. All I know is he is in the village and it's best not to draw attention yourself as he'll run at the first sign of trouble." Naruto and Konan nodded at the ancient shinobi's words and followed the man through a waterfall that would lead to the village with Hidan glaring at Ryu, and soon they made their way into Takigakure where they began walking around the village. There were canals running through the streets forming various loops and twisting ways with people riding on gondolas for various reasons such as transport, romance, friends helping out other friends. The entire village smelled like clean fish if such a smell was actually possible. But the village was surrounded by a giant lake which must be home to plenty of fish. And across the lake was a massive tree which acted as a roof to the village and hiding it from view of enemies and allies alike. But still the tree did not shroud the light of the sun from view, and it was enough for clear visibility. But one thing which interested the blonde was Kakazu. He could feel the anger and hatred radiating off him. Naruto could emphasize with Kakazu since Naruto himself but have been treated in a similar way. He had heard about Kakazu's past in the village but didn't pry either out of respect or simple lack of interest in the subject. He could also feel Hidan's stabbing gaze on him, almost as if Hidan was hoping to kill him with a frightening look, but since you couldn't kill people with a glare it had little effect on him. Konan was her usual self but was actively looking at her surroundings and taking note of what was actually around her. And in her opinion the village had a certain elegance to it. Kakazu was seething with every step he took. His anger was so great that he might have actually burned the ground where his feet were. But still, as the Akatsuki's treasurer he would have to collect funds for the organization, and money was indeed important to their plan, and they had the chance to hit a huge stash of cash from the nobles that were after Bakuto's head. "We will never find Bakuto within the village no matter how good a censor you or Ryu. He has a way of hiding from his debt collectors. He will only appear at the gambling tournament that is being held tonight at the local casino. Bakuto never misses a chance to gain money in clean ways," spoke Kakazu to Ryu and Konan, completely ignoring Hidan. "Bakuto has a habit of betting mostly all of his money on gambling and other things. We first need to collect the money from him and then leave with his head. Should be rather simple, but he also has a streak of cheating to his name, but since the tournament will be centers around his favorite game, I don't expect him to cheat, but he will win above all else. Continued Kakazu, recounting of what he knew of Bakudo. So therefore we must look the part to gain an upper hand on Bakudo, stated Konan, which made Kakazu nod. Looks like we will be going shopping. Ryu's paying, spoke Konan, causing said blonde to raise an eyebrow at her. All three went their separate ways to go shopping for their disguise mission, leaving Naruto to wander around the village, for already having a suit in his possession and already giving them the money. He saw how the people would mill about in their daily lives, not giving a care in the world. Sometimes he would look across the lake and see it glitter and shine as if life was cemented into the water. However, he noticed a strange abnormality. People were currently cheering and drinking alcohol and partying with friends. To Naruto, this was not behavior appropriate for a gambling tournament. No, this was different. Perhaps this abnormality had to do with the time of year.
He also noticed that people were setting up booths for games and food along with drinks and toys and accessories. There were water shooting games, and if you win you earn a prize, and ball games where you had to get as much balls in the clown's mouth and you won a prize. In MNAY, lanterns were being strung up on strings. They glowed with noble magnificence that the blonde had only seen a few times. He saw children run past him pretending to be ninja with their wooden kunais, katanas and shuriken while wearing fake hite-ates with badly scribbled on symbols of their village, and they were laughing and playing with little care in the world, almost as if nothing will go wrong in their little world. If they became ninja, they probably wanted to join for glory and awesome action. Their innocence almost brought a smile to Naruto's face, almost. As a child he never had any innocence. He didn't think he had any from the day he was born. He went through things those children should never have to go through. It didn't matter. None of that mattered. The blonde continued on walking. A few minutes later he brushed past someone who could possibly give him answers on what was happening around him. "Why, hello there, young man. Are you here for the Ikirantan, Spirit Lantern, Festival?" spoke a humble-looking old woman who appeared in her early 50s. She was currently hanging up lanterns by the time Naruto walked by. "No, just passing by, and to be quite honest, I've never heard of the Ikirantan Festival," spoke Naruto impassively. But this Ikirantan Festival intrigued him. The only other festivals he had been to were the ones in Wave Country and the Kyubi Festival, where the villages would play their favorite game of fox hunt. Well, this a revered festival of Takigakure that has existed since the near beginning of the village. "Would you like me to explain the history, young man?" To which it earned a slight nod from the young blonde. First, to start off, there were two warring clans that had been feuding with each other for many centuries, spoke the woman, but was interrupted by Naruto. The Senju and the Uchiha clans. No, but they were similar. They were called Shin clan and the Rai clan. Now among their members 2 children were born. The head of the clan's son, Kurata from the Shin clan, and the head of the clan's daughter, Minako from the Rai clan. One day both were walking through a forest by a river where the two of them happened upon each other. They say it was love at first sight, spoke the woman, with Naruto listening intently, noting that this tale sounded eerily similar. After that day, they met up every day by the same spot every time the sun would set, but instead of speaking they would send each other lanterns, and written on the paper they started conveying their feelings for each other. But when the fighting between their two clans intensified, the violence increased and Kurata lost his life during one of their battles. Minako, overcome with grief, threw herself against a tree, battering her body again and again until her bones were broken. Naruto was getting the feeling that the story just took a depressing turn of events. Then, while laying on the ground, grieving and weeping, she cried. Her tears were large and plentiful, and her tears later became a lake where all manners of creatures and seafaring animals made their home in her tears. Eventually a giant koi fish, known as the elephant koi, known for its massive size, gifted Minako a lantern that allowed her to see her beloved Kurata whenever she closed her eyes while holding the lantern. Naruto had to remark that it was a sad tale indeed. But after the elephant koi gifted Minako with the lantern, a seafaring dragon made its lair in Minako's tears. The dragon gifted Minako with a single pearl, which later grew into a massive tree in the middle of the lake. But still, even with the lantern and the pearl seed, Minako still grieved. So out of pity the dragon ate her. The end, spoke the old woman to Naruto's impassive face staring at her. Man, what a depressing story. They say that if you hold a lantern and close your eyes during the festival, you will find what is really important to you. spoke the woman, with Naruto's impassive gaze in full force. With that, Naruto walked away, not believing such a tale or fantasy. He continued walking before he found a pitiful sight before him. Join the religion of Jashinism. Jashinism will show you the true way to enlightenment and above all, a place by his side in paradise. Yelled a voice that was familiar to Naruto. He peeked over a person's shoulder to see Hidan attempting to convert civilians and shinobi to join his religion. To Naruto, if there was anything more stupid than that story he was told was the religion of Jashinism. Besides, no one was actually listening to Hidan. Not even a crowd had gathered around him. Religion was a useless thing to him, so why bother following after a god that clearly doesn't exist? So with those thoughts in his head, he decided to leave. Hidan, seeing Ryu within the crowd and attempting to leave, tried to stop him by forgiving him. So he ran through the non-existent crowd to catch up with the Sharingan wielder. When he caught up, he placed a hand on the young man's shoulders. Ryu, hey, listen, I know we didn't have the greatest of introductions, but I'm willing to forgive you if you join the followers of Jashin, and together we will spread our great religion to the corners of the world where everyone will adhere to the laws of Jashin, spoke Hidan, getting ahead of himself and over-enthusiastic about his religion. What? Stated Naruto, which made Hidan face fall on the ground in exasperation. Why would I want to join your following? Said Naruto, referring to the fact that the only follower of Jashin he knew was Hidan, and the fact that Hidan failed to convince everyone of his religion just meant there was little profit from converting to Jashinism. Don't you seek enlightenment? Spoke Hidan as he got off the floor with his gobsmacked face in full effect. No, answered Naruto bluntly. Besides, anyone that joins Jashinism are fools, really. Spoke Naruto as he started walking again away from Hidan, who was fuming where he stood. Naruto basically just called him an idiot and ridiculed his religion. Although Hidan would allow Kakuzu to get away with it because he was his partner, but from Ryu he guessed it was acceptable to kill him. Hidan, readying his scythe, he threw it at Ryu downward so the pointy end would come down on top of him and kill him, while the silver-haired man smirked victoriously as the blades inched closer and closer to Ryu's shoulder, which would make him bleed to death on the floor. However, before he could blink, saw Naruto catch the scythe and flip it over his shoulder, which carried Hidan and slammed him on the ground a bit away in front of the blonde, which created small dusted cloud and a spider web crack to form on the ground. The follower of Jashin groaned in pain, but he didn't have enough time to pick himself up. He found his weapon being tugged away from him while he was still holding it, and before he knew it he found Naruto's foot in his face again. Those actions caused a little fear to travel through the civilians who were watching. Naruto, realizing that Bakuto may be watching, decided to leave and act normal so Bakuto will not suspect anything. So Naruto swiftly and quickly disappeared from sight, leaving Hidan alone. When he got away from his previous location and was next to the lake which Takigakure was known to have. Unfortunately, Hidan just had to follow him since Naruto could feel the religious man's repugnant chakra closing in on him. Naruto, unafraid of Hidan, just waited where he was for his fellow Akatsuki member. I'm going to kill you, shouted Hidan as he swung his scythe at Naruto, who easily dodged it. Naruto jumped onto the water to escape Hidan. He didn't feel like fighting all that much and preferred to just wait for the gambling tournament to begin so he can get away from Hidan and his annoying religion. When Hidan also landed on the water using his chakra to keep him afloat, Naruto conceded and readied to fight Hidan, but as always he won't go all out on him. He always wondered why. Maybe he did inherit some habits from Madara. Who goes all out on a child? Was his mentor's words. Besides, it was fun holding back. Naruto unsealed his scythe ready to combat Hidan. He also channeled chakra into his right eye, and this was a perfect time to snuff out the traitor, even if it was Hidan. But controlling Hidan also had its own reward. To wrest the Akatsuki from Obito's control, the only way to do that would be to take control of its members. His Kamiyonanayo would see to that, for it was impossible to break free from the control of the eye. Once under its effects you would be just a slave, to carry out its master's command. Meanwhile, an old man with a cane was walking by and saw the two shinobi preparing to fight each other. They better beware of the Unagi, spoke the old man before he hobbled off somewhere, not caring about the ninja powerhouses. Naruto and Hidan charged at each other and their weapons met with a loud clash, with Naruto blocking Hidan's downward slice and causing water to fly everywhere. Naruto, in an amazing feat of strength, pushed back against Hidan's scythe, which caused the silver-haired man to become unbalanced and lose his footing, allowing time for Naruto to kick him away and across the water. Hidan in retaliation threw his scythe at Naruto, who saw it coming with his Sharingan and was able to dodge it, only for Hidan to redirect it where it was now aimed for Naruto's back. Since the weapon was not made of chakra, Naruto couldn't sense its incoming attack, but with his Sharingan he could see the ripples of Hidan's muscle and was able to deduce what he was able to do, so he backflipped in the air, avoiding the scythe. When Naruto looked up, he saw Hidan with his scythe buried in his abdomen and his blood dripping into the water and a horror-stricken look in his face. "Ow! Ow! You dickhead! Do you know how much that hurts? Oh God!" yelled Hidan, which made Naruto raise his eyebrows at him in unexpected surprise. Never in his life had he met someone who could survive a blow like that and to look completely fine. Within a moment Hidan pulled out his scythe and cracked his neck. How is he? Is he immortal? No, there's no such thing in the world. Even the legendary sage of the Six Paths was still mortal, even with his godlike powers. Hidan must have experimented with his body and must have used some religion-related ninjutsu to achieve a near unable to die state. But still, he will die at some point, even he must admit that with his so-called immortality. He must require nutrients to maintain his body, and I don't believe he is impervious to age. It seems that my only choices now are to wear him down until he can't fight back, or take control of him, or cut off his limbs so he won't be able to do anything other than to bite knees off. Thought Naruto, deducing and uncovering the mechanics of Hidan's jutsu. He's a close-quarters melee fight. He uses his immortality to his advantage so he can continue fighting even with 5 swords in his chest. But it seems that it still causes him pain on some level, and his wounds regenerate at a remarkable level comparable to my own. But still he must have jutsu that would cause debilitating damage on his opponents, or he may use his immortality to some degree revolving around his jutsu. I may need to use Oshi no Shuduan, teachings of the monastery, should I be too injured in my battle. Because I have the feeling that normal medical ninjutsu will not be enough to save me should I be injured. Thought Naruto, referring to one of his most powerful abilities. Currently in Hidan's mind, yes, kill, 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 pain, lots of pain, kill, kill, kill. Not in Hidan's mind. With those thoughts, Hidan rushed at Ryu again, who fell into a defensive stance ready to combat his fellow Akatsuki member. Hidan jumped into the air and swung his scythe down, trying to split Naruto's skull open, but Naruto cartwheeled away and tried to kick Hidan, who blocked the kick with his scythe and took out one of his retractable spears and tried to stab Naruto in the shoulder, who blocked it with his scythe. And with amazing agility infiltrated Hidan's guard by closing the distance between the two of them and slit his throat with amazing speed and pushed against the scythe to get some space between him and Hidan, where he saw the member's blood splay everywhere and staining his clothes. "Oh! You fucker!" screamed Hidan as he gripped his neck, and his yells were loud enough for the entire village to hear. "Do you know how much that fucking hurts?" "I don't know, since I've never had my throat slit before," replied Naruto with an annoying smirk that cold piss anyone off. Gripping his triple-bladed scythe and spear, Hidan charged at Naruto in a berserker rage, not caring if he got hurt in the process so long as he killed the Sharingan wielder. And now Ryu was the most annoying person in the world aside from Kakazu that Hidan would love to kill without savoring his death. Konan meanwhile was walking through the village after she brought a dress she liked from a high-class shop. She was currently wondering Ryu, more importantly his health, since he took a kunai to the skull and he seemed perfectly okay. I mean, who survives such a thing? She then heard shouting and look across the bridge she was walking on to see 2 buffoons duking it out, and she sighed when she noticed one of them was blonde. Kakazu had bought himself a nice suit with Ryu's money since he didn't like spending his own money on himself. He was currently thinking what else he could buy until he heard shouting, where he looked to see 2 idiots trying to stab each other, and he sighed when he noticed one of them had silver hair and a big scythe. Ryu was on the defensive. He underestimated Hidan's penchant for violence because it was that so-called violence that was putting him on the defensive. When Hidan would try to slice him with his spear, he would toss around his scythe with amazing ability and redirect it, aiming for his side or back so to keep his attention on the Saika's main weapon. Or he would reverse the tactics, but other than that his movements were wild and savage, and it made him unpredictable since he was relying on his instincts and not his intelligence, not that Hidan had any to begin with. Naruto jumped away from Hidan and sealed his size while going through hand seals for a jutsu. Kaden. Fuku Tochikawa, blowtorch stream, said Naruto as he channeled chakra into his hand with the appearance of a blowtorch, and when Hidan was close enough he unleashed the built-up fire chakra as a massive stream that would burn everything in its path and creating a huge steam cloud from the superheated water. Naruto scanned with his Sharingan for his opponent, but the steam blocked his view and will continue to block it until it clears up, and so in the meantime he unsealed his size and readied himself for battle. He could now clearly feel Hidan's presence coming in form behind him. His disgusting chakra was like a bright light in the dark, very distinguishable, so Naruto performed a sweep kick where Hidan was swept off his feet and onto the water, where Naruto repeatedly stabbed him with his size over and over again, making the water red with blood, and to stain Hidan's coat even more, some splotches of the red liquid even landed on Naruto's face, which did little to stop him. In fact, it made his appearance all the more frightening. Once he was done, Naruto jumped away from Hidan and the steam was finally clearing, revealing Hidan moaning in pain and shouting curses at him. Naruto noticed that Hidan's clothing from his right shoulder to his hip was missing and burned in places, and the left side of his torso up to his face was covered in third-degree burns, but his right eye was perfectly fine, barely shielding himself from the fire release jutsu. Hidan hefted himself onto his feet with his chakra still supporting his body. "It will be a virtue in ending your life, blasphemer," shouted Hidan as he pointed his scythe at Ryu, who he really wanted to kill. However, at the moment Naruto could sense this other presence closing in on his position. "Who is that?" said Konan as she squinted her eyes to make out the figure. "That guy's dead," said Kakazu, counting money in his hand, Ryu's money. When Naruto looked over his shoulder to see someone new join the field. This person was wearing a Kirigakure flak jacket without the shoulder pads, had black leather jacket over it with flame on the sleeves, a chain belt wrapped around his waist, black jeans which were torn in various places, and black boots. He wore jewelry on his fingers of skulls and had loop and stud earrings all over his ears and an eyebrow piercing. He had dirty blonde hair and green eyes. His hair was styled into a old mullet-like style with individual bangs over his forehead, and he appeared to be quite young and handsome. "Alright, apparently my leader wants you dead, and I have a job to do," spoke the young man as he combed his mullet with his hand. "Hey, get lost, only I get to kill him," shouted Hidan. The Kirigakure nin just looked at him oddly before focusing his attention back on Naruto. "Hey, name's Marodi," spoke the Kirigakure nin. He pulled out something from his jacket which appeared to be cue cards. If the target displays aggression, memory loss, remorse, rejection, or shows nothing at all, elimination is advised. "Boy, did they send the wrong for this job," mumbled Marodi in contempt. "Sorry about this, my job," as he pulled out a sealing cross in front of him. "No problem," said Naruto, shrugging his shoulders. Marodi pulled out what appeared to be a custom sitar and started strumming on the strings. "Dance, water, dance," yelled Marodi as he started strumming away on the strings of his sitar, which was making the water around Naruto and Hidan to rise and form musical notes which quickly began to swarm around Naruto, who channeled lightning chakra through his size, causing them to become sharper and would induce numbness. "Hey, what about me?" yelled Hidan. "What about you?" said Marodi, which made Hidan face fault again. Naruto was twirling around and cut, Saint Babing and slicing his way across the water's SRU face, destroying the musical knots made of water. This was Marodi's jutsu called Maijikaru Memo, musical notes, which swarm the enemy in numbers and barrages of water, which would cause concussive damage to the enemy when the notes would launch themselves at the owner. Marodi was able to manipulate them because he could combine music and chakra together to create powerful attacks, and no, this isn't a Keki Genkai. When Naruto had dealt with all the musical notes, he rushed at Marodi, who created rising pillars of water to stop Naruto, but it did little work since Naruto easily dodged them thanks to his Sharingan. And in a span of 8 seconds Naruto had disabled Marodi and knocked him into unconsciousness and sealed him in a scroll with the kanji for human on it. The Sharingan wielder turned back to Hidan, who looked ready to fight, and from watching that little spectacle he was even more pumped to fight Ryu. And the last thing the Kirigakure nin said was, "They really sent the wrong guy for this job." Naruto rushed at Hidan again, who threw the metal capable from his scythe, which attached him to his scythe around Ryu and was actually using his brain and not his brawn. Naruto saw this, but by the time he could react it was too late, as he was bound by the cable and Hidan jumped in the air ready to skewer him with his scythe. Naruto replaced himself with a floating log that was not too far away from them, but he did get a small vertical cut on his cheek. Maybe he was getting too carried away with this fight, and besides he liked getting wounded, and he was wounded multiple times in his encounter with Kisame. Well, he was holding back his power at the time. But you get the idea. Naruto with great speed and strength flew through the air, performing a flying kick. However, the strength and power behind the kick was so great, air around Naruto started to condense and began taking a new shape. A full body of a green with dark green stripes of a pouncing tiger surrounding his entire body. It was one of Naruto's most powerful taijutsu moves. Banjin Tand Tora Kiku, Savage Flying Tiger Kick, roared Naruto as he slammed his foot against Hidan's abdomen, causing the silver-haired man to cough up even more blood and for him to go rocketing backward off the leg and apparently hitting the wall right next to where Kakazu was sitting. The impact from the kick was great enough that it caused the wall to be destroyed into small pebbles. Luckily for them, it was a building which was going to be torn down for construction and made into a shoe factory. "Do you need help?" asked Kakazu sarcastically as he peered into the building's hole, and all he could really see were Hidan's legs sticking upward toward the sky. "You know what, Kakazu, eat a dick," said Hidan as he got up off the ground and massaged his head. "I felt like I've been kicked by 10 circus clowns." With that sentence, Kakazu's sweat dropped at his partner, wondering how he could come up with such a thought. "But still I have this," said Hidan, picking up a dirty old shoe. "The old building was originally a shoe factory, so it's just going to be refurbished." "I don't see how a shoe will kill him," deadpanned Kakazu, who was still counting his money. Hidan, seeing the shoe in his hand, threw it at some poor man who was just passing by. "No, this," said Hidan, pulling up his scythe, which had the smallest amount of blood on its tip. He finally had what he needed to kill Ryu. Bringing his scythe to his tongue, Hidan licked the blood off it, almost savoring it. People who were around the area quickly began to flee the area. But not because of the two brawling shinobi. Kakazu, being acquainted with Bakuto, could recognize the Mons Chakra's signature, and he was happy to know that Bakuto's signature wasn't close by. Hidan took out one of his retractable spears from his cloak and stabbed himself in the hand, where he allowed his blood to drip on the floor, coating it in red. Naruto's piercing eyes could see a figure deep within the water. But the murkiness was obscuring his vision, but he decided that it was of no threat. Hidan pressed his foot against the blood and started drawing a circumscribed equilateral triangle. And soon after that, Hidan's skin turned black with white markings across his body, giving him the appearance of a skeleton. "Yes, now Jashin, I give you a sacrifice," yelled Hidan as he lifted his arms in the air as a salute to his god. "Kakazu, give me all your kunai," shouted Hidan, which made Kakazu huff in annoyance but complied, where he handed the loud man his kunai. Naruto quirked his eyebrow at the scene but yet made no movement against Hidan. With his scythe in hand and Naruto's blood in his mouth, Hidan rammed the sharp object into his stomach, causing blood to spurt forth from his wounds. Naruto also felt this warm feeling coming from his stomach, where he looked down to see blood dripping down his cloak, and soon he coughed up blood, but he didn't worry. There was no need to worry. Because wounds are nothing to him. Konan, who was watching what was happening, could see the red splotches on Naruto's cloak, and she of course knew what it meant, but she was worried for many other things. But decided not to think about it. This was not a time for thinking. "When you break through the pain, it becomes ecstasy," said Hidan with his scythe still in his body. He took out a kunai and started grazing it across his chest, creating a large wound on his torso, which also meant Naruto gained the same wound. Hidan then stabbed the kunai just under his right breast, and he loved every moment of it. And of course Naruto also received the wound, where he looked down to see the red splotch appearing on his cloak. He then felt multiple punctures in his body, followed by pooling red around his body. He looked back up to see Hidan stabbing himself with kunai until he looked like a porcupine with those weapons in him. Naruto, deciding that he didn't want to die of blood loss, was about to use a special ability unique to him and only him. His own individual ability, one that didn't require the Sharingan. Oshi no Shuduan, Teachings of the Monastery, thought Naruto as he used his ability, and instantly white mist started covering his body where his wounds were supposed to be. And in a matter of seconds they had healed every wound, as if it was never there to begin with, not even a scar. Even the injury in his stomach was quickly being healed. This jutsu, it wasn't really a jutsu but rather an ability of Naruto's where he could heal nearly any and all injuries he sustains by simply using his inherent life force that he inherited when he was born. Oshi no Shuduan was an ability that Madara craved, and even with the Sharingan nor the Rinnegan can someone see its effects. Simply put, Naruto could manipulate his own life force to heal his injuries and lacerations, without the need of expending chakra, nor did it have any vital implications or drawbacks on the body when used on oneself. Even if Naruto had lost 2/3 of his body, he could heal whatever injury he could sustain and rejuvenate it in seconds. However, the more complicated the injury the more time it would take to heal, and this was especially so for Naruto's eyes because of the vast amount of chakra and power they could exceed meant that it was the most difficult to repair, and because of their complex makeup. The only place Naruto cannot heal with Oshi no Shuduan was his brain, since it was the central system for all his bodily functions. It was a place he couldn't heal because of its sensitivity. Its convoluted design made it impossible to heal, and if Naruto was brain dead or his brain suffered any damage then it couldn't be repaired since you can't actually heal brain cells. He was lucky that the kunai he took to the head nearly hit his brain. If he hadn't had used the ability before he got hit in the head it wouldn't have healed the wound and the kunai would have gone completely through his head. Naruto could also use this ability on other people, but unlike him it would come at a cost. Naruto, feeling refreshed from his healing, sealed one of his sais and took out a metal dart attached to a string where he threw it at Hidan with amazing accuracy where it pierced the follower of Jashin's shoulder and also caused a small cut on Naruto's shoulder, but it completely healed in a second. Naruto tugged on the string with great force that it was enough to pull Hidan off his feet and came flying towards Naruto where the blonde kicked him in the face, breaking Hidan's nose and his pride. "Oh! Would you stop kicking me in the face?" yelled Hidan, whose appearance was still that of a skeleton. "That's it, let's end this with a finishing blow," said Hidan, getting off the water and getting ready to kill Naruto. Naruto relented and sent chakra into his left eye where his eternal Mangekyo appeared, and soon ash started gathering around almost like a cloud hovering behind him. Naruto jumped in the air where the ash obeyed his command, providing a foothold where he vaulted of the solidified ash cloud. And in response Hidan ran at him with his scythe ready to cut and kill him. Naruto readied his undulating waves of ash where he made 3 streams from the gray particles while he flew through the air. Time slowed down for the two combatants as they were about to land a killing blow and wounding attack. But just as they were about to attack each other something erupted from the water and charged at the two Akatsuki members, and it was certainly big. The creature's body was long and large with smooth, dark gray-brown skin but lacked any scales. Pointed finlets ran down its back all the way from its head to its tail. A large dorsal fin protrudes from the top of its head and 7 cartilage structures with connective webbing. On both sides of its face it has 4 yellow stripes. It has bright green eyes with a large mouth with 16 interlocking teeth which could cut through metal. It also has 2 barbels on either side of its mouth like a cat FSH. "It's the Unagi," yelled a random citizen of Takigakure. Naruto and Hidan meanwhile brushed past each other without offering each other a glance and both turned around and said, "You're in the way, get lost," yelled Hidan as he hefted his scythe and slashed the Unagi across the face. "You're in the way, get lost," spoke Naruto calmly and directed his ash to attack the giant eel which struck it in the face. With the wounds it suffered towards its face, the Unagi was propelled backwards and literally fell against the water, causing a massive surge of waves and its blood to soak the water. The civilians that were watching became slack-jawed at the scene as no one in the village was able to stand against the Unagi and survive, but these 2 men made it look like a chump in a span of 2 seconds. With that said, the 2 men looked at each other. "You know what, I'm tired, can we continue this some other time?" said Hidan as he nearly dropped his scythe. "Yes, let's end this fight, I had grown tired of it too," spoke Naruto as he deactivated his left Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, his right Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was active. "Tell me, Hidan, are you the traitor to the organization?"
Within his mind Hidan could hear a demonic voice almost as if it sounded like screaming and nails against a chalkboard mixed together. You will obey, spoke the voice within Hidan's mind. He couldn't fight against it, it held every part of his body, its teeth was against his neck and its whispers were bells in his ears, its claws dug in deep into his flesh. Was this fear? I am no traitor, I have not thought of betraying the organization, spoke Hidan with a dull voice, obeying the command of his master. It was too late for the silver-haired man. He was under Naruto's control, forever. He was under the effect of the Tekken Seibutsu Senshukote, Iron Fist subjugation of the tyrant emperor. Naruto could even talk through the person as if he was actually there, so Hidan saying he was tired was actually Naruto saying those words through Hidan. He fell under its grasp when the Unagi appeared, a small moment where he looked into Ryu's eyes, just for a split second, but to Naruto, it was all the time in the world. Go and don't kill anyone, do what you want till now and when I have need of you, spoke Naruto as he deactivated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They both walked off the lake, and rejoined their respective partners. Kakazu didn't really care about what happened, though he did stitch together Hidan's wounds. Konan meanwhile, she really didn't know how to feel, ever since Obito. Hours later Naruto was standing in a hotel room that Kakazu had booked for all four of them. He was currently garbed in black shoes and black business pants, but his torso was fully bare. He was going to have to win all the money from Bakuto when he cashed in his money for the tournament. But that was not bothering him. During his training with Madara, Naruto had discovered a lot of things about himself, his past and what he truly was. But one of those shocking things was etched into his very own skin. Something that could never be washed away or removed. He looked down upon his left arm and channeled chakra into his left arm. Where something appeared on his arm. It was 5 rectangular lines running down his arm from his shoulder which ended just at his wrist. The lines were deep black and each had a square upon each end of the shape. Near his shoulder the squares were facing to the left while near his wrist they were facing to the right. He knew exactly what was upon his skin, something he had seen before. A Juinjutsu, or cursed seal. For what he didn't know, but, he was testing out his chakra control where he found the Juinjutsu upon his body and he nor Madara could make heads or tails on what it meant. But they did find out that it inhibited something in his body, but yet they still didn't know what it was for. Naruto heard a knock behind him where he stopped his flowing chakra and the Juinjutsu disappeared. He quickly got dressed in his remaining attire. Which was a black business jacket, his same black gloves, a black shirt and a yellow tie. He opened his door fixing his jacket a little and beheld a sight almost akin to that of an angel. Konan was wearing a navy blue dress with a single strap and a opening by her left leg, which barely did anything to hide her figure, maybe to add on some sex appeal for those perverts who would be watching her. She was wearing her usual shade of lavender eyeshadow but was also now wearing a shade of blue lipstick that looked very expensive, if she used Naruto's money to pay for it. Naruto couldn't explain it but, he felt allured to her for some reason. Her form looked entrancing, the look in her eyes, the way her body moved. He was either looking at a woman or someone that was above man. She was also wearing her paper flowers and the hair clips he gave her as a birthday present. Eyes on the mission, not my breasts, spoke Konan when she found Naruto stripping her down with his red eyes. The blonde jumped back to reality and left the room with Konan, who laced her arms around his own, saying that they would blend in some more if they actually looked like a couple. When they arrived at the gambling tournament they found that people from all over the world were there. Each with different styles and dresses. There were fat people, skinny guys, posh women, and all other people who had money in their pockets. Naruto and Konan made their way over to a bar that was housed in the casino. When they arrived they found Kakazu, who was more human looking and less ragdoll looking. Kakazu, spoke Konan as she took a seat in one of the free chairs along with Naruto, who took a seat next to her. Hello you two, the tournament won't start for another hour or so and Hidan is in his hotel room sharpening his, well, I don't know what he was sharpening but I know it's sharp, spoke Konan, which didn't earn him any looks of confusion from both Naruto and Konan. Bakuto will show up any moment now, hopefully your little spar with Hidan didn't scare him off, Ryu. Hidan attacked, I defended. That all I'm going to say about that, responded Naruto, who didn't really care about Hidan since he wasn't the traitor. I'm going to look around. Don't start a riot, warned Konan as she left the two with men's eyes following her around. Naruto and Kakazu sweat dropped. Would they really start a riot in her absence? Kakazu, I must ask something of you, spoke Naruto, gaining Kakazu's attention, who was currently cleaning wine glasses for his customers. I have been given the recent mission of hunting down a traitor to the organization. Hidan has proven to not be a traitor, but I don't know about you. Well, I'm not talking, unless for a price, spoke Kakazu bluntly as he looked at his blonde-haired compatriot. He saw the Sharingan wielder who was currently wearing contact lenses which were red in color. Naruto pulled out a suitcase and laid in front of Kakazu, who opened the suitcase and beheld a green light in the shape of money, lots of money. There must have been 30 million just in that suitcase alone. Okay, this was a very simple and easy way of convincing someone. No, I'm no traitor, unlike Orochimaru, I'm smart, scoffed Kakazu as he took the suitcase away and earned an approving nod from Naruto. Pleasure doing business with you, spoke Naruto. I know what to do from now, just let me handle it. Except what kind of game does the gambling tournament circle around? You'll find out, there he is, spoke Kakazu, which made Naruto look over his own shoulder. And there he saw him, Bakuto Poka. Shinobi thief and conman. Bakuto was a tall man, with platinum blonde hair and worn in a Caesar cut. He also had blue eyes the same shades as Naruto's former eye color. He also had a goatee the same color as his hair. He also wore multiple earrings over his eyes from hoop to stud. And he simply wore an all-white business suit and was currently fixing his tie. On each arm were two women, a redhead on his left and a brunette on his right. From his clothes to body language, even his shouted, asshole. Naruto just looked at him as he would usually look at a person. Uninterested with the world around him. He then saw Konan strutting up to him wearing a radiant blue dress. She stopped near him and started nibbling on his earlobe, forcing the blonde to keep down a moan at her current manifestation. However, Naruto was informed that she would be his date for the evening, so such behavior was not entirely unexpected for him. Play your role, and keep up your poker face. The game is very simple, and you will catch on to the rules in no time. Just let me do my thing and we'll be fine, whispered Konan in between her nibbling of Naruto's ear. He soon caught on to what she was saying. She would use her paper powers to cheat during the game so Bakuto would lose all his money. They walk home rich with the thief's dead body in a ditch. Good luck, whispered Konan as she took a seat next to him. Will all contestants make their way to the gambling table? Repeat, all contestants make their way to the gambling table. Spoke a voice on a large stereo for all to hear. Naruto was about to leave the bar and take his place, but not before having an idea pop in his head. He inched his head closer to Konan's where a small space was created. Konan herself felt a soft pressure against her lips and didn't realize it until it happened that Ryu had kissed her. It was chaste and quick, but still the effect was there. It was like lightning bolts shooting through her and mist clouding her mind in euphoria. Last time the two had kissed, she was the one that started it, but there was no doubt that the roles were reversed. She then felt her partner's lips leave hers. He inched over and whispered in her ear. That was a thank you, and quickly left to take his seat by the gambling table. Konan, watching his retreating figure, brought her fingers to her lips almost as if missing the feeling of the action. She now knew that he thanked her for wishing him good luck. Sometimes people would thank others just for the simplest actions, but yet, it was those actions that improved everyone's lives. Naruto had yet to be informed of what type of gambling game he would be playing. Although he had some clue that it involved cards, he wasn't sure of what the kind of rule the game would have or the etiquette. Although he would have no problem since Konan would be assisting him with the game. And directly opposite where the blonde was sitting was his target, Bakuto Poka, who was currently talking to one of his female friends, not that it interested the golden blonde in any way. The announcer for the game appeared, who was wearing just a suit for the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 15th annual Takigaku Uno tournament, spoke the announcer. While Naruto had a dumbfounded look on his face. He then turned to one of his competitors and asked whether this was a real Uno tournament. To which his opponent responded with "Ha, yes." Now to those people who don't know what Uno is, Naruto, it's a game where you have to match cards together and the first person to lose all their cards wins. Naruto just looked like a gaping fish. This wasn't at all what he expected. he was watching moves and learning the rules to Power and other gambling games. He wasn't even sure if Uno was a gambling game, he thought he was going to be one of those spies from the movies that just happened to be a poker genius. This wasn't at all what he thought it was going to be. He then found the dealer, shuffling the cards together. He then looked over to Konan, who was currently sipping some wine. Playing her role, she winked at him, and despite lack of female contact, aside from Konan and Mei, he knew that meant something. When the dealer gave him his cards, he looked at them to find matching colors and numbers that would help him in winning the game. He looked at Konan again, who had her back to him, and figured out she must have used her paper powers to tamper with the game, possibly forging cards so that he could win. Sometimes, he's like a lost puppy without me. Sometimes, thought Konan. However, she couldn't blame him. The only thing Naruto really knew about the world was warfare and shinobi matters. Other than that, he was really like a lost puppy. Let the 15th annual Uno tournament begin, yelled the announcer as the dealer refereed the game between the competitors. Hours? How many hours had he spent playing this stupid game? The tournament was now down to the same number of people that started. No one had won yet, and it didn't seem like anybody was going to win soon. Bakuto, who seemed to be giddy like a schoolgirl kissing her crush. Naruto seemed to have lost all faith in this mission. He found everything he was doing to be incredibly stupid. If only Itachi was in his place and not him, because he felt like dying all over again just so he could stop playing this dumb game. God, he felt like dying again. And Bakuto was persistent. He kept having Naruto draw cards so he won't win the game. The shinobi thief felt content in making Naruto bored out of his mind playing the game. And finally, down to his last card, which was yellow and had the number 2 on it. Did he place it on the pile where all the other cards went? Did he finally win the game? I think I know why the writer skipped over all of the game. Just because he's lazy and wants to finish it up so he can post this new chapter, spoke Naruto, breaking the fourth wall, and surprisingly only 2 others had discovered this fact also. We have a winner, yelled the announcer, and soon handed Naruto the scroll that contained the winning pot of 900 million ryo. Bakuto huffed a little and left the table, secretly worrying like hell since he just lost all of his money during that game. Naruto slumped out of his chair and began the phase 2 of his mission. Konan and Kakazu, seeing Ryu moving against Bakuto, followed suit and began tailing the thief to the roof of the building. When Naruto made it to the roof, he hadn't changed out of his clothes and was still wearing his black suit. He found Bakuto leaning against a railing, seemingly admiring the stars. Naruto slipped a kunai out of his sleeve and enhanced its lethality with wind chakra and threw it at Bakuto, where it pierced right through the man's head and quickly fell to the ground with a thud. And at that moment Konan and Kakazu had joined him, and both seemed pleased that the mission was complete. Only sensing the well-hidden chakra at the last moment, Naruto saw large human-sized cards circle around Konan and Kakazu before Bakuto appeared before Naruto in a puff of smoke. When the man snapped his fingers, Konan and Kakazu were missing and Bakuto just stood there with an annoying smirk. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to kill you, spoke Naruto depressingly. I rather we just skip the formalities, spoke Bakuto as he snapped his fingers. Bakuto went through some hand seals for a jutsu Naruto didn't recognize. Yinbaru Kato Saikoro Hench gambling cards dice transformation, spoke Bakuto as he pointed his finger at Naruto, who suddenly turned into dice with one of the sides having his face on it. What the fuck just happened? Thought Naruto as he was bouncing around as dice. However, the blonde discovered that he could still move around, to some extent. Yinbaru Kato Resho gambling cards laceration, said Bakuto as cards started flying out of his jacket's sleeve and flew at Naruto, who rolled away in his dice form. And from what he was able to see from his limited vision in his dice form was the cards cutting up the concrete roof as if they were swords, and when he rolled away they followed after him. The blonde seemed to almost sigh from what was happening around him. He only hoped that this dice transformation wasn't permanent. For a few minutes Naruto bounced around avoiding the cards while Bakuto seemed to watch in amusement. But Bakuto liked to end things quickly, win a game quickly, win a battle quickly and leave quickly. But he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Ryu Yokeis. He read about the man in the most recent bingo book, infamous around the world for causing trouble at a rather rapid rate. Well, it's either he caused trouble or trouble found him. Whichever one it was. Well, it didn't really matter. Bakuto still hoped to win this fight. But right now time was the essence. Seeing as how Ryu was becoming accustomed to his cubic form, Bakudo would use one of his sneaky tricks in order to throw the Akatsuki agent off balance and unguarded. Bakudo snapped his fingers, restoring Ryu to his original form and quite rarely catching the Akatsuki member off guard. Ryu, now back in his normal body, felt weird adjusting to his normal body again, but he didn't have time to think about that now, since razor-shaped playing cards were currently flying at him ready to kill him. However, he did note that moving his arms and legs again felt surreal and numb at the same time. Unsealing some shuriken from his seals, Naruto using his Sharingan threw them at the cards, and because they were wind-enhanced, they cut through the unexpected weapons with relative ease. Naruto then loosened his tie and pulled out his contact lenses, and began to stare at Bakudo, sizing him up and deducing his abilities. He infuses his card with his chakra, sharpening them and hardening them. He can probably also increase their size given the fact that Kakazu and Konan were captured by those cards. He also has some gambling motif to his ninjutsu, such as dice. When he turned me into dice, he has to be pointing at someone. Even though the jutsu cast time is fast, it can be easily dodged by someone who expects it, therefore he won't be using it again, knowing I won't fall for the same trick twice unless he has circumstance on his side. Judging from his body build, I have to say he prefers long-range combat, probably not very good at taijutsu, but expect at least expertise in the art. But there are various drawbacks to his card ninjutsu, but what are they? I'm going to have to improvise with what I've got while also being careful. He may use Konan and Kakazu as hostages against me, thought Naruto, studying his enemy within seconds. Naruto unsealed his favorite and most powerful weapon within his arsenal, the Black Blade, Tenbogiri no Tsurugi. Naruto ran at Bakudo, who pulled more cards out of his sleeve and threw them at Naruto, who easily cut them with the Tenbogiri and continued on running towards Bakudo, who brought up two human-sized cards to defend himself. Naruto struck the cards and found that the gambling tools were incredibly dense, as when he struck it with the Tenbogiri he only caused a scratch, which truly surprised the blonde, as there were not many things that could lessen the cutting capacity of the Tenbogiri. Naruto backflipped away and threw some kunai at Bakudo, who still kept his cards up, but this time not even a scratch was left behind. Naruto narrowed his Sharingan eyes at the man. Those were the same cards that took Kakazu and Konan. Naruto figured out that instead of increasing the size of the cards, Bakudo had two types of cards, one small and light while the others large and dense. He must have been pulling his playing cards out of a seal, much like Naruto's own seals. Seeing as how those cards were fast, Naruto stabbed the Tenbogiri into the ground and went through hand seals for one of his jutsu. Raiden, Kaminari Yashi, lightning release thunder palm, spoke Naruto as he held his hands forward and streams of lightning shot out from his palms. Bakudo, seeing the lightning incoming, readied his defensive cards where they shielded him from the attack but caused a small explosion on impact which made him roll across the concrete ground from the shock of the explosion. Turning himself over so that he was facing the sky, Bakudo saw Naruto descending down from with the Tenbogiri ready to stab him. Using quick wit and a cunning mind, Bakudo brought out one of his defensive cards, only this time it had a stronger defense than the last one. When Naruto saw the card in front of him, he stopped his blade from stabbing the card just before he landed on the ground. What made this card so special was the fact that Naruto could see Konan looking back at him from within the card. She was staring at high with wide eyes, trying to grasp the situation they were both in. Naruto jumped away from the card before Bakudo could try to attack him again. That was a cheap trick that Bakudo just pulled, but Naruto had to applaud him for using such a tactic. With it, Bakudo would have the perfect defense, as Naruto was unwilling to hurt Konan or Kakazu. Bakudo then got back onto his feet and dismissed the card that Konan was housed in. He now knew that he had leverage against Naruto, to which he could use to exploit from Naruto. Bakudo then summoned 4 normal-sized playing cards and threw them at Naruto, who predicted the move with his Sharingan. Instead of dodging or countering with his own tools, Naruto with precise timing and skill grabbed the cards out of the air, twirled around without losing momentum, threw them back at Bakudo, who was surprised by the action, but quickly broke from the stupor and shielded himself by placing his arms in front of his face. The cards grazed past him, tearing up several places on his suit and creating various wounds on him, one injury even on his cheek. Naruto, seeing everything, was surprised at an action. He knew the cards acted like his Hayden Ash release, and if someone was sneaky enough they may be able to turn his Ash back against him, as the Ash obeyed his command. But such a thing didn't happen for Bakudo. He in fact tried to protect himself from his own controllable tools. That was it, that's the drawback. If Bakudo's cards were possessed by another, then Bakudo could be attacked with his own cards, despite his chakra infusing them. Naruto had to say, but this was an interesting weakness to the cards and ninjutsu style of the shinobi thief. And since Bakudo didn't summon his defense cards, it also meant that those cards couldn't protect themselves from the cards themselves. The only things that could truly harm the cards were the cards themselves. Man, that weakness sucks. But knowing this didn't ensure victory for Naruto. Since Bakudo must know this too, he would be even more careful to how this battle will go about. Naruto wouldn't use his Hayden. Those sorts of jutsu will be dangerous to both Konan and Kakazu, since Hayden was mainly offensive and not the other way around, and even Naruto would admit that it was difficult to control, since he would have to guide every single particle blade that made up the Ash, and from doing that, he could make a mistake. Yes, even someone like him would make mistakes at some point. Bakudo, trying to hold back his anger at what was happening, went through handles for a jutsu of his to confuse and attack Naruto. What would possibly give him the upper hand in this fight? Yinbaru Kado Odoroki Jackpato, gambling cards surprise jackpot, spoke Bakudo as many of his life-sized started circling around him. And before he knew it, Naruto saw him vanish. It didn't take the blonde long to figure out that he had hid himself amongst his cards and was of course trying to catch him off guard. But he could only see the back of the cards, which had no pictures on it other than a unique pattern. The cards circled around him, passing by each other and mixing together. Naruto jumped away from them, but the cards only followed him but only revealed the back of the dense piece of paper. Naruto sensed to his left small cards that would have skewered him if it wasn't for the Tenbogiri cutting their way through the amazingly strong paper. He tried to focus again, where those attacks came from, but found nothing but the moving cards. It happened again, but this time on his right. He knew he couldn't defend himself from the cards forever, and using Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan techniques may exhaust his chakra when used in rapid succession. But still, Naruto focused more chakra into his Sharingan, trying to look for a larger chakra among the cards, and he discovered 3 large sources, one of which belonged to Bakudo and the others Konan and Kakazu. He readied his Tenbogiri and with a great rush of speed slashed the card Bakudo was hiding in, since his chakra was smaller in size than Konan's and Kakazu's. Bakudo, surprised that Ryu was able to find him faster than he anticipated, received a large gash on his chest where Naruto's sword cut him. He jumped away and had his cards close in on Naruto by flying towards him, trying to cut him into pieces. However, Naruto, with his combat sense, Sharingan and sensory skills, jumped in the air, twisting his body and allowing the cards to pass by him, effectively evading the attacks, and he was able to glimpse Kakazu in one of the cards. He landed back on the ground and rolled backwards, where he threw the Tenbogiri at Bakudo, who barely dodged the incoming sword. However, what he didn't expect to find was the Tenbogiri twisting itself in the air and coming back towards him, trying to slash him again. Back ducked at the last second before his head was nearly chopped off. He was crouched on the ground with little place to escape. He then felt a shadow over him and looked up to see Naruto coming down upon him with the Tenbogiri in his hand and ready to slice him in two. Bakudo couldn't dodge the sword, so he brought out one of his defense cards, which Konan nor Kakazu were currently inhabiting. Naruto, with great agility, jumped up in the air with the Tenbogiri never leaving the card, repositioned the tip of the sword and brought his entire weight down upon the sword, where it pierced through the card with some effort but was able to stab Bakudo in the shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Naruto jumped off the sword, leaving behind, still sticking through the card, and performed some hand seals for a wind jutsu which could end Bakudo. Futon. Kase Hain Dongan no Jutsu, wind release, wind feather bullet technique. Yelled Naruto as he blew out a multiple wind bullets in the shape of feathers which flew at amazing speeds, which were aimed right at Bakudo. The gambler, seeing no alternative, shielded himself from the wind feathers by using a defensive card, but it did little good as the feathers easily pierced through the card. The cards fell to the ground and Naruto removed them to see not Bakudo's dead body but nothing at all. Naruto figured he must have taken sanctuary within the card and then traded places with another so to avoid injury. Naruto searched atop the roof for his opponent, quickly finding him trying to sneak off using the card he used to escape his attack. And it wasn't a very good disguise considering the fact that it was a giant card walking around the place. Naruto with great speed appeared behind the card and stabbed it with his black sword. But Naruto himself saw through the tactic. He quickly pulled out the Tenbogiri from the card with speed and agility. The card itself burst into smoke shortly after. He placed the end of the pommel on the sole of his shoe with finesse and timing that when Naruto kicked his foot it acted as if an extension of himself, as he was able to stab Bakuto in the chest when the man was trying to sneak up on him. Naruto was able to keep the sword in place on his foot by applying the most basic of chakra control training, the only thing Kakashi Hatake taught him, tree climbing. However, Naruto took it to the next level by applying his Kenjutsu style to the exercise. By creating a style that only his imagination could think of. Kenjutsu, fighting with your feet. Naruto would use the basic chakra control to hold the pommel of the sword in place, and with it he can use jutsu without having to put his sword away. Even Madara admitted he had never thought of such an ingenious way of using Kenjutsu and jutsu at the same time. And even he said that he didn't have the agility to utilize such a thing. Even though it sounded easy, it was actually not, as it required great dexterity and flexibility to perform. Naruto would have to use his entire body, not just his legs, to use the fighting style. Bakuto with a sword in his chest coughed a little, but there was no blood, and Naruto could see that it was some clone as it dispersed into many small cards. He then saw the large defensive cards scurry around on the ground. And Bakuto appeared out of those cards with his clothes having blood stains on them and wielding two of his massive cards as swords, while also having two others float around him ready to attack Naruto. The two met a clash of cards and swords. Bakuto, who never had any real experience with Kenjutsu, was being outclassed by the much more experienced blonde. Even with two other cards assisting him in the sword fight, it was still not enough for Bakuto to win. And what was worse was that he couldn't read the line or pattern of attack. He had never seen such a sword style before. He didn't even know if such a style existed until now. He had a few more tricks up his sleeves that could possibly give him the edge that he needed, but it must be employed perfectly for it to work. Bakuto blocked another sword slash from the blonde and jumped back to cover some ground. He inspected his wounds. They were deep but not life-threatening. As long as he ended this soon and didn't expend his chakra foolishly, he may come out of this alive. Bakuto went through some more hand seals for a jutsu. Hopefully this one Ryu couldn't figure out. Yinbaru Kado Saki, gambling cards fortune, said Bakuto using one of his strongest techniques. And soon cars twice the size and wide as men circled themselves around Naruto, and each with flashing an X or an O at fast-paced and irregular intervals. Win the game and you win, said Bakuto, who was outside the cards. The technique was unique, as the one caught in it must choose the right combination of X's and O's in order to win, or else they would die. Naruto with his Sharingan was trying to deduce what was happening and what the big letters meant in the meantime. He knew it was some kind of code, but what the code was he didn't know. But that really was his goal in the meantime. Observing the jutsu in the process, he selected a O, then an X, then two more O's, but it had the opposite effect in the form of flying kunai shooting from one of the large cards. Naruto, seeing as no one was watching him at the moment, activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used his strongest defensive jutsu. Susanoo, a white skeletal ribcage surrounded him, protecting him from the attack. Naruto was weary of the consequences of those not only discovering that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan but the eternal. It may lead to some hassle that he didn't need at the moment. Once the kunais stopped firing at him, he deactivated his Susanoo and looked back at the cards in his hand. He then selected two X's and twos O's, thinking of the idea of complementary but also opposite forces. Or he just selected that pattern just because he liked it. When he selected those cards, all the large ones started dropping to the ground softly. To him this was an incredibly stupid jutsu that even a child could unravel. With the cards in his hand, he simply threw them at Bakuto, who was sliced up by the cards, creating more wounds on his body and panting heavily from exhaustion. Naruto, on the other hand, felt like he could continue fighting for days on end with the rate he was going. He wondered what kind of trick Bakuto would pull next. He had little doubt that it was going to be something related to his gambling habits. Feeling as if he had no other choice, Bakuto decided to pull out his trump card. Haha, not sure if pun intended or not. Bakuto went through hand seals for his strongest jutsu, one that could help him win. He had to play his cards right, no pun intended, so he could at least escape alive. He now knew that he couldn't win against Ryu if this jutsu wouldn't work. The Ma was too strong and smart. He easily found the weaknesses in his ninjutsu and was able to deduce his own fighting style. The Sharingan could read far more than predicting movements and copying ninjutsu. Yinbaru Kado, Lano Kado, gambling cards, House of Cards, spoke Bakudo where numerous amounts of cards flew out of his sleeve and started changing in size. Started stacking up on each other, forming a literal house of cards that took up most of the roof space. Naruto with his Sharingan was able to see a massive buildup of chakra within the cards and even more chakra in some of them. He deduced that Kakazu and Konan must also be among the cards forming the house. And while the cards were stacking themselves, they piled on top of him, blocking his upward view of the world. He looked around him to see the dense pieces of papers surround him. He was seemingly at the base of the house while he could sense that Bakudo was in one of the small spaces in the house. However, what was strange was that there were numerous amount of exits that Naruto could simply walk through. He raised his eyebrow in intrigue at such a thing. Why expend so much chakra on this jutsu but allow your enemy to exit the jutsu and attack? Naruto walked up to the one of the openings and hovered his hand near the opening, but just as he expected, his hand pressed against something solid and invisible. A barrier, thought Naruto, at using an ingenious way of trapping your enemies and preventing their escape. Naruto only had time to raise his blade before a kunai came shooting out from one of the cards on his sides. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion at such a thing. He then raised his sword again to block another kunai that came from another card. Survival instincts kicking in, he rolled away just as Bakudo almost wounded him from above. Slightly forgetting about the cards, Naruto's body crashed against one, but funnily he seemed to phase to a different part in the house. Naruto raised his eyebrow at his curious escape. This jutsu, it utilizes barrier ninjutsu and some weak form of teleportation that somehow allows him to pass through his cards, thought Naruto as he walked up to a random card. He pressed his hand against the card where it almost seemed like he was swallowed by some liquid. He then felt something tap his head and his hand. He looked up to see his hand sticking out from the card above him. He still kept his empty look on his face. He snapped his finger where the interdimensional hand also snapped its finger. He commanded the hand to scratch something and it from his elevation scratched the top of his hair. Naruto pulled his hand out from the card and inspected it as if it was alien to him. He pressed his hand into the card again and looked up only to see that his hand didn't stick out of that certain card. I see, you phase through the cards and it takes you to a different place in the house. Each time you phase through it takes you to a different place in the cards, deduced Naruto at the inner workings of the jutsu. And before him he saw Bakudo phase through one of the cards. With quick reflexes and with his Sharingan he was able to stop Bakudo from landing an attack on him and sent him flying through another card by latching his arm and throwing him over his shoulder. Naruto, taking a pause, stared at his surroundings. He unsealed 2 kunais from his wrist seals and threw them at the few cards that surrounded him. He unsealed more and repeated the action. He then heard a wounded shout, signifying that Bakudo had been injured, since it sure sounded like Bakudo. He charged through one of the cards and found a wounded Bakudo holding his arm which had a kunai in it. When the gambler saw his opponent he also traveled through the cards so to escape. Naruto, knowing that it would be hard to follow him, jumped into the air and threw another card, hoping to cut Bakudo off from escape. Naruto, when he exited a card, went left and phased through another card, hoping to catch Bakudo. Naruto found him again on his knees and panting in pain. Naruto in a great amount of speed crossed the distance between the two of them and kicked Bakudo in his knee, snapping the man's legs in two, shattering the leg with immense amounts of pain to follow. Naruto, following up with his mean streak, elbowed on the left side of his torso, shattering his ribs, causing the bones to lodge themselves in Bakudo's lungs, causing the man to vomit blood. The card house that had trapped the both of them soon began to fall apart and float harmlessly to the floor. Naruto, who was high up in the house, landed on the ground gracefully. He heard a thud where Bakudo landed, unable to move or speak because he was choking on his blood. Naruto unsealed the Tenbogiri and charged at the gambler, who summoned his defensive cards which circled around him. However, that didn't stop Naruto as he strafed by with a slash of his sword which cut the cards into two. Bakuto, who was on the other side, was cut into two from his chest. The lacerated body pieces slid off almost like slippery liquid and fell to the ground in a bloody mess. Two cards appeared before Naruto and twirled around, revealing the forms of Konan and Kakazu. "Well, that was," said Kakazu, trying to start a conversation. "Annoying," said Konan with clear irritation on her face as she brushed a stray strand of blue hari from her face. "You're alive, just be happy about that fact," spoke Naruto, not wanting to deal with annoying banter right now. Kakazu, seeing the dead body of Bakuto, scurried over and sliced the head from the shoulders and sealed it in a scroll. All he really needed was the head, but the body was preferable, but since Ryu went and decided to cut him. "The money we won from Bakuto has been forwarded to the Akatsuki's bank account. You're no longer needed here," spoke Kakazu to Konan and Ryu. "If you're looking for a place to stay, comfortable, easy and cheap, try Kuro Urumaki Black Knight Town. It's not far from here and it's located in a place where Konoha no longer station their patrol units," spoke Kakazu, earning a nod from Konan while a blank look from Ryu. Kakazu left the two and Naruto and Konan left shortly after. Far away among the trees and leaves was someone who was watching what transpired through a telescope and was just out of range for even the most masterful of sensors. The only thing you could see of the man was his pink hair and his Konoha flak jacket. However, the man was currently slack-jawed and had a look of surprise crossing itself over his visage. The source of the look was the blonde-haired man he had been watching for a while. "Is that you? Tekurufu?" 1287 Chapter 15. Everybody wants to rule the world. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Everybody wants to rule the world. Takigakure, what a pisshole. Thought Naruto as he walked through the streets of the famous hidden village. He had spent 3 days at the village and he was stupidly wondering when they were going to end their celebratory festival. He felt, well, he didn't feel anything rather than annoyance at the people around him. He regarded them as beings underneath his feet really. He was fully aware of his power and the threat of others were insignificant to him. Zetsu claimed he had a god complex. Though Naruto knew better, he knew that having pride with one's self was greater than having pride in one's power, as pride in one's power led to arrogance and possibly death. But still he had to drag himself through the streets looking for something to do. He hadn't killed anyone yet, he had no purpose to kill anyone. Without purpose there wasn't a need to do anything. Although the victims of Orochimaru, the ones that were locked in cages like animals at a zoo, he killed them because even if they were able to escape, they would still have been hunted down. There was purpose in killing them. And that's what he hated, not having a purpose, not being needed by anyone. Every around him had a purpose, to be born, to live, to die. That was the general purpose of all living things. He applied to that equation also, but it's what people do before they eventually meet an untimely demise. The purpose of focusing one's life towards something they desire, the pursuit of their dream. Some people never achieved such a thing, while others eventually earn what they were seeking. Naruto didn't have any purpose whatsoever, only the eye in the moon. However, he didn't feel like he was necessary to such a plan. He regarded himself as a minor detail of the plan. Whether this was unhealthy thoughts of his or just his own destroyed psyche is up to interpretation. He remembered the words of the old woman he had met. How she told him the story of the two lovers and their magic lanterns. That if you hold a lantern and close your eyes you would find what was most important to you. Whether or not what she said was true was of little importance. But it did raise a question for him. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Just what was he aspiring from such a plan? He wanted to bring peace by forcing it to submit to him. He knew that peace could never be attained through words and understanding or through cooperation. Those things would all bring about a temporary solution to the problem. But still, why was he seeking infinite Tsukuyomi? Why was he seeking the dream world? What did he wish to accomplish or experience inside the dream? He didn't know the answer. These thoughts were beyond him. He didn't have the answer, nor will he ever unless he found something important to him. The Uzumaki had been having these strange thoughts, a certain longing for something. At first he thought it was mere lust and want, but it felt deeper than that. As if what he was looking for was right around the corner, something important to him. He of course tried to deny such a thing, believing that he was either not worthy or not bothered by such a thing. He had missed out on the chances of life far too many times to know that what you wish for never comes true, the only thing you would receive is the despair that rides along with that dream. He missed out on his opportunity of life when he was made the Jinchuriki, he lost his chances of love when he became a genin, he lost his chance of happiness when he died, all these lost opportunities were weighing heavily on him. Then it occurred to him, infinite Tsukuyomi, he wanted to reach that dream world where he would regain that which was lost and taken from him. There was little doubt that the blonde was emotionally deadened, he wore it on his face as if it was makeup. He wanted to feel again, happiness, sorrow, rage. All those feelings, he wanted to feel them again. That was what he wanted, that was what he needed. He cared about nothing except to feel. The circumstances of losing his emotions were still unknown to him. He believed that the cursed seal on his arm helped a little, whoever placed it on him must have known what they were doing, probably he knew something that he wasn't supposed to. Madara didn't place this seal upon him. Madara was never too good at fuinjutsu or juinjutsu. This handiwork was done by another, but nothing came to mind as Naruto never knew anyone who could use such an advanced seal on someone, no one ever came to mind. He needed to find the answers, to himself, to his questions while also dealing with his partner, Akatsuki, and the assassins out for his head. Especially Konoha, they wanted him in the ground and his blood to coat the dirt their dirt. He had already killed 2 of their shinobi, 2 of his friends from his former life. He had no qualms about killing them. If it was to further Eye of the Moon then so be it. However he needed more power. He wasn't at Madara's level yet. Even with Kamionanayo Madara could still defeat him although Naruto would still be able to give him a hard time, he needed more power. He didn't have much time for anything, for the moment he was awaiting orders from Nagato for another mission to which he was desperately hoping for one, he still needed to hunt down the traitor in the Akatsuki. He already had a good idea who it was, he had already sent one of his clones created from the Kamionanayo to speak with Deidara and Sasori and when he meant speak, it really meant itching his way into their minds and making them his puppets to use and tool with. Hidan, Deidara who were already under his spell. Kisame, Sasori and Kakazu were following him because of his services while Konan was still the wildcard among them. She was indefinitely loyal to Nagato, she would not follow Naruto quite so easily. Speaking of Konan, things had certainly been strange among the 2 of them. Their relationship was above that of partners and more like good friends. Naruto couldn't really make friends. There was tension between the 2 of them, though to what kind of tension, he was clueless about. He understood that there was at least physical attraction between the 2 of them, that much was certain to him. In simple terms, they both wanted to bang each other, though it seemed as if it was out of lust really. Naruto couldn't feel anything for anyone, he never tried to, he had merely regarded Konan as his toy at first, to play with as he pleases to manipulate her to do what he wanted. But to him it felt like there was differing feelings. Konan above all wasn't stupid, she understood full well that she couldn't easily be manipulated. She had spent all that time with Obito after all, a mastermind in the control of the human mind. He could always control her with Kamionanayo that would certainly be easier. But for some reason, for some unexplainable reason, he didn't want to. Naruto was a person that when he came up with a thought, he would do everything in his power to accomplish that thought. He was like a pit bull, determined to the end, he would ensure that anything he did would come true as if it was a dream. Maybe this was consoling on his part, self-appreciation as the human mind was sometimes the most trickiest thing to understand. But Konan, he didn't feel like he should do anything to her, she was still like a flower, innocent and pure until its petals wilt and die. However, the blue-haired woman still had petals upon her flower. He just couldn't explain it, he still didn't feel anything, but this restraint of his was tearing at his mind as if a caged animal biting upon its bars. He didn't know, that woman was among the most trickiest being he had met, she was slippery like an eel and you never knew her thoughts like a rapid animal, she was a lot like him in that regard. He then felt a presence, his sensory powers acting up. He could feel Konan's large and cool chakra reserves, he could also feel that her chakra and body have fully adjusted to the gift he gave her. Now it was only a matter of time before she could use it without restraint. With her Uzumaki chakra that he had given her and the strong cells she should be able to adjust to the new addition of chakra with little to no trouble. And of course her levels had increased yet she had not caught on yet. He was wondering how long it would take for her to awaken the dormant power in her body. It didn't matter, the power-up he gave her should more than just please, it just might anger her. He then saw her, walking around the village having foregone her Akatsuki cloak, though she was wearing her paper flower in her hair and the paperclips he had bought for her as a birthday gift, and the light from the lanterns only seemed to glisten off her pale skin, giving her this radiant look to her, and her eye shadow added a level of enchantment that Naruto had yet to see. All in all, she was a beautiful sight to behold. Like the times before, she was searching around the village, possibly looking for souvenirs so to remember her time in Taki. The sight somehow made his heart soar, as soon they would need to leave for their next mission. Hidan and Kakazu had already left for their own mission, leaving Naruto and Konan alone in Taki, although it would be a matter of time until the village discovered that Ryu Yokaze was among them. The infamous shinobi was already trying his best not to be identified among the populace. It was just too bothersome, having civilians attempting to kill you for the bounty on his head when they don't know the amount of power he commanded. He noticed that the sun would be setting soon and that it was creating an auburn haze in the sky. The clouds were reddish-orange and the sun had been losing much of its glow. It was truly a beauty to behold. It was strange. He never took the time to watch the sunset. He was too preoccupied with world domination to bother, but since leaving the mountain's graveyard he saw the world in a new light, a new face. Sometimes he wondered if infinite Tsukuyomi was the right choice. He remembered back in the Land of Waves when an old weapons dealer gave him few, simple words, but the words were laced with wisdom that only a few have said before. Perhaps, there was another way. Perhaps that humanity were not cursed to hate each other as he was led to believe. Maybe the world could not be forced to achieve peace and understanding, but still, in his eyes, all he could see was the hatred that was infecting the world and destroying lives. It would still take a lot more to bring peace to the world than just random acts of kindness. But for now he was content with watching Konan traverse through the village while its festival was still in affect. She had a smile on her face as she looked at all the knobs and tinker tools, the jewelry and bright-colored clothing. He could see the look of enthrallment on her face, every movement of muscle, all 42 muscles moving in sync to form a smile. He could see that all with his Sharingan. The lanterns hanging up by strings added a sense of mystery and harmony to the place. He remembered the woman's words again about the lanterns. It didn't hurt to try it out. He didn't believe that it would reveal anything to him. Then an idea came to his head, one that required two people. He knew exactly what he was going to do. And he only hoped Konan enjoyed it also. What he was about to do would be very out of character for him. As a month ago he would probably never do something like this. But interacting with Konan has given him a new view of the people around him, more specifically Konan. She was a lot like him. They both kept their thoughts bottled up. With Konan the same goes for her emotions. Having no emotion to bottle up, that factor didn't apply to the blonde-haired man. They were calm and stoic, never betraying anything in their faces, and they didn't concern themselves with the affairs of others, believing it was not their affair. Although Konan was much more empathetic to others while Naruto didn't care. So taking action, Naruto walked up to Konan, slowly so not to startle her. Konan felt a presence approaching her from behind. She had felt this presence before. She had been traveling with it for months now. She knew the feeling all too well. It didn't mean her harm of any of that kind. The person in question was a man, a kind man when he wants to be, or needs to be. He above all was a question to her, a question that needed to be answered, to unravel all the secrets about him. She was like a cat, curious to everything around her, and her curiosity for the man was undeniable. She then turned around to find her Akatsuki partner, Ryu Yokaze, or by his real name, Naruto Uzumaki. A former Konoha nin, and former Jinchuriki to the strongest tailed beast, the Kyubi no Yoko, a fox that was so powerful that even the Shodaime Hokage flinched when facing the beast in battle. Naruto was one of the strongest men she had ever met, and one of the most elusive. The man was a two-legged secret. All his actions were done to better himself and to prepare himself. He wore a veil of lies and deceit that could charm anyone. He and his silver tongue were above all, the sharpest thing on his person. Konan, said Naruto with a straight face. But what was interesting about the face, as Naruto's eyes weren't half-lidded at all, like they usually were, giving him a bored look on his face wherever he went. This time he seemed genuinely interested in something, which was like the end of the world to Konan. I wish to ask something of you. Her mind snapping back to reality, she registered his words and his moving lips, while taking into account of what he wanted. And that may be? Queried Konan carefully, as mostly whenever Naruto asked something, he was basically asking her to undergo an experiment to increase the power in her body and or other things. It's the last day of this festival, the Ikirantan Spirit Lantern Festival. I wish to extend a courtesy to ask you to join me while I go out on the lake to partake in their customs. I think it would be better to have company, seeing as how all these people are enjoying themselves with their loved ones and friends while they waste their times on vulgar antics and derogatory activities. Said Naruto blankly as he looked over his shoulder to see people having fun together and enjoying the others' company. The act was surreal to Naruto as he never partook in such a thing before. They also claim that the festival is much more magical when enjoyed with one's spouse, and since you're the only being in the village that I have connected to on an emotional level. However, his sentence was stopped however as Konan interrupted him with her own voice. All you have to say is, do you wish to join me? Said Konan with a small smile. When it came to certain things, Ryu was never the right person for the job. Naruto breathed a sigh in exasperation at what she just said. People usually asked him to join them, he never extended the same generosity. Thank you, meet me by the docks, within 2 hours. There will be a gondola waiting for you there, you will know which it is, because I'll be there. Said Naruto, bowing slightly and leaving with a twitching eyebrow in annoyance at himself, as he took a simple gesture and drawled it out too much. He never saw Konan's smile grow a bit more. Perhaps Ryu wasn't as much a machine as she thought. He could be compassionate when he wanted to be and without knowing. It was the dark, the stars were blocked by the clouds and their respective light was lost to all. Upon the dark night, the moon stood tall, shining its pale light in the world, its aura dark and cold. Only a few could comprehend the size of the moon and the eye that shines over it. In a tall building in a megacar that belonged to a person that had infiltrated the village many times, the rain was beating heavily against the metal of the tower, almost akin to war drums riding off into battle. Inside the tower was a cold atmosphere, its pipes were runny and you could see your warm breath clearly. There were 6 chairs within the room surrounding a table. The dull lit light didn't reveal anything, but the silhouettes of the people in the room, they all looked fairly serious, as this was not a time to be joking around. Although someone was kind enough to bring a fruitcake for the meeting. Friends, assassins, bitch, said one of the figures who was not sitting in the chair, looking upon a number of TVs with photos and graphs on them. Many of the photos were that of a blonde-haired man with blood-red eyes. Fuck you too, said another of the figures, sounding female and with a feminine body. As you can see here, Ryu Yokkei's deaths are coming in far below projections. You know the expectations built up here are not quite meeting said expectations. As I saw the strangest thing, it was on a bright sunny day and I was enjoying what life had to offer, and then I saw Ryu Yokkei's walking around Takigakure, or was he skipping through Takigakure? Doesn't matter, I can never remember, with his head still on his shoulders. I thought to myself, that can't be, he should be dead, but then I thought, maybe it's someone wearing Ryu's Yokozu's face. Said the man sarcastically, still looking at the TV screen, speaking in a light-hearted manner. We're really going to have to turn this around, because you see that clock, said the man, pointing to a clock to which all the figures turned their heads looking at it, tick its hands on different numbers. That clock represents the amount of time Ryu has been enjoying his life. And I can tell you this, he's done some very naughty things that his mother wouldn't be proud of. Then the figure switched on the light, revealing the figures to everybody. One of the persons who was the female among them. She was slender and cute with a youthful appearance. She had blonde slicked back hair with 2 long strands styled into distinctive antennae which were pointing backwards. She appeared to be in her early 20s with vivid green eyes with a light coat of lipstick. She had an hourglass figure that most women maimed for and which could make men drool at the sight. She wore black opera gloves with spikes on the knuckles and long skin-tight leather pants, black high-heeled shoes which she could easily walk around in. She was wearing a Kumogakure flak jacket to which she wore a leather bikini underneath, and she had a tattoo for the kanji for violence, and a spiked choker chain wrapped around her neck. This person was Ninfu Boruto. Another was a slender man with bright, shoulder-length, red hair styled into slicked back spikes with a widow's peak and small eyebrows. Bright emerald green eyes and reverse teardrop-shaped tattoos underneath each eye. He was a Sunagaker flak jacket but without the shoulder pads and a collar. He wore red ninja sandals with really baggy pants which were drooping at the back. He wore an orange sash around his waist and an orange jacket over his flak jacket and a ragged yellow scarf with dark yellow stripes around his neck, and he also wore red wrist warmers. This man went by the name Yakedo. Another was a massive man, easily the tallest in the room. He was believably 6 feet 8 inches tall, making him a giant to whoever looked at him. He wore a black leather jacket that could somehow fit him and yet show off his muscle underneath. He wore black pants with large black boots and leather gloves along with a mask to hide his face, to which he was sensitive of. His mask was skin tight and had white markings on it. Underneath the mask he had very angular but strong features with a square chin, straight nose and sharp cheekbones. He had blue eyes and small eyebrow with auburn hair which was slicked back into odd and messy spikes. This man, a missing nin in the bingo books for crimes of killing his comrades, went simply by the name of Hametsu. One of the other men was a tall man with platinum blonde hair, worn with 2 long bangs framing the sides of his face. He had large bright green eyes and glasses. He was currently wearing the flak jacket belonging to Hoshigakure, one of the smallest and weakest villages in the world, who call their leader the Hoshikage, a mere formality, who bastardized the title of Kage. They didn't have a true Kage and never will. He was also wearing a long white lab coat with a flower pinned to its lapel and sandals on his feet. This man was simply called Otaku. And the last person appeared to be the youngest in the room and was certainly the smallest. He had bright aqua-colored eyes, though only his left one was visible and the right one being covered by a long layered bang. His hair was steel blue in color, with his right bang covering the complete right side of his face, reaching his chin, while he had smaller bangs on the left side of his face that weren't covering his eyes. He wore a Takigakure flak jacket with a hood. He wore arm warmers that went up to his elbow and a simple pair of jeans and sandals. Out of all of them he appeared the most bored. The young man's name was Jakunin Furui. While the person facing the TVs was a man with elegant features, his face was quite feminine, as he could be mistaken as a girl. His hair was shoulder length and pink with ruffles through it and blue eyes. He was currently wearing a Konoha flak jacket with a pink sash around his waist and a short-sleeved green shirt. He wore black gloves stained with pink and a lapel over both legs. He had a tattoo of flowers up the entire length of his right arm. He wore basic ninja sandals and had the Konoha headband on his forehead. The person in the room was amongst the most dangerous, and he went by the name of Toge Bushu. Now, as you know, we have all gathered under a single, common, enemy. He's already taken down Sogeki and Maroti, said Toge as he walked up to the table and took a slice of the fruitcake. Everyone was a little on edge around the pink-haired man, their moods dire and their eyes were narrowed as they watched the man eat the fruitcake. This fruitcake is delicious. Now, we really have to straighten things out, continued Toge as he turned to Otaku, the bespectacled man in the room. And when I mean we, I mean you. You see, my little birds have whispered in my ear about you doing nothing at all. You haven't even seen Ryu and have done very little to help with our crusade, as you may call it. Well, the probability of me meeting Ryu would only rise should I track his movements and analyze his steps, said Otaku, nervously and fidgeting with his glasses a little in the presence of the pink-haired man. I should be able to invent a device to restrain Ryu. It would be the of most assisting course of action. I could invent a device to specifically, but he was interrupted by Toge, who had a sneer on his face. You see, Otaku, I'm the guy with the money, and the kunai, said Toge as he got close to Otaku's face and held the kunai against his throat, ready to slit it and allow his blood to stain the floor. Then Toge pushed himself away from Otaku and polished his kunai. You see, when Danzo hires you to kill Ryu Yokeis, you shut the fuck up and kill Ryu Yokeis. Now then, do you have anything else to contribute? Otaku shook his head while sweat ran down his neck at the dangerous aura Toge was projecting. He had never met such a man who could become as calm as a serene ocean and yet as dangerous as a maelstrom. Toge Bushu was not someone who could be trifled with so easily. However, he never knew that Toge's question was a literal one. I didn't think so, said the pink-haired man as he pushed Otaku's chair out a window and onto the streets of Megakure, where he was screaming all the way unto his death. When he landed, many people who were walking by screamed in horror and fear at what they had just seen. A man whose bodily parts and bones who lying on the ground and his bones sticking out from his skin and in his skull literally crushed his blood and brain matter coated the ground. Elsewhere in a Megakure Pain was standing out over the village surveying everything that was transpiring around him. Using his perceptive rain he sensed a disturbance to the east where he turned his head, he could sense that someone was falling to the ground before he lost the chakra signature entirely meaning he was dead. The leader of the Akatsuki narrowed his eyes at what was happening, he would have to investigate it later on. Back at the base, Toge was thoroughly enjoying the fruitcake and was not at all disturbed at what he had just done, while those around him were sweating and biting their lips in fear of the man. Like I said, this fruitcake is really good, who brought it? Questioned the pink-haired man while the masked giant in the room raised his hand to answer the question. And, I thank you for that, so does anyone want a piece? Asked Toge as he waved his hands around waiting for someone to answer the question. No. Too bad, well then more for me. Now go out there, kill Ryu Yokais, not that hard really, and take the door on your left on the way out and don't touch anything Danzo-sama likes to keep his bases clean. Said Toge as he turned to the TV screens again. Yakedo, Ninfu and Jakunin left the room following the directions of Toge. However Hametsu stayed firmly planted in his seat with his arms crossed and just stared at Toge with no hint of fear and or intimidation. Hametsu was the only person in the room who was unafraid of the pink-haired man and was not disturbed by his ruthless streak. Well, are you going anywhere? Questioned Toge as he turned to Hametsu who kept staring at him. No, he's coming for you now, and when he gets here, I'll bring you his corpse, said Hametsu as he got off the chair and stood to his feet where he easily towered over Toge who merely smiled at the giant. So you, sit and wait, said Hametsu who seemed annoyed as he pushed Toge into a chair who crosses his legs and arms and saying that this would be fun. While Hametsu walked over to the hole in the window and looked over it scanning the village. In Takigakure, night was fully on the waters and rivers, waterfalls and streams. The great tree in the middle of the village was standing tall and proud. Little light was penetrating through the tree but it didn't matter the light came from the many lanterns being launched into the air. It was around the time that lanterns would fly into the air dotting the village with its life. It was around this time, a beautiful blue-haired woman wearing a flowery blue kimono with a paper flower in her hair and scaled blue hair clips that look like flowers. She was making her way to the docks where her partner was waiting for. She was a little nervous in fact as she had never done such a thing before in her life. This could be considered a date, but yet it also didn't feel like one. Her sparkling amber eyes shone in the night and her vision was clearing and she saw the man that was awaiting her. The handsome blonde wearing a black cloak who was barely visible if T weren't for his glowing red eyes and the lights on the dock. You made it, said Naruto as he caught Konan in his sights. He took in her appearance and he was stunned by what he saw. She was wearing a lovely kimono to which she had brought for the occasion. It was form-fitting, allowing anyone to her near-perfect curves and assets. She looked nothing like he pictured she would be. There was just this certain sense of serenity from her, this calming presence that she commanded. It was awe-bestowing. This angel before him was Konan. His mind snapped back to reality as he took her hand and guided her in the gondola, which was strange as when they first met, she would never have allowed him to do such a thing, thinking of herself as independent, not requiring any aid of the sort. There had been a change between the two of them that they themselves may not have seen. They were influencing each other in ways that didn't require words, perhaps. When Konan sat herself in the gondola she took notice of two lanterns sitting either side of Ryu. She raised her eyebrow a little in question of the lanterns but decided to not voice her questions and keep the mood flowing. She knew that the blonde had something in mind and as if he could hurt someone with lanterns. Naruto grabbed the oars of the gondola and started rowing the boat out onto the waters of Takigakure. Silently and gracefully, hardly disturbing the water or the life that was sheltered underneath such as the fish. She watched as people gathered onto the banks of the water ready to light their lanterns for the festival and enjoy themselves on this night. She now knew what the lanterns were for. She thought she remembered Ryu saying that festivals were stupid, but maybe he mellowed out and swallowed his pride. It would be some time until Naruto knew they had reached their destination as the lake was massive and at the speed they were traveling it would take some time, so she fell into the soft embrace of rest, always with a smile on her face. When they would arrive she felt a small nudge waking her from her sleep where she saw her blonde-haired partner looking at her. She smiled some more at seeing his face and quickly adjusted from the grogginess that came with sleep. So tell me, why did you decide to kidnap me on this night? Spoke Konan with a small grin at the slight and unexpected cheekiness she was showing. Naruto only smirked in response. I only felt like that, I don't know really. I didn't want to be alone, that I wanted to share this experience with someone. Said the blonde, trying to find the right words as he looked out into the water and he saw people gathering their lanterns for their festival. I was walking around the village and I heard the stories of people bringing others out onto the lake to spend time with people they care about. You know that I'm not great at expressing how I feel through my body or words, but this is just a way of saying that I care about you, said Naruto, without a forced smile, something which Konan knew wasn't fake, perhaps. I have only felt this way for one other, and when they left I felt like there was nobody who could fill the void, until that as you came. Konan's eyes seemed to shine some more at the awkward words of her partner. She then saw Naruto hand her one of the lanterns where he laid it softly in her hands. Well, I thank you for the words and lantern, but to what do you expect me to do with it? Questioned Konan with a smile. In response, Naruto pointed the tip of his finger where a small spark of flame appeared. He positioned his hand into his lantern and lit it up, shining brightly in the night, the flame's flares shining through the paper. Well, they say that if you hold a lantern and close your eyes you'll see that which is important to you. I'm not sure if it works, but his words trailed off after that, as he stared into the lantern. He then gestured for Konan to hand over hers where he quickly lit her lantern also. So just close your eyes, stated Konan, to which Naruto nodded. And both shut their lids and darkness was all they could see. Both were wondering what they would see, Konan especially, while Naruto was still skeptical of the matter. So he sat there, holding the lantern. For minutes he did nothing but sit in the boat holding the red lantern in his hand. He could feel nothing, not the wind on his face nor the smell of the lake, he just sat there waiting for something to speak to him. But there was nothing, no image, or sign, no symbol or path, he saw nothing, he continued sitting there. He had given in to hope, and that was foolhardy of him, but hope was a strong thing that not even he could understand. He just hoped to find something, that which was important to him, but he could see nothing, nothing. He was clawing at his mind, the despair of giving in to hope, it was itching and twitching within his mind and he couldn't be rid of it. He was such a fool, he thought that what he was doing wrong. But then came a more logical answer, there was nothing important to him. He opened his eyes to see a sweet smile on Konan's face with her eyes still closed, that was all the proof he needed to know that there was indeed nothing important to him. He did care for Konan, maybe not as much as Madara, but was she important to him? Was what she was experiencing important to her? Did he live out his life with no purpose? Was there anything important to him, nothing that he greatly cared for or wanted? What did he treasure more than anything? At first he thought he would see infinite Tsukuyomi, the Eye of the Moon plan, he regarded that as important to him, but was all that he thought false? Was the infinite Tsukuyomi that important to him, or wasn't it? Just what was he trying to accomplish if he carried out something that wasn't important to him? Why was he doing the things he would do? For something that he regarded as unimportant. Just what was he longing for? What did he need? He looked up at Konan again and could only wonder what she was seeing. Guess the old woman was right. When you hold the lantern you would see the most important thing for you. Just what exactly was Konan's dream? What was important to her? He could see it with his eyes and feel it in his bones. That which she cared for most would bring her nothing but joy. If what she was seeing was making her happy, then he could only wish for her was to be happy. Seeing her smile, it was like this euphoric feeling wash over him, not some false or forced smile to escape situations, but a true one that was instinct and not acting. But then he remembered, he felt something. At first he thought it was just the trick of the mind, but it was as real as the gondola he was sitting on and the blood pumping through him. Without warning and without knowing, Naruto's Sharingan eyes began morphing into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes soon began to bleed as the orbs in his sockets began twitching wildly and violently, flittering back and forth. It almost seemed like he was in this harsh trance. With each second his eyes convulsed faster and faster, they bled more and more with each second. His blood was staining his cheeks and he was breathing hoarsely. What he was feeling was more painful than anything he had felt. His body was twitching from the overload it was feeling and his eyes became bloodshot and bright red all around. And finally it stopped. Just suddenly his eyes stopped twitching and his body stopped convulsing and his eyes were no longer bleeding. He then grabbed the sides of his head, and his eyes were wide and his body was sweating. What? But that can't. How? Thought Naruto as about 56 questions were running through his mind. He then wiped away the blood on his cheeks with his cloak's sleeve dipping it in red liquid that glittered from the light. He then turned to the gondola's side and dipped his gloved hand into the water, and wiping away any traces of the blood while his eyes returned to their original state, not so bloodshot and now appearing as his regular Sharingan. He also wiped his sleeve with the water expelling the blood from it and of course getting him wet. Though he probably shouldn't have done that if I were him. He then took hold of his lantern again and closed his eyes, he must know if it was true. And he saw it, that which was most important to him, it was soft, gentle, melancholy, with a hint of nostalgia but with a loving grace that only few things in the world possessed. He jolted from the image in his head and had a shocked look in his face. What he saw, was it real? Those images, the ones formed before were no more clearer, they made sense to him, he wondered what they were. They felt like they belonged to another from a different world, and there were other images among them. He placed the lantern to the side and put his face in his hands, reminiscing what had just happened to him, while Konan was still enjoying the dream of hers. Fire. Thought Naruto, that's all he could remember. Fire and there was someone. In the fire, a woman, not a man, she was walking through it, unburnt. That was what he saw in the lantern. But he also knew it was, perhaps. Konan opened her eyes slowly. What she had seen could enlighten any heart. The first thing she saw when opening her eyes was Ryu with his face in his hands and Konan knew that something had affected the blonde shinobi. It wasn't on his face and he didn't portray it in his body, she just knew something was wrong and something was bothering him. Konan inched closer to the man and cupped his right cheek with her hand, believing that words would not comfort him. Instead of him reflexing and brushing away her advancements of comfort, he instead gripped her hand tightly and eased into her hand, accepting her signs of consoling. He closed his eyes as he felt her soft hand against his cheek, warm and bright to the touch. What he had seen, he didn't know what to think or feel about it, if he could feel at all. It was so confusing to him that it had almost felt like his mind had shut down. But there were few things that were certain to him, the warm hand cupping his face and the woman to which it belonged to. At that time the people of Takigakure were releasing their lanterns out upon the lake, creating small lights around them, setting the mood of utter peace and tranquility. Some would wish that this moment would last forever. Naruto wished this moment would last forever. The magical setting around him was setting his spirit at ease, his neutral aura was slowly washing away with every second as he looked out onto the lanterns and Konan's hand on his cheek. What he had seen, it denied everything he was working towards and was hoping to achieve. Every image he saw was perfect and he could remember them as if they were his greatest memory. That woman, thought Naruto. His thoughts were whirlwind, his mind was a maze, the woman in front of him, he felt something for her. He didn't understand feelings himself, it almost made him want to panic. But when Konan revealed herself to him, dropping the shields she had set up around herself, she was everything he wanted in a person, which sometimes made her the most infuriating person in the world, although he would never show such annoyance. The woman he had been spending time with, was a mysterious one indeed. During their small moments, he had seen her grow and overcome herself. She always remained strong no matter what happened to her, but it was the small moments she enjoyed, when he went out of his way to help her. During her times of unease he would comfort her, he got her things she couldn't get and she was grateful for it. And now she was the one comforting him. Looking her in the eyes he could see no ill will or annoyance in them. Only concern for him and concern for his well-being, but there was something else in those eyes of hers, a warmth he hadn't seen anywhere else, not even in those who claimed they cared about him. He didn't know what it was but he could only wish that the people of Konoha would have looked at him like as if his body was acting on its own. He inched himself closer to the woman in front of him. Konan's body couldn't react to what he was doing, she could only stare as the man came closer. She could feel his warm breath on her face and she was entranced by his eyes, which shifted from the blood red to magnificent blue. She too found herself inclining herself closer to his body. The lanterns in the sky and gliding across the water matched the euphoria of the two people, providing just enough light to make the scene romantic. And finally they pressed their lips together and instantaneously their eyes fluttered closed as they enjoyed the taste of the other's lips, and they kissed each other back in full force. Konan's hand was still on Naruto's cheek and her other empty hand trailed the blonde man's chest feeling the hard muscle underneath the black cloak, while the man trailed his hands across her body laying one on the small of her back and the other on her cheek. The kiss was soft, gentle, and slow. The action was a simple example of their feelings, or was it lust? It didn't really matter for the moment as the two were just enjoying their chaste kiss, but it didn't last for long as Konan's primal desires were flowing through her. Wanting more of the blonde-haired man, Konan took his lower lip in her mouth and began to gently suckle on it, eliciting a soft moan from the blonde. He was trained to resist any and all kinds of torture, but for him, pleasure was a whole different world. His hands, not staying idle, began to snake their way around the woman's body, inching themselves closer towards the woman's bottom, before grabbing her buttocks, which in turn made the woman gasp a little at the action, before she was hefted up and planted firmly on the lap of her partner, where she could feel the growing, large bulge in his pants prodding her in certain places. Naruto then attacked her neck, nibbling on it softly, making her moan softly at the lightning-like touches. Meanwhile she combed her fingers through his golden hair, massaging his scalp. Her fingers then found the soft fabric of the bandages holding his spiky ponytail in place. She tugged on the bandages ever so softly until they released the wild mane of hair from their trappings, causing his hair to flay about, giving the man a more beastly appearance. Her mind was clouded with lust at the man's actions that she herself wasn't thinking straight or what was really happening aside from the sensations she was feeling, ephemeral and loving. She then felt the sash tied around her waist holding her kimono in place, loosen. Then her naked breasts popped out, allowing the world to glimpse them in all their glory. She could feel the cold air around her, touching her skin, exhilarating her. Her mind was foggy, unable to form coherent thoughts. However, there was just one thought going through her at the moment, of a man with orange hair and brown eyes. Her mind reacting to what was happening. She found none other than the blonde man Naruto Uzumaki about to undress her. Yes, she was about to have sex with Naruto Uzumaki. Her logical sense snapping at her, she pushed herself away from him before he could do the deed. When Naruto felt the warmth of his partner leave him, his eyes snapped open to see Konan with her back to him, fixing her kimono. He couldn't see her face but he could just feel the frown on it. He combed his hand through his hair again and he could feel the stray strands of his now loose hair hanging on his shoulders. He was at the moment mentally berating himself. Just how could he give into such a thing? But the images he saw, he couldn't help but long for them. God, he felt like a fool. Those images, he was caught by surprise, because of their intensity. But truly, Konan, she was the most infuriating person in the world. Why? Because her presence alone was making him feel the things he had thought were lost, albeit small, they were there. It was sickening and yet joyful at the same time. And from those actions he had felt a rush he had never felt before. It wasn't lust, no, it was something deeper than that. It was like a tsunami had crashed down upon him. He wanted to relive that experience. Konan was at a loss. Her lost love for Yahiko and her lust for Naruto was, well, she didn't know, it felt like she was looking at Naruto and Yahiko. She couldn't explain it. No thoughts were able to describe what she was feeling at the moment. Right now all she wanted to do was lock herself away and never see the light of day. Let's not speak of this. I doubt words will help in this situation, said Naruto looking at Konan for a second before back over the water, where he saw bubbles rising to the surface which made him quirk an eyebrow. Konan nodded at him and decided not to say anything. Before anything could do or say anything, something erupted from the water to their right. When Konan turned her head, it was the giant eel that Naruto and Hidan had fought a few days earlier. Naruto just looked at it with a bored expression. Although the eel's appearance had changed little, its face was heavily disfigured from the assaults of Naruto's and Hidan's respective attacks. It roared in anger and rage, for it had a hungry look in its eyes. It was drawn by the scent of Naruto's blood when he dabbed his sleeve into the water when he wiped away the blood from his face. It then lunged forward at the duo, more specifically the blonde it was trying to eat. The villagers of Taki were currently enjoying the festivities. They then felt something crash against the shoreline where people were currently scattering about trying to reach the source of the crash. When they arrived, they saw the body of the unagi, the giant eel that had been plaguing their waters ever since the founding of their village, was currently lying on the ground with a dead look in its eyes. There was whispers going about the people at who could have done such a thing to the unagi while others were silently cheering at the death of the eel. From within its neck, something was prodding and sticking out before a black blade pierced its skin and in a swift motion decapitated the dead body of the eel. The person who was stuck within stumbled out, bathed in saliva, gastric fluids and other foul smells. The person was Ryu Yoke's, whose lively hair was coated in a light gleam of, "You don't want to know. Is now the right time to deliver a cheesy one-liner?" questioned Naruto as he looked out over the people who were all covering their noses so to evade the foul smells of the eels and sides. It was spring in the Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise a time for rest and recuperation as the time of summer were coming. The trees and leaves that decorated and dotted the village with their wild green and wood brown, were now nothing more than radiant, enchanting and sublime. Spring was the season for approaching life and fun, and people were currently preparing themselves for the coming summer, for having already felt its preliminary effects, mainly warm weather, soft winds and leaves holding on tightly to the branches of the trees that supported them, almost as if a mother holding onto her child. The Leaf Village was currently experiencing economic growth and prosperity that they hadn't felt for a long time, not since the time of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Children were currently rolling around and jumping into piles and mounds of fragile and soft flowers, screaming and shouting in abject fun and youth. The adults were stocking up for summer apparel such as shirts and loose clothing, as well as buying warm food that would assist them later in their ventures, while caravans carrying food and money to support Konoha were making their way through the streets with their drivers sporting big smiles at the joyful mood of the village. However, today was a big day. Today, somehow like the rest of the world, Konoha was having a celebration, the Take-Ki Bamboo Tree Festival. God, where all these festivals came from no one had any idea. Each day it was cause for celebration without end. Possibly it was a way to forget all the hatred rising in the world and for people to forget their worries and leave their past behind themselves. Tsunade was currently looking out over her village, her brown eyes inspecting every detail of her village, on the lookout for any faults or weaknesses, almost like a predator searching for prey. Not only was this a day for celebration and fun, but today was also the day that a VIP, a man of utmost importance, was coming to Konoha for business with the village. Tsunade didn't have time to entertain the delegate with her presence, as she had to keep order, as this was the day that most of the civilians would become drunk and wild. Well, other than that tragic anniversary, this was the day people would celebrate most on. So at the moment, thoughts were rushing through her head to best deal with the situation. The delegate was a man of high political status and standing. He was a close confidant of the Fire Daimyo, and it was of utmost tact that the day went smoothly. Even though Konoha acted as an independent organization, they still served the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The delegate, based upon his mere criticism or passing by comment, might make or break Konoha in the long run. Although the man always had the best interest of the Land of Fire and Konoha at heart, it still left room for caution, and among other things, Tsunade had already taken action, and had called for a certain someone to meet her at the Hokage office. She could trust no one else but the person walking through the door, with the delegate. She then heard a knock at her door and ushered the person in without taking her careful eyes off the village. When she turned around, she saw none other than her apprentice, Sakura Haruno, standing in her casual attire with a curious look in her eyes which also showed itself on her face. "You called for me, Tsunade-sama," stated Sakura as she stood in the middle of the office with her teacher's critical gaze on her. Whenever Tsunade had that look in her eyes, Sakura knew that she was going to have a small adventure with someone important. She always wondered why she was the one chosen out of hundreds to be nothing more than a poster boy for the village. Besides, she wanted to spend some time with Ino so she could enjoy the festival. But no, she had something important to do. Sometimes she merely felt like a servant. "Yes, Sakura, as you know, the Take-Ki festival is about to start in a few hours. While I apologize in advance for taking away your time, something has come up that requires my attention. Unfortunately, my attention is rather valuable and is currently focused on something, maybe more important," said Tsunade as she sat in her seat and folded her arms under her bust. "Please, Tsunade-sama, you can't do this. This is supposed to be my day off, and I want to live my life a little unlike you who has very little life to live," said Sakura with a slip of the tongue which made Tsunade's eyes go dark. She had just broken rule number 1 of the village, never mentioned Tsunade's age. Quickly calming the violently temperamental woman in front of her, she had to choose her next thoughts lightly so not to find herself in the hospital or suffer punishment training. Sorry, said Sakura as she rubbed the back of her head in exasperation. Tsunade sighed at her apprentice and took on a stoic face. Sakura, today, I received a letter from the fire daimyo who wanted to discuss the land of fire and trade agreements with Konoha. Seeing as how he couldn't make it himself, he has sent a delegate to speak with us on his behalf. Said Tsunade, recounting what she was told. The man in question shall be arriving shortly. Not only is he a powerful politician and advisor to the fire daimyo, but he has also made vast contributions to the welfare of the land of fire and its citizens. I'm sure you've heard of him, Inze Hosoku. Inze Hosoku. You mean the diplomat who solved the crisis between the land of spring and the land of fire, through peaceful negotiation and trade, along with the sole beneficiary of the citizen uprising stabilization. Said Sakura in shock, as the man was famous around the land of fire, a reputation that sprouted from his kind and modest demeanor. He was already considered a popular and trusted man among the people of the land of fire. Although Sakura had never met the man, the image she painted in her head was an old man with a sort of grandfatherly glow around him. You will be escorting and protecting Inze until he leaves for the land of fire capital again. Although I don't know what the fire daimyo wants, but if it involves Inze, I can only assume that it's nothing but good for Konoha and the land of fire in general. Also try to cater to his needs, take him to some tea shops, I heard he loves tea. Can I trust you to do this? Questioned Tsunade, to which Sakura happily replied to. Also, don't comment on his hands or feet. They then heard clinking coming from outside the door, almost as if metal was hitting itself against metal. Then they heard a knock coming from said door, but it sounded like metal was hitting itself against the wood. Tsunade allowed the person to enter, where Sakura saw someone she didn't picture. He was tall, taller than her. He had an angular face with narrow eyes, though they were a little round. He had spiky, chin-length, caramel, brown hair and sandy brown eyes with light skin. He was wearing a white kimono with a black trim with a black obi that hung loosely on his side with motifs of a wavy mist on said trim, loose sleeves where he hid his hands away from sight in a respectful manner, and he was quite handsome, not someone Sakura expected. Hokage-sama, a pleasure to meet you again since your last visit to the capital, said Inze respectfully as he bowed to the older woman. Pleasure to see you too, Inze, said Tsunade as she bowed her head at the delegate. Sakura, allow me to formally introduce you to Inze Hosoku. Sakura looked at the man and he had a kind smile on his face, one that could probably make any girl he met fall head over heels in love with him. Pleasure to meet you, Hosoku-sama, said Sakura as she held out her hand for him to shake it, though said man flinched a little at the gesture before steeling himself and unfurled his right hand from his robe, which made Sakura hold back a gasp. His right hand was what shocked her. Upon it was a black metal glove with long, black, straight talons 3 inches long on the tips of his fingers and thumb. The metal was scrappily made with bars of metal attached to sharp cables that encircled around his hand, albeit you could barely see the cable aside from all the chunks of black metal hanging onto it. Around his fingers and wrists were black rings of metal encircling the appendages. If you looked past the metal and the sharp cable, you could see horrendous red burn marks on his right hand. Seeing her shocked expression, Inze merely retracted his hand back into his robes and bowed his head a little. Sakura then looked down upon his feet and she saw roughly the same thing. Black, straight metal talons on his toes, but were 4 inches long, and there was cables with sheets of black metal on them with black rings on his toes and around his ankles, and there were horrid burn marks on his feet also. She wondered what had happened to the man for him to receive such punishment. Forgive me, Hosoku-sama, said Sakura with real sincerity and bowed her head a little at the gesture. It's of little consequence, and please, refer to me as Inze. I don't really like honorifics, said Inze as he smiled while scratching his head a little with his metal talons. He then looked towards Tsunade, his smile dropping a little. Hokage-sama, when would you like to discuss the terms and agreements, as I can tell you have your hands pretty full with work. So it's best that I get out of your hair. Well, that would be best. Sakura, please escort Inze around the village. Treat him to some lunch or show him some landmarks, spoke Tsunade as she took out a pen and started writing upon her notes and documents. Yes, Tsunade-sama, if you would follow me, Inze, said Sakura with a smile as the brown-haired man followed after her with a small smile of her own, wishing a little to enjoy the village's sights and views. So for the past half hour Sakura and Inze were walking around the village watching all the frivolous, spurring recreational games and entertainment booths where stuffed animals of all shapes and sizes were offered to the winners, leaving the less than victorious others to walk away empty-handed with frowns on their faces. Children were running about with their friends with their parents in tow, intent on enjoying the day while it lasted. Inze merely looked around at everything. He had little time to attend public festivals, so to say, he was marveling at what was happening around him, while Sakura merely had a small smile and every so often would inch her head at the sights, trying to get a better look at what was happening. You know, for a time I traveled the world, eager to see the sights that was beholden to it. I wanted to discover what the people of the other nations were like, their cultures, traditions and times of fasting. What they did to during their days on this world, how they would spend it or curse it, depending on your point of view. I wanted to unravel the mysteries of the human spirit and how people could possibly find the courage to continue living, said Inze, suddenly gaining Sakura's attention and catching her by surprise, given the fact that she could tell that his kimono was made of the finest silks in the great nations. She never figured him for the adventuring type. She thought for a while that he was a man of exquisite tastes such as wines, parties and women. It must have been fun, seeing the world, not cooped up in a cage like a bird. Sometimes I just want to enjoy the finer things in life, the simpler things, with another, said Sakura as her smile dropped a little at her last two words. So what did you discover on this so great pilgrimage of yours? Inze smiled at her curiosity and was genuinely happy she asked. No one was ever really bothered to learn of his adventures, nor did they care for them except if they could get money out of it. He was a being that was naturally curious. He described himself as a man of the earth, humbled to all things around him and treating all life as if equal to everything. Well, I discovered the strangest thing, something no one would ever expect out of travels such as mine. It was truly awe-inspiring. When I traveled the nations, I had discovered that the other nations were not so different from that of our own, said Inze, making Sakura raise both of her eyebrows at the answer. She was expecting him to say such a things as riches or glory, but not that answer. Before you question as to how such a thing can be, first take a deep look around you, said Inze as he kept walking on the path with Sakura, the metal on his feet always clinking. The pink-haired girl did exactly as was asked and turned her head in multiple directions. All she could really see was people enjoying the festivities and other such things. She could see the smiles they were wearing. The sun was beating down upon them on. This was one of the rare few days that Konoha ever had clear skies and bright sunshine. She had to admit that it was better than all the gloom and doom she had become used to. But still she could not see what Inze was referring to. I'm sorry, but I don't understand to what you're referring to, said Sakura skeptically, wondering to what the delegate was talking about. It just seemed at the moment that he was spouting nonsense and maybe a little crazy. Are you familiar with the works of Guru Lagima? Questioned Inze as he looked over to Sakura, who merely shook her head at him, never having heard of the name or any familiarity with the name. Well, Guru Lagima was a renowned guru and poet, who lived nearly 300 years ago. He was particularly famous for his sheer wisdom, foresight and teachings. He usually portrayed his messages through his poetry and passed on his teachings to his numerous students. His writing was so influential that it survived the worst of the era of warring states. Although I am saddened to say that his words are now seen and dismissed as nothing more than children's stories, well, this may just be a children's story, as they say he discovered the secret of weightlessness and became untethered from the earth for the final 40 years of his life. And this relates to a children's story, pouted Sakura, hoping for him to reach the conclusion of his tale, while Inze chuckled, getting caught up in the moment. Like all great children's tales, it contains truth in the myth. Lagima once wrote, "Instinct is a lie, told by a fearful body." Hoping to be wrong, spoke Inze, making Sakura widen her eyes in confusion. And that means? It means that when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality, said Inze as he looked around again, but instead of seeing people having fun, he saw the ability for great things in the people he was looking at. To him, human life was changeable and ever-shifting like wind moving the waves of the ocean. He believed that a mere ant could someday move a mountain if given a chance. The potential and growth of humans exhibited were not flourishing. Not given a chance, he hoped to rectify that and give all people an equal and fair voice in their lives. Sakura was taken back by what he said and was amazed at the man in front of her. When she looked at the people again, she saw what he saw, potential. "I peg you wrong," she said to the brown-haired, and he raised an eyebrow at her in thought. "I thought you were some prissy politician who was more concerned with the dirt on his shoe than people's feelings." "That's not someone I would like to be in the future," said Inze, but something caught his eye behind Sakura as he raised his eyebrow in exasperation and pity. "Although there are times when I question my beliefs when I watch some rube stuff an entire roast chicken in his mouth," deadpanned Inze, where Sakura looked behind him and she sighed and deflated at what she saw. "Oh my god, Choji, I told you not to do that!" yelled Ino, whose head had grown to 10 times the size and she was roaring like a lion at her ever-hungry teammate. "Butts, ittsssssssoo wood," moaned Choji, sitting on his rump feasting on the delicious chicken in his mouth. "Troublesome." And with that said, Inze and Sakura walked away, but they didn't catch the look of surprise on Ino's face when she saw her best friend walking away with a hunk of a man. That guy was practically a stud. "Is that Inze the carnivore? OMG Sakura, you lucky bitch," thought Ino in amazement at her friend. A few hours later, after enjoying the festival, Sakura and Inze were making their way back to the Hokage Tower, where the diplomat would talk with Tsunade about a few confidential things. Sakura could honestly say that she had a good time. When they made it into the tower, Sakura decided to voice a question, well, more like 2 questions that were on her mind. "Hey, Inze, why do people call you the carnivore?" questioned Sakura off the top of her head. "Well, whenever at work, I tend to be, uncompromising and a tad aggressive. And let's just say that if you cross me, I'll chew you up and spit you out like an angry mother tiger from a fresh kill," said Inze, bringing up that aggression of his, which made Sakura's mind reboot from the sudden change in attitude. "Well, at least that's what my friends say." Sakura, taking a breath and getting her mind straight, decided to ask the question which almost felt like walking on glass. "And what happened to your hands and feet?" queried Sakura as she saw a frown mar Inze's handsome features. She mentally scolded herself for asking such a personal and obviously hurtful question. "That's not a something I can answer. It's best if you don't know," he said while staring at the ground. Sakura merely winced at her stupidity. She knew not to ask him and yet she didn't anyway. Damn it, she wasn't good at these sort of things. Plus she didn't know how to console him or comfort him as they had only met a few hours ago. When they made it to the office of the Hokage, Inze bowed in gratitude before engaging Tsunade in a conversation which would, possibly change more than just one life. So now the metal-branded man and the woman known as a princess within her own village were currently sitting in a room with 2 couches facing the other. As always, the politician had his hands within his robes so to shield the world from their ghastly view. While Tsunade sitting in the opposite couch with one leg crossed over the other, while her hazel eyes stared at the man in front of her. There is no civility. No pleasantries. No goodwill. Only politics, spoke Inze in a depressed state with a monotone ring in his voice. Tsunade could see that it was etched onto his face, the responsibilities of having to cater to an idiot. Inze was a hard-working man, yes. He didn't achieve the position he had in politics by being lazy. He had won the people's respect through determination and a unique charisma that could inspire many. Although once he entered the game of politics, then did he feel like he was her age. The land of fire, the once great country that many respected, is not what it once was. The halls of politicians and nobles are now filled with rapacious, squabbling, naive diplomats. There is no interest in the common good. I must be frank, Hokage-sama, there is little chance that the daimyo will act upon his duties. The daimyo thinks otherwise. He's been our strongest supporter even before the invasion 2 years ago, argued Tsunade as she smiled a little while looking over her village enjoying its growth and prosperity. A village her grandfather built. If I may say so, the daimyo has very little power left, and what power he had before the invasion was little in retrospective. He is mired by baseless recriminations of corruption, scandals and overall incompetency. The few allies he has left wish to turn upon him when given the chance. The bureaucrats are in charge and his advisors whisper commands and he obeys like a lost puppy. Snorted Inze as he had met the daimyo many times and all those times he was unimpressed with the man, fickle-minded and snotty. But my village has been prospering, with each day we grow stronger, producing finer shinobi than the last, said Tsunade as she turned her attention to the white-robed man. If he has little power left, then why is the strongest shinobi village becoming even stronger? You fail to see that which is right in front of you, Haim. The only reason your village has been flourishing is because the bureaucrats have allowed it. In fact, the daimyo himself has been taking several steps to ensure the Konoha is remaining strong. It's the one thing he's done right during his term. He's been levying greater amounts of tax payment and has been donating rather generously to the welfare of your village. But all power comes at a cost, spoke Inze, his mood shifting, becoming more serious. The people are starving, they will soon begin dropping dead like fish out of water, their frustrations are rising and I will not be able to quell their anger as I did the last time. The aristocracy are extorting all the wrongfully levied taxes and spending them on extravagances, the daimyo's wife Madame Shijimi being one of the key factors behind the economic decline because of her spendthrift fault. She spends more money hiring your ninja to chase that cat of hers than she does on the finest silks, jewels and pearls. Trade routes are being raided by bandits and are freely killing innocents and claiming food and water that the people sorely need. And don't ask why you were never told of this, is because the daimyo didn't want you getting involved, upsetting and fueling the mess he has made. He's more interested in his belongings than the welfare of his people. All the while the two of them weren't privy to the knowledge of someone outside the door listening in on their conversation. This person had pink hair and it didn't take a genius to discover who it belonged to. The land of fire is currently embroiled in political and economic turmoil. It won't be long before a revolution happens, overthrowing the government and in place creating a new one. The masses will rise and other countries may seek to use the crisis to their own advantage. This all stems from a single thought, continued Inze as Tsunade spoke with her eyes, questioning him on this one thought. Everybody wants to rule the world. Tsunade raised her eyebrow at this, and she had to admit that it was mostly true. And it's fair to say that I want to rule the world, a little, said Inze, scratching his head. So what can we do to stop this so-called crisis? Questioned Tsunade lightheartedly. Don't patronize me, Tsunade. You may not care about the land of fire, but I do. While I may have some knowledge on shinobi affairs, I know for a fact that if the government falls, other countries may try to maneuver themselves, establishing political places within the government and influencing the country and Konoha. Said Inze, which made Tsunade widen her eyes in realization that the situation was worse than she feared. The fire daimyo will lead this land into ruin, and the people will blame you for not taking action because of your passivity. They may turn on Konoha, as absolute power corrupts absolutely. I fear we may need a new leader who will not be tempted by proclamations of authority unless it's not too late for the daimyo to change course and wash away the dirt and grime he brought along with him. The coming months shall decide whether or not the daimyo is fit to rule this land with order or enthrall this land into chaos. Just walk outside your walls and you will see what is happening. Children and civilians are starving, suffering and dying. The rates of unemployment are growing drastically with each second. Poverty is becoming a more adamant problem. It will be soon before riots start happening, and then what comes after shall be worse. Inze got up out of his chair and brushed his robes, bowed with respect and bid Tsunade farewell. He was about to grasp the doorknob with his hand when Tsunade called out for him to stop. What we are discussing may very well be labeled as treason by the wrong parties seeking power, spoke Tsunade carefully. If you say this situation must be stabilized, then I can send one of my most trusted ninja to accompany you back to the capital and will act as an extension of myself. A delegate from Konoha. I'm putting my faith in you. Resolve this problem before it becomes out of hand. This isn't treason, it's merely an exchange of views. The fire daimyo doesn't know how to rule. He'll most likely find his head on a spike being paraded down a street. The only thing we were discussing was a peaceful solution to the situation, nothing more. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Send your delegate to me at the northern gate where we will part for the capital, spoke Inze, twisting the doorknob and seeing himself out where he saw an inconspicuous Sakura leaning against the wall. He waved his hand in farewell before he was on his way. When Sakura turned her head, she saw the face of her master in front of her, with an expressionless gaze. Pack your bags, you're going to the capital. Elsewhere, two figures were walking down a road towards a village famous for its infrastructure. The two beings were wearing black cloaks emblazoned with red clouds. One had blue hair like the ocean with eyes that rivaled amber, while the other had sun-kissed hair with ruby eyes with black toma within them. The two were Ryu Yokeis, Naruto Uzumaki, and his partner Konan. The two had said nothing to each other, nor have they spared each other glances aside from simple looks. All they did together for the moment was walk upon the road to which the destination was at its end. Things had been tense and awkward between the two. Konan could remember what happened on the gondola as if it happened minutes ago. It just felt so right. What she had seen looking into the lantern was something she could only perceive in a dream. She had seen Yahiko, seen him, it felt like him, flesh and blood, right before her. When she opened her eyes, he was still there, unruly orange hair and charming smile. She had no control of her actions, she had just acted on her instincts and just swept herself in bliss that she couldn't let go of. She never wanted the moment to end. She wanted the things in her life to last forever. Everything was perfect, until her mind had caught up to her. Then did everything end. She had no idea what Ryu was thinking, reciprocating the action and taking it even further. Did he mistake her for someone else? When she saw him, she mistook for Yahiko, from a time that he was depressed from the state of the world. That's what Ryu seemed like to her, and that is what made her foolishly mistake yellow for orange. She didn't know if she should feel guilty or angered at what she had done, or what Ryu would do to her. It would be a few more hours of walking, though they would be there much faster if Naruto merely created that space-time portal of his. That was the indicator. Since he wasn't using it, he had to think over his thoughts while walking, so she would leave him like that until he wanted to talk again. Naruto, meanwhile, was coming to terms with everything. He was tired of everything. No matter what he did, it ultimately left him feeling confused about who he was. He felt like he was losing more than just his emotions, more like his entire being. He killed two of his childhood friends without hesitation, and yet he felt no guilt or shame for killing them. Even enemies felt guilt for each other, but yet he didn't feel like that. When he kissed Konan, he felt a passion that felt buried long ago, almost as if it belonged to another. It was a rush, all those thoughts running through him, the feeling, he wanted it so much that he felt like the infinite Tsukuyomi was the only way for him to rekindle what he had lost. But then he lost it, almost as if it was never there. And then he didn't feel anything afterwards. Just what was he? So they continued walking, not talking to each other or looking at another. Just silence. When they arrived at Omegakure, they were immediately summoned by Pain to his tower. The leader of the Akatsuki wished to discuss some things with the blonde-haired man. More specifically, to see if the newest member had found the traitor. Were you successful? Questioned Pain as he stared out over Omegakure, again. His metallic purple eyes looking out over the horizon, never moving or twitching. He was the watcher of the village, like a tiger protecting its territory. He could feel his village's citizens doing whatever they did. Behind was Ryu Yokeis and Konan, who were listening to his words with emotionless faces. Yes, answered Naruto bluntly, his red eyes never leaving the man in front of him. The blonde was no fool. His master was a wielder of the Rinnegan. He could tell the person in front of him was a corpse. Animated from Nagato's chakra. Naruto had to hold back a snort every time he saw the man. He believed himself a god when the original wielder of his eyes was more than just a god. But that mattered little at the moment. There was a person running around the world leaking the Akatsuki's secrets and movements, and Naruto already had a guess as to who it was. Then you should go apprehend him, that is, if you can. Said Pain with unintentional smugness and insult laced in his voice. To be quite frank, he wasn't overly fond of Yokeis. He did not approve of the man's closeness with Konan. For one, he barely trusted him, so how could he trust him to protect his best friend? 2. Although efficient in his missions, it doesn't seem like he wishes for camaraderie or the very least cooperation. Well, that what it seemed. He couldn't confirm if it was true or not. 3. He didn't know what he was yearning for. Money, Kakazu, religion, Hidan, art, Deidara and Sasori, or just for the fun of it with ulterior motives, Kisame. The man before him was a puzzle, and like any child, Pain wanted to complete the puzzle and discover all the secrets of Ryu Yokeis. He's here in the village, I can sense him. You already know what I plan, so I'll be taking my leave. said Naruto as he turned to leave, discarding the Akatsuki cloak he was ready, opting for his usual black attire. As he was about to leave, he turned to Konan and asked for the Shiromikiren, to which she unsealed the blade and gave it to him, where he said he would return it later, as he had a feeling he was going to need it. Konan frowned sadly, ever so slightly, at his distant attitude and his neutral aura while his retreating form disappeared from her sight. He walked through the village with little light, the endless rain pelting his body. The cold unaffected him as with each step he took a squelching sound was made. No one was on the streets, and if there were they would be hobbling for shelter, away from the downpour, while Naruto kept on walking unaffected by the heavy drizzle. His red eyes were on the path he was walking on, nowhere else mattered but the road ahead of him. Other than the splashing of water from the dark clouds above him there was utter silence. No light. So many thoughts were running through him. He could hear voices, not the kind that would talk back to you, but these voices belonged to a fragmented tale. They were telling him things that he did not understand or comprehend, but one voice in particular belonged to a girl, a young one. He was carrying something from her, something that only few people could understand or wish for, something that belonged to a different world. A world without memory. When the eyes closed, it came back to him, merely flashes. He had seen more than he should have, and it was gnawing at his being. But yet the images he saw were something so natural that they could be mistaken as reality. Was it reality, or was it more like an illusion, or a memory? His eyes allowed him to see many things that others were not privy to, but the images, they were real. They felt real, all of it. He saw so many things. The images merely confused him, made him question who he was and what he wanted. What he felt was important. Were they memories beyond his grasp? He felt no pain whatsoever, so he was unable to feel the Juinjutsu on his left arm, throbbing ever so often. It would pulse every so often and its color would change from black to red. Granted, it did not glow in the dark atmosphere around him. He just kept on moving, his mind not alerting him to the pulsing on his arm that he had been occurring since the time out on the lake of Takigakure. The voices were telling him their exact words. Something so simple. A creation born of ignorance. A being without purpose. You are. The secret place. Your voice. You left me. This time. I'll fight. Meet me at the place in between. The forgotten place. They're gathering. You are a nobody, non-existent. The third enemy. What took so long? Can we do it? Against that. You're heartless. I have come for you, my master. You are the source of all. Naruto. Naruto, why? Metamorphosis. The 13th order. Sama, but why? Change. That which holds you back. What is this place? In between. Is this the answer you're looking for? You have no more use. This is the world's true form. Maybe my life meant nothing after all. A paradise with you. We'll go together, Naruto. I've been to see him. He looks just like you. Everything is coming back to me, the true, spoke Naruto as his speech trailed off after the last word. All those words recounted in his head, some were spoken by men, another by a girl. It was in that order, starting with, something so simple, and ending with, he looks just like you. It rang like bell in his head, thunderous and loud, greater than the rain falling on him. His train of thoughts were soon interrupted when he felt their presence. At least 60 of them, each with subpar above Chunin level chakra levels, nothing compared to his tailed beast level chakra. They were attempting to hide from him, trying to obscure their presence. However, he had to give credit where it was due, they were at least trying to hide their presence from him. With his red eyes he could see them scaling the pipes and roofs of the industrialized village around him. Before he stopped at a building in front of him that served as a hotel to some, the rain still beating down upon him, he smirked ever so subtly as they finally made their appearance. All 60 of them surrounding him from all sides, creating a vacuum around the man in the shape of a circle. They were all standing around him, like statues. Each one wearing a different mask from the other, but there was something different about them. They all wore short black jackets with red straps and black leather gloves. They all wore high-collared shirts with black bands wrapped around their ankles and ninja sandals. They each had tanto strapped to their shoulders. Naruto knew all too well which organization these puppets belonged to. They carried the stench of their master with them that not even the rain could wash away. Root, the now disbanded subdivision of Konoha's Anbu Black Ops. One of the members of Danzo's clandestine division approached the blonde from his right side, cautiously. Naruto didn't face him and merely stared out ahead, making no move whatsoever. A little distance away in the evil, secret building of Toge Bushu and his accomplice Hametsu were looking out through the broken window, watching the show from their sanctuary. Well, isn't this supposed to be the moment where you, I don't know, kill him, quipped Toge as he turned to look at his brutish partner in crime. No. Tigers wait for the right chance to strike, they observe their prey first. So you wait, said Hametsu as he pushed Toge away and kept staring out over the village hidden in the rain. Back with Naruto, who was still staring into space. Please come with us, Tekurufu, said the root agent, which made Naruto quirk an eyebrow at him. He had never heard of a fellow named Tekurufu. Well, at least it wasn't a name he memorized for a bounty. But still, what was the agent insinuating? Tekurufu? Queried Naruto as he looked up into the sky, letting the rain fall against his face. If you resist, we have been ordered to eliminate you, said the root agent as he busted out his tento and readied himself in a combat stance against Naruto, who wasn't in the least a bit intimidated by the man. Before the agent could react, he fell to the ground with blood leaking from his head. He currently had a senbon in his left eye through the eye hole in his mask, piercing deep and precisely enough into his brain. Many of the root members reacted to this and readied their weapons to kill Naruto. As if, the blonde was already 2 steps ahead of them. 1. He wasn't unprepared. 2. He wasn't alone. Naruto fell into a stance and swung his right arm where the Tenbogiri appeared, and he then swung his left arm where the Shiromikairan appeared before spinning the both of them, grinding their metal against the other, creating sparks from the contact, and fell into a battle-ready stance. The root soldiers took a few steps forward, while Naruto stood there with his swords ready to battle. The rain kept falling, soaking the root agents to the bone in cold liquid. They stood there for a few minutes, never doing anything other than letting time pass by. They had faith in their training that they could kill the one they labeled as Tekurufu. Naruto kept standing there, his eyes never moving, only keeping their gaze to those in front of him. His 2 swords by his side were dripping with water left over by the rain. You could not even see a twitch or inkling of fear, nervousness, or hesitation. So now they were all waiting for the machines to destroy the other, fulfill their mission, and be on their way. Suddenly the rain stopped. And at that moment the root agents took to the field of combat. One member attempted to sacrifice himself so to allow his comrades to gauge the skill level of their opponent. Swiftly he ran towards Naruto, who sensed his approach coming and without wasting any movements, acted accordingly to his training. With the Tenbogiri he slashed the root member vertically, killing him instantly and making his body scrape across the ground as his blood coated the wet floor and the Tenbogiri where the small amount of red liquid dripped off the black sword. 2 more members attempted to rush the blonde, intent on killing him. Naruto, switching his grip on the Shiromikairan to a reverse grip, slashed one of the members across the chest, killing her and then stabbing the Tenbogiri into the other. With quick precision and timing, Naruto kicked the body of the agent he had killed with the white sword into an oncoming group of root agents who were toppled over from the body. And then, skillfully using the Tenbogiri, Naruto positioned the sword, with the blade still stabbing the root member, towards a group of kunai that was flying towards him, making use of the dead agent by serving his purpose as a shield. Naruto planted his foot on the man still attached to his black blade and pushed him off the sword. With nothing but utter skill did Naruto stab the Shiromikairan into an agent who was coming in from behind him. He then flipped over the stabbed man where he landed behind the mont's back, where he then stabbed the Tenbogiri into his opponent's back and threw him off the sword towards another oncoming group who were toppled over like bowling pins. Naruto continuing with his defensive assault, slashing another agent downward, killing him, and then having the Shiromikairan slice off the foot of another agent, making him scream in pain at what had happened to him. But his screams did not last long as Naruto twirled around and pierced him with the Tenbogiri before the blonde flipped over the dead corpse and sliced 2 members horizontally, finishing them before doing a split kick which sent the bodies hurtling away and into other soldiers. Naruto slashed another soldier across the stomach before performing a simple kick, breaking the man's teeth and skull. He hacked away at another through an upward vertical cut and at the same time kicking another soldier away, only to rejoin in the fight later. Naruto then twirled around in the air, killing another root agent who foolishly followed after the whirlwind of metal death. When the blonde landed on the ground, the keen visual perception and prediction of the Sharingan saw three root members jumping into the air trying a new tactic that could kill the blonde. Naruto only jumped after them and the three combatants kept clashing their weapons against the other. However, the clash only proved futile for the three of them as their weapons were either shattered into pieces by the Shiromikiren or nothing more than diced up metal thanks to the Tenbogiri. When the four of them landed back on the ground, Naruto jumped into the air again, but this time with 7 root members chasing after him. He efficiently dealt with 3 of them in the air by slashing them across their chests. It still meant he had 4 others to deal with who were coming down ready to strike him from above. Wasting not a single movement of his muscles, he threw the Shiromikiren into the air straight past the root members, but what they didn't see was the white blade boomeranging around in the air and came flying down towards them, killing all 4 of them in a single fell swoop and then returning to Naruto's hand as if it had never left its master. And Naruto again holding it in a reverse grip. Now things were getting serious and the kitty gloves were coming off. The root agents now began using jutsu against the blonde, lightning and fire jutsu that forced the Akatsuki member to think light on his feet. However, even with their great discipline they still lacked self-control, which Naruto exploited as the root agents were accidentally killing their comrades in the effects of their jutsu. Friendly fire was a bitch after all. Naruto, using his amazing agility, landed on a staircase leading up to the hotel where he coolly watched the little puppets of Danzo scurry about trying to flank him. The blonde then looked up to the top of the hotel where he saw a cloaked figure standing atop the tower with a neutral gaze on his face. And from the shadows came Itachi Uchiha with his red eyes staring down upon Naruto as if he was a holy messenger of a god. Naruto, not intent on letting his prey escape, ran up the length of the tower with great speed that only a Sharingan could follow, with his sword scraping against the metal of the building creating sparks in his path, root agents following after him. Itachi seemed to smirk at the blonde, which was rewarded with Naruto throwing the Tenbogiri at him with the black blade whirling towards the black-haired man. Itachi in response jumped off the roof of the hotel and amazingly grabbed the Tenbogiri out of the air and began descending rapidly down the length of the hotel with the black blade in his hand ready for action. With the 2 Sharingan wielders closing in on the other, instead of attacking the passed by each other while offering their respective opponent a blank glance, while Itachi cut any root agent in his way and traded places with Naruto, who stood in the spot Itachi was standing in not a second ago. When the former Uchiha heir landed on the ground, he was immediately besieged by members of Root. The agents were also assigned to eliminate Itachi so not to reveal the deplorable acts of the Leaf Village, more specifically the events surrounding the Uchiha massacre. So Itachi started cutting up those who stood before him and using fire jutsu and water jutsu, which was easily created from the moisture and water on the ground, killing at least 12 without any interruption from our golden-haired anti-hero. So without further ado, Naruto jumped back into the fray of the battle, not intent on letting Itachi have his way. But things turned out as expected when Itachi threw a kunai at Naruto, to which the blonde blocked it with the Shiromikiren, plucked it out of the air and threw it back at Itachi, who dodged it by moving his head to the side with a look of surprise and shock on his face. The kunai flew past the Uchiha and pierced a root member behind the Sharingan wielder while also cutting away some of Itachi's bangs that framed his face. Naruto charged at Itachi without any hesitation while Itachi did the same thing with the root members, wondering if they were allies, enemies or frenemies. Both Naruto and Itachi attempted to stab the other in the head, but both, seeing the moves with the Sharingan, dodged by moving their head, which also had the added benefit of killing 2 root members that had snuck up behind them. Both then twirled away from one another while at the same time tried to slash the other, which only met in a clash of metal that resounded around the area. Since the Tenbogiri and the Shiromikiren were known as the sister swords, the effect of each blade was cancelled out when their metal would meet. Naruto backed away a little and pierced another root member without even looking and blocked another agent with the Shiromikiren, where he was no back-to-back with Itachi, who had his own problems to deal with. Itachi, sensing danger behind him, swung the Tenbogiri behind trying to kill Naruto, who ducked under it, causing Itachi to strike a root agent and Naruto to stab another soldier of root. Itachi, quickly seeing Naruto's distraction, took out a kunai and threw it against the blade of the Shiromikiren, causing it to fall from Naruto's hand. But this did nothing to annoy or anger the blonde, as he basically took nearly everything in stride. Naruto then unsealed a kunai from one of his wrist seals and held it in a reverse grip. Our then rushed at a member of Root with great speed that the shinobi barely had time to react as Naruto slashed him across the side, killing him, staining the ground with his blood as he fell with a thud. Naruto wasn't finished with his rush of combat as another Root agent attempted to slice off his feet with his tanto, only for Naruto to jump in the air and perform a reverse roundhouse kick, hitting the agent in the head and breaking his neck. Naruto, with the kunai in hand, blocked a vertical slash coming from a tanto another agent and knocked it completely out of the man's hand, where Naruto then stabbed him in the stomach, ending his life. And in a span of only 3 seconds, Naruto grabbed the tanto out of the air, holding it in a reverse grip. With his kunai he redirected an attack from the Tenbogiri, which cut the kunai in half while at the same time slashing Itachi in the side with his tanto, all in a span of 3 seconds, and ending with the blonde's back to the Uchiha as he fell to the ground clutching at the wound he had received. Naruto only stood in that same position with his eyes closed, holding the sliced off kunai in a reverse grip and the bloodied tanto in the other, with his legs slightly crouched. Feeling the presence of no more enemies, Naruto dropped the tanto and the broken kunai to the ground, which made a clank when they hit the hard ground, and Naruto opened his eyes as he heard the shallow breathing from Itachi. At last he had found and bested the traitor. Naruto turned around to see Itachi on the ground clutching at the wound. He could sense it around him. This was no genjutsu, it was reality. And he was amazed at the training he had received from Madara, as he bested Itachi, a prodigy with the potential to rival the Yondaime, defeated in only 3 seconds, something which he could never have accomplished before he met the old goat. He picked up the Tenbogiri and Shiromikairan off the ground and sealed them in his wrist seals. "Let's go, Itachi, we have much to talk about," said Naruto as he grabbed Itachi from his Akatsuki cloak's collar. Naruto then activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye and used Kamionanayo, Sutepu no Shinigami, Steps of the Death God, to open a black and purple portal that led to a different location. With that said, Naruto dragged Itachi through the portal and ended up in a small room, octagonal in shape and made of metal, with small rectangular windows that allowed barely enough light piercing through the darkness, and a single bed with a less than soft mattress and a door with iron bars, and behind the bars was an octagonal door that could only be opened with special chakra. Naruto unceremoniously dropped Itachi on the ground, who had a near-dazed look in his eyes while Naruto sat on the bed and observed Itachi from his spot on the bed. "So, Itachi, at last I find you," spoke Naruto emotionlessly as he stared at Itachi's bleeding form and pulled on his hood, revealing his golden locks. Naruto held back just a bit so not to kill Itachi. He still had some uses as upon the blonde supposed. Itachi widened his now black eyes at the man. He had seen that face before, and he knew it all too well. It lacked a few certain properties, but the resemblance was there, undeniable. Naruto 1287 Chapter 16, Falling Petals. Madara's Student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Falling Petals. In Konoha, the usual dark gray clouds were hanging over the world like a gargoyle, ready to strike on sinners. The clouds created a darkness that blanketed over the village, not akin to the soft embrace like sleep or a woman, but the rigid and hard feeling of being caged and trapped within a metal hole or coffin, screaming and clawing at a way to escape. The mood in the village was the same as it has always been when the weather was the way it was. Dark and gloomy, it reflected in every soul. The people walking on the streets had slight frowns and were fearing the worst when small droplets of water were painting the ground. The people and citizens were getting ready to scurry about to escape the oncoming downpour. Taking shelter where it was available and warm meals when able, the people of course wondered many times, over and over again, why Konoha, a once shining and warm place, was so cold and upset, like all its life was just gone in a second. No one came up with a clear conclusion as to why the weather was like it, but many times have they accepted that things were out of their control and dealt with it as best as they could. Though there were some things that nobody could accept, circumstances out of their control that they couldn't accept, no matter how their hearts told them they were wrong. One Sakura Haruno was currently packing her things ready to leave the village in favor of heading to the capital of the Land of Fire with the politician, Inze Hosoku, a man of many talents and surprises. Inze had journeyed to Konoha to speak urgently with Tsunade about several topics, including the incompetence of one very specific daimyo. Sakura was packing all the things she needed for the trip. Inze had been kind enough to allow her to stay at his mansion where her whims could be catered to and her needs met. She had already knew what was expected of her. She was a delegate for Konoha, representing her village as the voice of the Hokage. To be truthful, Sakura was a bit nervous. She had no idea what to do. The last thing she expected to be was the delegate for Konoha. Couldn't Shikamaru do this job? No, he'll just be too lazy, troublesome. She wondered what kind of people she would meet, though she stuffed all that in the back of her mind as she knew exactly who she was meeting. Prissy nobles wearing fancy makeup and clothing of the most expensive tastes who were more concerned with the dirt on their shoes than the people they governed. Sakura thought that such a way of living was nothing more than repugnant, wasteful. However, there may be others like Inze in the courts of the Land of Fire, maybe. The ones who cared for the well-being of others more than themselves, just hearts with the right intentions, concerned with the stability and peace of their country and the lives of their people. She heard a knock on her door where she allowed the person in. When the door opened, it revealed a young man with an angular face with narrow eyes though they were a little rounded. He had spiky chin-length caramel, brown hair with sandy brown-colored eyes and skin akin to marble. He was wearing a white kimono with a black trim tied with an obi around his waist with motifs of wavy mists on the black trims, loose sleeves that hid his hands which were tucked into said sleeves. Sakura smiled a little at seeing her new friend Inze who was escorting her to the capital. Good morning or good afternoon, you can't really tell with this weather, said Inze with a small pout as he looked out her window to see the dark gray clouds flying over the village. No, he was serious, you couldn't tell what time it was with such weather, that's why clocks were everyone's best friends in the village, no one went anywhere without a clock. So are you nearly ready to leave? Questioned the handsome politician, to which Sakura merely nodded at him with a small grin and some excitement oozing off her form. I just have to check our equipment stocks for our ninja and finish some business at the hospital, then we can leave, hopefully it won't be too long, spoke Sakura with an upbeat attitude, and Inze nodded at her. Well, when you're ready meet me at the northern gate and we'll head for the capital, there'll be a carriage waiting for you, you'll know it when you see it, spoke Inze as he left the room. As Sakura watched the door close, she turned back to packing her things. She had learned how to use basic fuinjutsu from Tenten. She wasn't a master, she didn't even consider herself an expert, but it was enough to get by. She knew the amazing things one can do with fuinjutsu, but she wasn't cut out for it. That was more Tenten's area of expertise, the self-proclaimed master of fuinjutsu with no equal except for Jiraiya and Tsunade. As Sakura packed the last of her clothes she was going to need, she looked over to a picture sitting upon a small shelf and she smiled slightly at the figures in the picture. She picked up the picture and smiled ever more slightly where she stroked her finger across the whiskered face with the golden sun hair. This was one thing she couldn't part with, the only picture of him. Of Naruto. The picture was precious to her, above all else, her most valuable possession. Placing the picture in a random ceiling scroll, Sakura knew she had everything she needed from tools, to books, and her vanity items. She then heard the sound of tapping, and being accustomed to the ever-falling rain in Konoha she knew the tapping was coming from a different source. She looked outside her window to see a random Anbu member with a bird mask peering through her window. Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you, spoke the Anbu before disappearing from sight altogether. Sakura raised her eyebrow in curiosity. Whenever Tsunade ever summoned her, it was always important, whether it regarded the village, the shinobi or just her well-being. Sakura quickly placed her scrolls into a bag before leaving through the window, not bothering to mouth a goodbye to her parents as she wouldn't be returning home that day. Besides, she needed to be away from them, they had become too overbearing.
When she made it to the Hokage's tower, she trudged through the halls with slight dabs of water on her clothing. She knocked on the door where Tsunade ushered her in to find her teacher's back facing her as she stared out across the village as the rain now started to pour, drowning the village with the clouds' tears. Sakura couldn't see it, but Tsunade currently had a solemn visage on her face and a near-dead look in her eyes. You wished to see me, Tsunade-sama, spoke Sakura softly, while her teacher didn't make any move nor did she turn to face her. Her eyes were locked on the village she ruled over, seeing and inspecting all the droplets of the rain, watching the people run around seeking shelter from the onslaught of the saddened tears.
I've been wanting to discuss something with you, a topic I've been torn about. Since you're going to the capital, I thought it best that I tell you now, before the whole village knows, said Tsunade as she turned to face Sakura as the Hokage sat down in her office chair. And this is about Questioned Sakura as she was truly wondering what her leader was talking about. Naruto, and his heritage, spoke Suan solemnly. Sakura widened her eyes at her teacher, never taking her emerald eyes off her teacher's honey brown. When my grandfather was still in power, he married the princess of the Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki, to strengthen bonds between our clans and because they genuinely loved each other. During their prosperous and happy life together they had 2 children. A son and a daughter. Their son was my father. While their daughter traveled to Uzushiogakure, Umi Senju felt more of a greater connection to the Uzumaki than the Senju, and she wished to rejoin her people and to learn of Fuinjutsu from the greatest masters in the world, and because of her bright red hair she was accepted without any qualms. She later married a man from the Uzumaki, a distant relative where the bloodline was diluted enough. They had 1 child together, a daughter. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. Tsunade-sama, you're not saying, spoke Sakura with a gasp. Kushina later came to Konoha to be a shinobi of the village, where she married the man who would later become the Yondaime Hokage, and together, they had 1 child. A son, spoke Tsunade, her eyes drowning in sorrow. When Kushina came to the village, Tsunade had welcomed her with open arms, and the 2 were more like sisters than cousins. When Tsunade left the village, she kept in contact with her cousin via letters they would send to each other monthly, and the last letter she received was 1 month before the Kyuubi attack. The letter detailed Kushina's pregnancy to Tsunade, every little detail to what Kushina believed her child would be like, where the blonde woman thought she was a prophet as she was right about her child. It wasn't until later, a few months after the attack, did Tsunade learn that the child survived and was under the name Uzumaki and had Minato's most prominent features, from ocean eyes to golden hair. It was like a huge neon light in her face. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the great-grandson of the Shodaime Hokage, through Hashirama's daughter, Naruto's maternal grandmother. So basically, Naruto was a prince within his own village, the blood of the Shodaime, the founder of the village, a member of the Senju clan, one of the founding clans, the most powerful, feared and respected clan in the world, treated like a plague and dirt on the ground with fear only found around death and pain. Sakura then felt a tear trail down cheek as she took in the news. What she thought was right. Humans were among the most cruel of beasts found in the world, as only beasts could treat other in such a way. And you let him suffer here alone, when you could have made him happy. Given him a family to love, said Sakura with well-hidden animosity in her voice. Tsunade lowered her head in shame slightly, trying not to remember another of her mistakes she made in her unfortunate life. You're just as disgraceful as the villagers, spat Sakura, who turned around and walked through the door, not offering her teacher a single glance, not believing she was worthy of such a thing. How come, when it came to family, Jiraiya, Tsunade, they were the ones who allowed the ones they love suffer the most? It was just unforgivable. Sakura had never felt as much disgust for someone but a rare few others. Tsunade, Jiraiya, they could have at least visited Naruto. Let him know that there were people out there that loved and cared for him, letting him know that he wasn't alone in his life and to give him something to be happy for. Sometimes the simplest things can cause the most pain to someone. Tsunade just watched the empty space where Sakura was standing. Everything her apprentice said was true. She didn't deny, she couldn't. She let Naruto suffer like a sheep in a den of wolves, defenseless, alone, suffering. She was too obsessed about her miserable life that she was inadvertently making another's miserable. Jiraiya was the same, although he had good reasons to be away, tracking Orochimaru and keeping tabs on the Akatsuki, but he could have at least visited the Golden Blonde. She allowed the last scion of the Senju clan to die. Maybe if she kept him in that program, things would have been different. Sakura was at the supply depot in the village, where Konoha handled all its tools, weapons, storage and accessories used for the missions of the ninja of the village. This was one of the pink-haired kunoichi's duties, as tedious as it was. She quickly picked up a clipboard which had the list of stock within the building. She was too focused on her duties, trying to bottle up her anger over her teacher. She just wanted to get the day over and done with, then leave with Inze for the Fire Country capital. She didn't want to talk about her feelings, it never got her anywhere. Any rage bottling up in her she was attempting to hold back, restrain any violent tendencies that she inherited from Tsunade, because she could quite possibly level the building and a few others. But she just needed to be away from everything. Okay, 30 hip pouches for the Anbu, then I'm done, said the pink-haired girl, but she noticed something was wrong. Huh. 31. Where did that come from? Said Sakura as she picked up the stray hip pouch that was a bit away from the rest. Deciding that it was not important, Sakura placed the hip pouch next to the others. Later a unit of the Anbu came by and picked up the hip pouches, transporting them to the Anbu headquarters. When the pouches arrived and were unattended, the Silent Shadow had achieved the next phase of its goal. Sitting within the storeroom, dark and quiet, not a sound, did the next phase begin. The stray pouch which Sakura had picked up literally started moving, the zipper of the hip pouch opened up, and out came a slender, supple leg with black leather armor on it, planting itself firmly on the ground, where another leg with the same black leather armor appeared. Then came the rest of the person's body. The person was wearing a full-body black bodysuit with dark gray square-like shapes patterns along the arms and chest. Silver leather armor that covered the front of the torso down to the legs and protecting the person's back, held together by bands on the person's sides and a ringed band connecting it to the neck. The person was wearing long figure-fitting boots with white lines that went up to the waist, which stuck snugly to their body, held together by two bands around the person's waist, black gloves that extended from the fingers to the forearms with white lines, and a hood pinned to silver armor which was currently pulled down. The person was a woman, appearing to be in her mid-teens to late teens, although she had the body that would suggest otherwise. She was pale-skinned with long pale lavender hair which was partially tied up in the back in a long bun and fell behind her shoulders, while a strand falls between her eyes whose irises and pupils were milky white. Her hair was also parted to the left of her head with a blue, star-shaped hair clip. All in all, she looked as if something had fallen from the heavens. Reaching back into the hip pouch, she pulled out a pair of sai, the weapons that someone crafted for her, and strapped them to her sides. She then left the room without ever moving her head. Walking around the Anbu headquarters, she paid no mind to anything around her, her steps not making the slightest tap, her pale eyes never moving. Her only objective, to reach the lower levels of the headquarters. Turning around on the next corner, she made her way through the doors of an elevator, though had some trouble to which button she had to press to make it go down, and while in the elevator she was frustrated over the fact she didn't know which button to press. Only when she scraped her finger against each button did she realize where her destination was and quickly took off towards route headquarters. When she made it to the headquarters and stepped out of the elevator, not inspecting her surroundings or not caring for them, she continued on towards her target, while the hidden route agents in the area kept watching her through their eye holes before one disappeared to warn his master. Sitting in his room in the dark with only a single candle for light was Danzo Shimura, the shinobi no Yami, darkness of the shinobi. Sipping on some tea, enjoying its taste and savoring its scent, his only revealed eye squinted shut. While his form was rigid and ready to strike on the moment's notice, he was currently thinking about a certain thorn in his side, one that had been jabbing at him far too long. Tekurufu. He wondered if the man would return. Well, it's not that he really had a choice in the matter. Obito wanted to handle Tekurufu, put him in his place, permanently. But Danzo needed him alive, he needed the man's tricky mind to find something he desired. And Danzo wasn't one to let a potential asset go to waste. Tekurufu would bow to him once again. Danzo's brooding was interrupted when one of his agents appeared by his side and whispered something in his ear, making Danzo's interest peak. He never got to say anything else before the agent disappeared. So, she's returned, it was only a matter of time, thought Danzo as he sipped on his tea again before opening a drawer from his desk and pulling out a decorated box where the old shinobi opened it, revealing red velvet cloth, and sitting idly in the cloth was a golden decorated control device that looked like a lighter with a red button on top. As the lavender-haired girl walked through the headquarters of Root, she was fully aware that she was being trailed by Danzo's dogs. She could smell their stench a mile away. Ironic, since Root prided itself on secrecy, that she was able to detect the shinobi following her. As she was walking down a hallway did two members of Root appear from nowhere and readied themselves to face her as she kept briskly walking forward, never stopping and not concerned with the threat the two shinobi in front of her presented. Picking up her pace, she jogged at the Root agents as they stood their ground. One of them tried to aim a punch at her, but she ducked under it and slid across the ground past the agent, where she threw a ceiling tag where it landed close by to the Root agent. A second later the seal was unleashed as lightning arced about and shocked the root agent who was knocked out from the electric currents running through his body. Not wasting any of her speed, she rushed at the other agent where she jumped in mid-air and flipped in forward and landed on the root agent and kicking him in the face at the same time where his mask was broken and he was respectively knocked out. She stood up to her full height, her foot still on the shinobi's face and began walking again, leaving the two agents where they were. Another root agent appeared from a corner where she sprinted in response and slid across the ground, kicking the root agent's knees, breaking them in the process, and continued sliding where she was behind the agent and fell into a predator-like stance, in time for her to feel the presence of another agent rushing around a corner. Jumping to her feet, she vaulted over the downed root agents, the one with the broken knee, using him as a springboard, and locked her legs around the oncoming agent's neck and with great strength, used her legs to throw him to the ground headfirst, knocking him out. She then flipped in the air and performed an axe kick on the root soldier's head, the one with the broken leg, knocking him out. And kept walking to her objective, and soon felt the presence of two more agents around the corner. Pulling out two pellets from her armor, she threw them around the corner in front of the incoming agents, which exploded in their faces, stunning in the process and for a ringing sensation to fill their ears. Sliding across the ground once more, she kicked one of the agents off his feet and punched him in the face when he hit the ground, knocking him out, and then turning to the other agent where she planted her foot on his front leg and used it as a springboard and backflipped in the air, kicking the agent in the face and knocking him out where he landed on his back with an audible thud. Feeling the presence of four more agents coming at her from behind, she turned around and rushed at the agents. The first agent rushed at her and attempted to punch her, only for the girl to duck under his punch and struck him in the gut, making him cough a little, only to receive another punch to the chin, stunning him, and then felt an arm curling around his head as he was put into a headlock. The second agent charged at her, but she kicked him in the knee, breaking it, making him fall to the ground with only a single knee to support himself, where he was kicked in the chin, stunning him like the first agent, and then he felt his neck encircled by her 2 feet, where in a swift motion she flipped the two of them with great speed and strength and smashed them against the ground headfirst, knocking them out. The third root agent whipped out a kunai, meant as a way of defense and intimidation. Only it didn't work, as he went to slash the lavender-haired girl, only for her to block his hand with her own, stopping the slash. She then gripped her attacker's hand, pulling him to the ground on his knees, and then being punched in the face by a palm strike which brought him back onto his feet, but it was short-lived as he was kicked in the knee, shattering upon impact, falling to the ground where he was kneed in the face, knocking him out. The last agent came rushing at her, however, she was prepared for him. The root attempted to kick her in the face, but she instead grabbed the foot, kicked the other agent's foot, losing his balance and then kneeing him in the place where the sun doesn't shine. If the agent wasn't knocked out from that, he wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon. She then felt the presence of one more agent coming up from in front of her. She charged at the shinobi, who barely had any time to counter because of her speed. She slid on the ground, and kicking at his foot, making the ninja lose his footing and topple over, where the next thing he saw was a foot planting itself firmly in his face, knocking him out. Shen then started walking again at a brisk pace. A few minutes later, she encountered more resistance in the form of 3 soldiers. Bringing her hands together, ninja wire appeared between her fingers and she held the tough as steel wire as she blocked a slash from a kunai which originated from another agent. She then kicked the shinobi in the stomach, stunning him, where she continued by delivering a punch to the face, then one to the stomach again, and she then spun around, wrapping the wire around the ninja's neck, where she began to choke him and now held the wire solely in her left hand. She then ducked in time to avoid a punch from another agent who unprofessionally fell to the ground after he tried to punch her. She then brought up her right arm to block a punch from another root agent and with quick reactions tied the wire around his hand, stomped her knee on his bound arm, bringing the agent and the one who was grasping for air from the wire around his neck plummeting to the ground, and punched the man with the bound hand, knocking him out, while the other one with wire around his neck fell into unconsciousness from lack of air. The one who was picking himself up off the ground after the failed attack stood up to begin his assault once again. The milky-eyed girl, however, didn't leave him time to react as she launched herself at him, coiling around and locking her legs around his neck, choking and stunning him, then planting her feet on the ground and throwing him over her shoulder, headfirst to the ground. Another agent ran around the corner and tried to stab her in the back only for her to block his arm, put him into an arm lock, making him yelp in pain, bringing his arm up again out of the lock maneuver into tight quarters, elbowed him in the face causing him to fall to his knees only for her to roundhouse kick him in the back of the head, knocking him. Getting back onto her feet again, she walked towards her location with a slew of unmoving bodies behind, and without even a sweat on her form. She then pulled out a canister from her armor as another agent came rounding out from the corner, only for her to spray him in the face with pepper spray. Unfortunately, he wasn't wearing a mask as she made her way through route headquarters. When she finally made it to the specific area in the headquarters, she could sense her target on the other side, not moving, but waiting. For her specifically, she had waited a long time for this. To have her answers, to learn the truth. Danzo meanwhile was sipping on his tea when he saw his sliding doors starting to be frozen in frost. When he breathed he could clearly see his breath as if it was a light in his face. More and more the sliding doors froze, cracking and being encased in ice. She was always one of his best. Before long the entire door was blanketed in the solid water where it shattered within a second and the shards fell to the ground. On the other side, he could the woman who was responsible for it. Standing there, her milky white eyes peering into him, her twin sighs ready to strike against him, he could see that the sudden drop in temperature didn't affect her at all. It was more like it was giving her an air of enlightenment, a breath of strength. She then took careful steps towards the aged shinobi who was unafraid of her as he stared at her blankly through his squinted eye. I believe I need a new door, spoke Danzo with that careful tongue of his. The woman stopped in her stride as she stood before him, not too close and not too far away, a perfect distance, for talking, and killing. Still, I believed it was only a matter of time before you came skulking back here. Tetsunoko. That's not my name, it never was. And I'm not quite as dead as you thought, and a new door won't be the only thing you'll need in a moment, spoke Tetsunoko, as a sneer marred her face in disgust at the man in front of her. Oh, yes, I heard you have a new name, the one he gave you. Kyoku, was it? I can't seem to remember, spoke Danzo in a condescending manner, making the woman named Kyoku grit her teeth at the old badger. You sent him to his death, just like every one of your tools that were no longer useful, just like me, said Kyoku as she pointed one of her sais at the route commander, making him almost smirk at her attempt of intimidation. I did, he was a loose end, a broken weapon, a dysfunctional tool but a dangerous device. The secrets he knew could have jeopardized Konoha and crippled us. I couldn't allow such a menace to live. It was all for the good of the village, replied Danzo flippantly, making Kyoku tighten her grip on her sais in anger. And now, look at where we are, you who crawled through the mud, not belonging in this world or anywhere, until I found you. I gave you purpose, resolve, and above all, I allowed you to live. And this is how you repay me, baring your fangs and claws at me in defiance. You did give me purpose, but he gave me something worth fighting for, responded Kyoku, seemingly explaining her reasons. But we both know he's not really dead, he's like a cockroach after all. No matter how many times you flush him down the toilet, he always finds a way to crawl back up. So where is he? Astute as usual, even for someone with your condition, said Danzo, referring to something the girl had all her life, her eyes. Her blind eyes. You only survived in this world because of your adaptability. That was why you were useful, that and your Keki Genkai, which I still wish to harvest even now, continued Danzo, with Kyoku not caring in the least, for his words were empty and shallow. Now as to where he is, I'm afraid I cannot say, other than one of his usual stops is in a megacar. He tends to fly around, never leaving a trail or clue behind. If you just so happen to tug on his tail, I'm sure you'll find him. But it seems as though you won't be having your heartfelt reunion soon. With those words, Danzo pulled out the decorated control device from inside his robes. However, Kyoku didn't flinch in the slightest at his actions. Though before he left, he did leave me several helpful parting gifts. I'm sure even you will be able to recognize it also, said Danzo as he pushed the red button on the control device, where something opened up behind him. A cabinet behind him opened up. Where it did, silvery mist leaked through the doors, coating the ground within it. Kyoku took a step back in fear at what she was feeling, a powerful source of chakra unlike anything. Said source of chakra was a black triangular prism in shape, with glowing blue lines and cracks along its form. Girl, you should know, I always have an ace up my sleeve. Then Danzo pushed the red button where chakra in the shape of lightning arced about from the prism, surging forward past the bandaged man towards Kyoku where it struck multiple points in her body, shocking her and making her scream and moan in abject pain where she fell to the ground, clutching her head, and scraping her fingers against the ground. Danzo then stopped in his assault as the lightning stopped altogether where she seemed to gasp in relief as her form was steaming from the effects of the prism. No matter what, whenever you think you have the better of me, I happen to be 3 steps ahead, and yet you foolishly believed that you had any chance, replied Danzo as he put the control device down and poured some more tea for himself. How do you have the Zencho? Questioned Kyoku as her face was still buried in the ground, not actually needing to look up at Danzo. Danzo smirked at her, believing himself to be superior to all beings. That is something you'll never know, as you will be too busy dying. Spoke Danzo as he picked up the device and pushed the red control device again where even more lightning struck Kyoku where she was able to push herself onto her knees in time only to be struck by more lightning. However, she clutched her head in pain again and she felt like her entire body was being burned from the inside out. The pain didn't feel like lightning, it was more like fire burning her from within and waves smashing itself against her body. She then fell to the ground again, screaming and moaning in agony. It was only for a few seconds where her body became limp and unflinching. My dear, you will have to be one of my greatest failures, but you still have some use. Your body will still have your Keki Geknai, which I can use even now. Danzo pressed the control device a 3rd time and was met with the same result as the girl was rolling on the floor screaming to her heart's content. Kyoku, fighting through the pain no matter how much it burned, knew she only had a few seconds to live. Pressing her right hand against the ground, black ink appeared from the spot and quickly swallowed her up as her body turned into ink and she was gone. Danzo, seeing that she had escaped using a fuinjutsu of the highest caliber, frowned at the spot where she disappeared. Assembling his root agents, he had them scour the entire village for the lavender-haired girl, intent on silencing her. In a dark alley within Konoha, black ink started appearing from the ground and soon a inky form sprouted from the black liquid, revealing Kyoku, whose body was smoldering from the effects of the Zencho. Picking herself up and using a wall for support was the lavender-haired girl, breathing heavily. She knew everything about the Zencho, a weapon made of nothing but fuinjutsu, created by a master in its art. She knew that she was lucky to live, as most who felt the effects of the Zencho never got up off the ground. But she knew that without the Maber the Zencho wouldn't be used to its full potential. If Danzo had the Zencho, there's no telling what kind of damage he could do to the world, as the Zencho above all, was so powerful, that it could kill Biju, and their deaths would be permanent, never would they revive again. She had to find the Maber. Without it, the Zencho's powers would be greatly hindered, and also the Maber was the only thing that could destroy the Zencho. But the thing is, where did he hide it? It had to have been in a place where no one could look for it. A dark place where no light was to be found. Knowing him, he would have set up traps and securities to protect it. He always did have a flair for the dramatics. The thing is, she didn't know whether or not he removed the location of the Maber from his mind. Did he remember? Or was that another of his fail-safes? She needed to start somewhere, so might as well start at the hospital. Not to ascertain its location, no, but to have a better understanding of his mind and to place herself in his shoes, trying to think where he would hide the Maber from those who sought it. When she finally made it to the hospital, she went in through the only way ninjas actually use, the window. Walking through the halls without a care in the world, not afraid of any doctors or wounded shinobi within its confines, she had little fear. She was a great actor after all. She had to find a certain medical file, and for someone to read it for her. Despite being born blind, Kyoku had a natural ability that rendered her blindness all but mute. By continually releasing her chakra as pulses through the ground and around her, Kyoku could perceive the world around her that no other human was capable of. It acted as a sonar, relaying anything that the pulse hits, basically. Seeing the world with her chakra, she could even detect ants crawling across the ground that others might not be aware of. Though this ability did have limitations, only minor in retrospective, she couldn't discern much detail from the things she could see, such as facial features or written words on paper. Say if you gave her a coin, she would only see the coin and not the detail on said coin. She couldn't even see color. But this ability did have one weakness, since she had to release chakra to see. Sensor-type shinobi could find her easily and quickly, but she had ways to skirt around any of her would-be trackers. Finally making it to a room she thought was the file storage room or whatever doctors called it. Going through the door she could sense the multiple metal cabinets containing the files. Placing her hand on the cabinets she released a pulse of chakra that surged through the cabinets. She was looking for the largest one. Finding the file, quickly turning to her left and pulling out a cabinet and yanked the largest one out of there, she could only hope she had gotten the right file, as she couldn't read or write. The file was so big you couldn't fit your hand around it and it was heavy too. Written on a tag upon the file in big bold letters was, Naruto Uzumaki. Kyoku, sensing someone coming, hid in the shadows of the room and strapped the file to her armor using some ninja wire. Using her special sense to watch the person. When the person entered, it was a girl around her age, wearing a vest-like top with a apron skirt, gloves, low-heel calf-high boots, shorts, elbow protectors. She had shoulder-length hair with a forehead protector acting as a hairband. Other than that, Kyoku couldn't discern any other features of the girl. And she wasn't a sensor type. Lucky for Kyoku. The girl in reality was Sakura, who was finishing up her duties at the hospital. The last task she found the most tedious, checking that all recorded files were in their respective cabinets. And she was of course given a list of patients in the hospital, so she knew that any files that were missing were of those of the current patients. Sakura, going through every cabinet, was quite literally bored out of her mind, like any child that had lost their toy. She was the best medic in the village, second only to Tsunade, and yet she was stuck doing these chores. Opening another cabinet, Sakura noticed that something was different about it. For one, it was missing a large chunk and no two patients in the hospital had their files taken from that certain cabinet. Checking the cabinet number and then checking the number on her own list, Sakura obviously knew that there was an irregularity. She recounted all of the files and knew that the only one that was missing was patient 67, or otherwise known as Naruto Uzumaki. Narrowing her eyes and suddenly sensing a presence, if she focused enough she could feel the pulses of chakra within the room. Placing her hand on her shuriken holster, Sakura threw 2 shuriken at a shadow in the room where the figure hiding in the room ducked from the attack. When the person entered the light, Sakura saw it was a beautiful lavender-haired girl with milky white eyes wearing black and silver leather armor. Not wanting to let the intruder escape and not recognizing the girl, nor was she wearing a headband denoting her loyalty to any village, Sakura attacked to stop the intruder in her steps. The pink-haired girl attacked the lavender-haired girl, with a straightforward punch to which Kyoku moved her head, letting it pass by. Kyoku, seeing an opportunity, double-punched Sakura, the apprentice of Tsunade, making her cough hoarsely from the attack. Sakura, not one to be used as a punching bag, threw kunai at Kyoku, where the blind girl dodged them with grace and elegance, her pale eyes never moving, nor having any need to move. Needing to escape so their battle wouldn't draw the attention of the root agents after her, Kyoku resorted to her use of her Keki Genkai. She wouldn't kill the pink-haired girl unless she had to. She avoided death as much as possible because of her pacifist nature, though knocking them out and breaking their bones she had no problem with. Hyoten. Hakuren ice release. White ripple. As she finished her set of hand seals and held out her palm as ice particles built up around her hand and unleashed an avalanche of frigid cold air that flash froze anything caught within it and causing the air itself to be tinged in frost and the room to be frozen in ice. Sakura, seeing the technique, was able to take cover by uplifting a table in time to stop herself from being frozen. However, she was rubbing her shoulders and her teeth were chittering with the tips of her fingers and the corners of her eyes to have small amounts of ice on them, while her face had gone pale and her lips had a soft tint of blue. Like that day, just like Haku, recalled Sakura as she remembered the ice release user very well from her first C-rank mission. She released some breath into her hands where she could see her breath clearly and her form was shaking even more as if her blood was freezing within her body. Ice release, a Keki Genkai, which only meant that the lavender-haired girl was related to Haku. Stealing her resolve, Sakura leapt up from behind her cover to face the girl, ready to fight her one again. But Sakura saw no sign of the girl, not even her presence. Her body was shaking as she took a few steps back, careful not to slip on the ice and lose her footing. She was unaware of the shadow leaping behind her, holding ninja wire between their hands. And in a second, Sakura could feel tight wire suffocating her, latching itself around her neck. Her hands going up to the wire in an attempt to loosen their hold, she could see the long lavender hair of the girl, who was now trying to kill her, but she was unaware that Kyoku was using extreme methods to knock her out. Still, if there was one thing Sakura inherited from her master, Tsunade, was her contempt for losing. Her strength coming back to her, Sakura moved her body and slammed Kyoku into a frozen wall, which made the blind girl grunt in pain, but didn't break her grip on the wire. Sakura tried the tactic again and rammed her into another wall, with Kyoku moaning in pain and her grip won the wire loosening just a little. Sakura, using her remaining natural strength, jumped backwards so to land on her back, but instead landed on Kyoku, who felt the full brunt of the attack where her grip finally broke and was momentarily stunning her. And Kyoku had to hand it to the girl. She was resourceful and lasted longer than most against her. Sakura, taking advantage of Kyoku's dazed state, charged up large amounts of chakra into her fist and took the opportunity to strike Kyoku where she was. Just a single strike was all that was needed to end the ice release user's life, for Sakura had dubbed her to be too dangerous to escape. Kyoku, sensing her opponent's powerful attack, forced her body to move out of the way, and just in time as Sakura slammed her fist against the ground, causing it to be destroyed from the impact and causing the two girls to fall through the floor into a hallway below, where many of the doctors, nurses and patients gasped in shock and surprise at seeing Sakura laying on the ground with a beautiful girl not too far away with debris, ice and files upon them with small pebbles to cake their hair and scratches on their forms. Both girls moaning at the pain from falling through a floor and having debris falling on top of them, did they fidget a little to get back the feeling in their limbs and bodies. Kyoku really had to compliment the girl. Other than a few others, no one had really given Kyoku a challenge. It's not that she was arrogant, it was the fact that there weren't many people that Kyoku could test her power against, not that she would test her power out. Lifting some rubble off of her form, Kyoku stood on her knees and she could feel the pink-haired girl glaring daggers into her as Sakura also lifted some rubble off her. Feeling an escape nearby from her chakra pulsing through the hospital, Kyoku could feel that one of the walls was weak and would lead outside if it was broken. She couldn't use the same means of escape as the time she ran from Danzo and the Zencho. She could only use it once, as she didn't have the chakra reserves to use that jutsu again, so she devised a plan for her escape. Kyoku knew she had to goad her opponent to escape. The thing is, she didn't know what to say. It's not like she could insult the girl she was fighting, as she didn't know what she looked like. Being blind had its ups and downs. Then it came to her, she was blind. Man, being blind is good, at least I don't have to see your ugly face, spoke Kyoku, which made something click in Sakura's mind as the pink-haired girl stood to full height, and Kyoku did the same also, although the insults made Sakura forget that how would a blind girl know what ugly even meant. Well, it doesn't matter if I can see, as your ugly face would have made me blind anyway. Then red a tick mark appeared on Sakura's forehead as dark flames whipping around her. I mean, your parents must have been good looking, you must be what's left. Die whore, yelled Sakura as she charged at Kyoku like a rampaging bull with a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. Sakura kneaded up chakra in her fist ready to hit Kyoku, while the lavender-haired girl merely retreated towards a weak wall waiting for Sakura to hit. Narrowly dodging the chakra-enhanced fist that flew past her head, Sakura's fist smashed against the wall, breaking into many pieces, and within a split second Kyoku pushed Sakura away and jumped through the hole in the wall, towards her freedom. When she landed on the outside of the hospital, she was immediately surrounded by drones from Root as the rain of the village pelted their bodies. One of the Root agents pressed his fingers into a wireless communicator connected via his ear. Orders, Danzo-sama, asked the Root captain to his leader. The 13th order, responded the commander of Root, to which the Anbu captain nodded and signaled his fellow comrades. Bind her, ordered the captain, to which all of the Root agents nodded and unsealed chains from scrolls upon their waists. Kyoku, sensing something was wrong, went to attack her would-be captors by taking out her sais. When the Root agents threw them at her, she used her amazing abilities to detect the sound of the clinking of the chains. However, Root was nothing if not adaptable. They knew they could not capture with the tactic they were using and instead threw all the chains at once. When Kyoku felt the chains coming, she deflected as many as she could, but was overwhelmed by the chains' numbers, which bound her legs, arms and around her neck, where she fell to her knees and dropped her sighs at the constricting feeling. She of course, the near unbreakable spirit she was tried to fight back but instead of binding her, the chains were whipped against her body possibly as a sign of submission or just for the amusement of the root agents. Sakura meanwhile watched all of it from the large hole she made in the hospital. She didn't know whether to feel or horrified or glad at what was happening, but she knew that the girl didn't deserve to be whipped with chains as if she was a slave. She really didn't know her motivations, she didn't know whether or not she was truly an enemy. To be technical, she was the one that attacked the blind girl first, and the attack merely acted out in self-defense. And the pink-haired girl could see the supposed Anbu captain approaching the girl. When Kyoku felt the steps of the root agent, she could sense a large build-up of chakra in the root captain's hand, chakra which became overwhelmingly foul. She knew this feeling everywhere, he developed it. She knew all of his seals, his cursed seals, everything. She never expected or believed Danzo would resort to something so extreme, a fate worse than death. The 13th Order. Upon the root captain's bare hand was a black seal of 3 rows of evenly spaced rectangles and a long rectangle on the bottom. Kyoku was visibly sweating and shaking at the feeling of the seal. She tried to fight her bonds. However, it was in vain as they stood their ground against her, thrashing almost as if they were trees rooted in the ground. She knew that once this seal was placed, the person, it was impossible for them to break it as it is literally branded into their skin and burned into their mind. It was a failsafe for any root shinobi who goes rogue. In a last-ditch attempt at freedom, Kyoku merely began screaming and shouting obscene things. She had enough chakra for a few jutsu, but with her hands bound she couldn't form the seals to escape. Sakura, who merely stood as a witness, could hear the near cries of pain coming from the girl. Whatever was happening, she knew it wasn't under the orders of her Hokage. No, stop! Yelled Sakura, which made the Anbu captain look up at her as she was about to touch Kyoku's forehead. Seeing the pause in his step, Kyoku took the offensive and bit into the shinobi's fingers, eliciting a scream from the man as Kyoku's chomped down on the appendages, and while the captain tried to pull his fingers out from her mouth where they were soon bleeding. Kyoku also noticed that Sakura had also gained the attention of the rest of the root soldiers. Obviously they lacked discipline at following some of their orders. Tugging on the chains that bound her arms, Kyoku brought her hands together to form a seal. Hyoten. Howringu Shimo Fure, Ice Release. Howling Frost Touch. Said Kyoku mentally as she gripped the chains, and along the metal frost and ice started coating their form, making them brittle and breakable, where the chains soon shattered and Kyoku formed another set of seals ready for her escape. Hyoten. Juhaku, Ice Release. White Tree, and at her feet the ground became glazed over with frost, tightly being encased in ice where the ground was literally gleaming and sparkling because of the light from the sun. It spread so quickly that the root agents were frozen over in frost as they now appeared like statues made of ice. Then a violent small snowstorm as snowflakes danced around Kyoku's form, and soon she vanished from sight entirely. Elsewhere, in a octangular room made of metal with small rectangular windows that allowed barely any light in the room, were 2 figures, one sitting on a bed in the corner of the room and the other clutching at a wound on his side as blood leaked from his mouth as he was embroiled in a staring contest with the other man. After a short battle with their enemy's minions, the two had traded blows with the other, with the blonde man coming out on top because of his superior skill and prowess. The black-haired man had never seen such growth from a person such as him before. A little over 2 years ago he was nothing more than a bug compared to him. Now the black-haired man felt like he was comparing himself, a bug, to a mountain touching the sky and clouds. The black man was among the best and brightest his village had ever produced, and yet even with all his years of experience he was still powerless against the blonde. The 2 men were respectively Itachi Uchiha, the fallen heir of the near-extinct Uchiha clan, and Ryu Yokeis, or known by his real name as Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Yondaime Hokage, scion of the Senju clan and Madara's student. Naruto and Itachi had faced each other in combat in Omegakure when they were surrounded by soldiers of Root, a training division of the Anbu Black Ops led by the extremist, Danzo Shimura, a man both had history with. Now they were staring at the other, neither moving their eyes. Itachi, stop with the genjutsu. It's getting rather old, spoke Naruto, which made Itachi almost smirk as his form dispersed into a murder of crows, and in its place was the dead body of a root agent with a sizable gash on their side, the killing blow. Naruto then looked up to see Itachi standing on the other side of the room with his Sharingan in full effect. I've been searching for you for a long time, Itachi. I was rather beginning to think that you didn't want to be found. I was beginning to think that you didn't want to be dead, replied the Uchiha with his unflinching face that betrayed nothing in his eyes. Naruto merely stared back with that same look before sending chakra into his left eye, ready to attack the Uchiha. Itachi, sensing the chakra building up in Naruto's eye, was prepared to react when seeing the changing patterns in the Uzumaki's eyes. This proved his theory that Naruto was able to awaken the next stage of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, or perhaps he evolved his eye even further. Itachi didn't know what to think of the man in front of him. Itachi knew that he was more dangerous than anybody he had ever met, more than Nagato, more than Madara. For someone like him to exist was near unbelievable. How could he amass so much power in so short a time? It was almost as if he was connected to a battery that was supplying him power and skill. Itachi soon saw Naruto's Mangekyo pattern. It was three scythes with the back of the blades having points upon them, and around the pupil was a pinwheel pattern, and his pupil, instead of being a circle, was a three-pointed shuriken. Itachi was ready to move before Naruto turned his head, looking at the dead root agent. Amaterasu, spoke Naruto mentally as black flames ignited at his point of vision, which happened to be the root agent's body, where within a few minutes the flames encompassed and consumed the agent's body, where all you could see were black flames and the flickering of fire. Itachi relaxed himself slightly at the actions but didn't make another move than watching his enemy. So you have been alive all this time, stated Itachi, to which Naruto raised his head, where his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern disappeared, replaced with his standard Sharingan. The Uchiha didn't know how Naruto could have gained his clan's Keki Genkai and to skillfully wield it without being an Uchiha. It boggled the mind. Not all this time, but yes, I was alive, and you obviously believed I didn't die, unlike the rest of the world who really believe I'm dead, all the while celebrating the circumstances that involved said murder, and I prefer to have it stay that way, as you could say. Naruto Uzumaki is dead, spoke Naruto as he watched the black flames die down as it reduced the body to nothing but ashes. But the boundaries of life and death can be easily blurred. Perhaps I merely faked my death. Perhaps I really did die. Maybe someone died in my place. It makes no difference, as I am here now. And once again it was out of that village's control. Their contradictions of me being a demon was childish, as if I, a demon, was crafted from that night of horror, battle and death. They believed I was evil from the moment I was birthed. The thing they don't understand is that evil is never born. It is something that is created and festered within us all, but I myself believe that evil is a labeled term when someone disagrees with the ideals of another. So, you really do have no intention of returning to the village, spoke Itachi with his neutral face in full sway. He had to know. Even if Naruto killed his friend, would he still have just a sliver of loyalty towards Konoha? But Itachi carried the wisdom of a Hokage. He knew that Naruto might have opposite feelings to what Itachi was inquiring. Village. Why would I return to a place that clearly doesn't want me around, nor do I feel any emotional attachment to? It's ludicrous to believe that I will defend and fight for a place that has done nothing but damn me. There, I was a fox among dogs and sheep, unwanted, not recognized, but now I'm a wolf, and I have still found nothing to satisfy me. I won't destroy Konoha. It's not like the buildings desired to hurt or wound me, responded Naruto. So you truly do feel nothing, continued Itachi as he stared blankly at Naruto, who gave him the same look. However, Naruto lowered his head to the ground in contemplation, wondering if what Itachi said was true. Did he really have emotions, buried within him and not erased from his being? Or was it as Itachi said, cold, empty? He wasn't too sure. Whenever he thought about this subject, which was many times, he always pictured Konan. He didn't know why, but he always saw her when thinking of his emotions, and accompanying her was always another person with her. He wasn't too sure of it, but he could remember someone. Naruto then looked back up at Itachi, his blood-red eyes carrying their emptiness within him. Nothing at all, replied Naruto, which didn't earn even a single facial expression from the fallen Uchiha. But what are your plans? What do you desire most? Questioned Itachi, never moving anything other than his lips. That which will sever everyone from their fate, a state of utter bliss, where everything will be yours and nothing will be everything. You won't be bound by chains or be carrying crowns, an infinite dream, replied Naruto with his Sharingan eyes glowing a little at the thought of it. Make no mistake. Itachi, war is coming, with all its glory and all its horror, and even you will be trampled before it. We'll see about that, but Naruto, you know have the power to change the world without war. Join a righteous cause, fight for the people. Join Konoha, and things will be different. Just set aside your hatred and rejoin Konoha, they can change, pleaded Itachi in his neutral manner, attempting to reason with the blonde man before him, to set aside all the things plaguing the world and himself. I don't join. I lead, spoke Naruto as he stood up off the bed to his full height. And I will lead this world into a new era. Every living thing in the world will bow before my eye or else they will die. Obedience or oblivion, that is why I fight. Even with your eyes you're still blind to the possibilities of this world. You once wanted to be Hokage and you wanted the wisdom that came with the title, the ideals you strived for. A Hokage must see the good in all things no matter how far they have fallen, and now all you see is what you wish to see. A Hokage must weigh the good and evil of their actions upon their shoulders and still must adhere to his ideals, rebuked Itachi, to which made Naruto narrow his eyes at the man. Let the priests argue over good and evil. They can live in my new world or they can die in their old one, argued Naruto, to which his Sharingan began glowing so much you could nearly see steam being projected from the orbs. Perhaps, but you won't live to see it, spoke Itachi as he took out a kunai and rushed over to stab Naruto with amazing speed. Naruto merely lifted his right hand and channeled chakra into his right eye. Itachi's kunai then found itself a centimeter away from its intended target and the Uchiha found his neck being crushed by the blonde's right hand. Please, our petty conflicts mean nothing, spoke Naruto as he clutched Itachi's throat some more as he subdued him with Kamio-Nanayo. Tekken Seibutsu Senshukote Iron Fist Subjugatoin of the Tyrant Emperor. Itachi could feel his body fighting against where his body then twirled the kunai in his hand, holding it in a reverse grip as he felt a screaming voice in the back of his mind, but Itachi was stunned as he didn't know how he fell under the effects of Naruto's eyes. He then recounted the only moment where the two locked eyes with each other. When they passed each other by on the industrial tower. A storm is coming that cannot be stopped. His arm then prepared to stab himself in the stomach, most likely to end his life. Itachi, sending his chakra into his eyes, thought of the only way to escape from Naruto's hold, and soon enough Itachi's arm moved to stab him in the stomach where he would die a slow death. Fitting that we should face oblivion, together. Never, yelled Itachi as he activated his own respective Mangekyo Sharingan and fought the sway of Naruto's Kamio-Nanayo, where he twirled the kunai back to a normal where he swung the weapon at Naruto, then jumped back where a red flame-like aura was starting to swirl around him. And Naruto merely looked on in shock at someone being able to resist Kamio-Nanayo and attempted to strike him while under its sway. But with shock washing off him and his eyes steeling themselves did he break from his stupor and awed Itachi. But he then felt a warm trickle run down his neck and stain his black cloak, where he looked down to find blood upon the torso of his cloak, originating from a diagonal cut that started near his ear and ending near his Adam's apple, where it was oozing red liquid, while Naruto merely widened his eyes at the implication and then turned his eyes back on Itachi as he stared at the Uchiha. Fate cannot be changed, the end comes, and when it finds me, spoke Naruto as he used his natural healing ability Oshi no Shudoin, teachings of the monastery, to heal the cut which was replaced with a scar. I shall embrace it, at last. Although Naruto was a little surprised to find that there was a scar left behind, he surmised that Itachi must have used a very incomplete Susanoo to temporarily resist the control of Kamio-Nanayo. Therefore the red flaming aura around him, and to augment his power, it was the only viable reason as to why it left a scar. And he had to congratulate him. He was the second person to leave him with a scar, the first being his younger brother Sasuke when he killed him at the Valley of the End. Naruto then approached the iron bars that separated him from the door, and opened them up, where he placed both of his fists on the octangular door where it shifted opened. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now, questioned Itachi as the red flame aura around him became more vibrant. Naruto merely looked back at the Uchiha and smirked ever so slightly. Because I can offer you what you always wanted. A chance, spoke Naruto as he opened the octangular door fully, allowing the wind to smack against his form heavily as his bloodied cloak began whipping around. Both were currently located atop a pagoda-like mountaintop, with said pagoda being made entirely out of metal and could be accessed only through the door Naruto opened. Around the pagoda were several mountain-like rock structures with various vegetation and minerals located atop the rocky spires high above the clouds where moisture was dense and winds were great. It would be near impossible for anyone to climb out the spires as the rocks were slippery and the spires tall where several days would need to be taken just to reach the top. Whether you take it or not, is entirely up to you, said Naruto as he walked out of the pagoda and stood on the edge of the cliff looking down into the ground before gracefully falling off the edge without a twitch of fear. Itachi merely widened his eyes at the falling form of Naruto and merely chased after him where the Uchiha jumped off the cliff following after the blonde. As Naruto was skydiving, head first through the clouds and dodging the cliffs, sensing the presence of Itachi gaining on him, he looked behind himself to see the Uchiha advancing and gaining on him. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow at Itachi as even with Susanoo you couldn't survive the descent unless you had certain abilities. When Itachi had finally caught up to the blonde Uzumaki slammed his body against Naruto and grappled with him, but Naruto broke out of the hold and punched Itachi twice and kicked him away. Itachi, not one to ever be deterred, took out the Tenbogiri no Tsurugi which he had acquired from his previous battle with Naruto and threw the sword at the Uzumaki intent on killing him in midair. However, Naruto merely flipped and grabbed the Tenbogiri from midair and sealed it back into his wrist seals. Itachi, still with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated his Susanoo where he manifested its skeletal arm and tried to grab Naruto only for the blonde to counter with his own Susanoo where he materialized a skeletal white arm redirecting Itachi's attack. Faster and faster the duo sped down towards the ground, using the world's natural forces. The ground was almost in sight and their impending doom was at hand. Faster and faster they sped down, never stopping, the wind feeling as if they were shredding their faces. Itachi's fear of death coming over him, advanced his Susanoo to the next stage. Where the Uchiha formed his complete Susanoo. Its face was human-looking and its head was framed by locks of hair with a pointed chin and two sets of arms conjoined at the elbow and was roughly the size of a house. Naruto merely deactivated his Susanoo, kept on speeding towards the ground before flipping in midair and allowing Itachi to pass him by where the Uchiha was in front. Naruto then channeled chakra into his left eye and activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamio Nanayo. Sutepu no Shinigami, Steps of the Death God, where a black and purple portal appeared before Itachi just a second before he could slam against the ground, swallowing him up and sending him to a different location. The portal then closed and Naruto reopened it again where he too was swallowed up by the portal. One thing about the portal was that it needed a solid surface to materialize. When Itachi exited the portal he never lost any of his momentum as he and his Susanoo crashed against a hard ground completely and utterly devastating the ethereal warrior where not even shards remained of its skeleton. The impact was great enough that it caused the ground to rupture and crack and dust clouds to form and for Itachi to groan in pain as his Susanoo barely protected him. He had to hand it to Naruto, he knew how to use his abilities well. Itachi then stood up and brushed his cloak off any dirt, dust and rubble. He looked around the area and found himself back in Omegakure at the spot where Naruto and himself killed the root agents who had come to arrest or assassinate the blonde. However, there was something wrong with the image. Where was? His question was soon answered where a black and purple portal opened to his right and in less than a blink of an eye, Naruto came flying out. Like Itachi, he too had lost none of his momentum from the free fall as he used the Earth's natural forces to in fact increase his power. He was so fast because of it that Itachi barely had time to recognize him with the Sharingan being having a palm and circle his face and then slammed against a building of Omegakure. The force was so strong that the building fell to the ground, causing a dust cloud with debris and pipes scattered across the ground, and the impact of the building falling made the earth rumble a little. The people that felt the shocks and saw the people ran away in shock and fear at what was happening. While the dust cloud settled as the rubble and chaos fell all around them, Naruto held the prone body of Itachi Uchiha whose body was limp and his form torn and battered. Naruto then dropped the Uchiha onto the ground where the former Anbu captain merely slumped and fell like a pile of rocks. Naruto could sense that Itachi was still alive, whether he was conscious or not depended as Itachi answered his questions. Either way, he did Nagato's bidding like a loyal dog chewing on his own collar. They say there is nothing stronger than our world. They say that no matter how much power we gain, how hard we train or how much we aspire to be, that we are all nothing compared to the world, small and insignificant. I just channeled the world's power into my own being. So one has to wonder, if what they say is true, spoke Naruto as he stared down upon the defeated Uchiha who coughed a little from the feeling of his broken ribs. For Itachi it felt like he was struck by 1,000 lightning bolts and having bricks rain down on him all at once. He couldn't feel anything other than the pain coursing through him and his own heavy heartbeat. Naruto, not expecting Itachi to answer, channeled chakra into his right eye, causing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern to appear. Tell me everything you know of the Uchiha massacre. Back in Konoha, Tsunade was currently looking over the frozen solid forms of the root agents who were currently being thawed out by her shinobi and the massive hole in the hospital wall that her apprentice made. She had been informed of what happened by her apprentice Sakura, who was still not pleased with her. She told her of a mysterious blind girl that had infiltrated the hospital looking for a file on Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade had to suspect that Iwa was involved, as when word got out that Naruto was Minato's son, the opinion on the blonde boy turned sour upon hearing the news. They were practically screaming for Naruto's head, although they did realize later that he was already dead. But still, only Iwa and Kumo would have had the resources and the abilities to do such a thing, while the girl's Keki Genkai matched that of Kiri, though Kumo may have simply kidnapped her for her Keki Genkai or she fled from Kiri during the bloodline purges. It didn't matter at the moment since those three villages were the prime suspects of such a thing. Though if she pressed the matter on the other villages it could lead to a war that she was unprepared to fight because of all these wild events. But also if Root was involved, Danzo must have pissed someone off. He had a habit of doing that. Turning a good situation and making it worse. Such as the incident surrounding the Anbu Root agent simply known as Tekurufu. It was a good situation only for it to spiral out of control that day could have been avoided altogether, but Danzo did it for the sake of Konoha. That was how he justified himself, believing himself to be superior to all others, either his way or the highway. Tsunade then heard the tapping of the cane and looked over her shoulder to see the most hated man in Konoha, well, second most hated. Danzo Shimura. You wouldn't have had anything to do with this. Danzo. Questioned Tsunade as her brown orbs stared at Danzo, who kept a straight face, and hobbled over to stand by Tsunade's side. None. I know nothing of today's events. Only that whoever they were, they got more than they asked for. Spoke Danzo, to which the Hokage narrowed her eyes at the man. Of course she knew that what came out of his mouth was bullshit, she had nothing to convict him, but that didn't mean Tsunade couldn't investigate him. And where is your apprentice? The first-hand witness of this girl's powers? Queried Danzo as he watched as his soldiers were thawed about by medics and shinobi while the ground crunts HD all around them from the frozen grass. She debriefed as soon as the main forces arrived, and then she left the village with Inze Hosoku for the capital to represent Konoha in the courts of the Land of Fire. Answered Tsunade as she kept her face neutral and to not show her disgust to the man beside her. You know what kind of message this would send to our enemies and our allies. Spoke Danzo as his squinted eye opened up to gauge Tsunade's reaction. This was all a test to see if Tsunade was being shaped into what he believed to be a truly great Hokage, even with all the events that has happened and how Danzo tried to undermine Tsunade at every turn. It was shaping her into a different person. She couldn't see it, but he could. Slight little details that couldn't be seen by those with untrained eyes. But he was to blame for today's events. As much as he wanted to deny it, he wanted to see what course of action Tsunade would be taking. Yes, weakness. We need to train our forces harder, stronger. You've seen it too, the villages are rallying their forces, for what we don't know. And then Ryu Yokeis and this girl enter the fray. You of all people should know that this is more than just a coincidence, spoke Tsunade as she looked over to Danzo, who nodded at her. Yokeis, Akatsuki, the hidden villages, the 5 great nations, this is leading to something, events that were sparked long ago, sins committed by people who are now dust. I feel that what is happening is the manipulation of events by an unknown faction or the guidance of a teacher. Whatever happens, we can be sure the Akatsuki will be involved somehow. Spoke Danzo as he stared back at the frozen root agents. If you wish to know, my spies and contacts have heard of whispers being spun about a shadow organization known as the Kokurin, an organization made up of shinobi from all of the 5 great nations. If you haven't noticed, many shinobi have gone rogue and became missing nin from outside and within our own village, and the other villages, even the minor ones. Their operations are small, their resources limited, and we have no clue to their military strength. But one thing we do know is once they join they disappear into nothingness, no trace of themselves left behind. The only way to tell they're gone is to check the list of shinobi, you'll see names missing and the number is smaller. They strike hard and fast, kill without question, then they fade into the night. The Kokurin are still an unknown factor, but I fear they will make their public appearance soon, and whoever is their leader will be spearheading their operations. I might regret this, but keep tabs on the Kokurin. If it has someone like you, well, being interested, the implications of their presence will be felt, spoke Tsunade before leaving for her office. While Danzo stayed behind with a smirk on his face. Though he did fear what plans the Kokurin might have for Konoha. Back in Omegakure Pain or Nagato, whatever you wanted to call him, had just sensed the return of Itachi and Ryu, and he could see the dust cloud forming where the two were having their heated spar. He could sense that it was over quickly, and Zetsu had plucked a vibrant flower from a field of thorns. Ryu Yoke's was an asset that Nagato couldn't lose. However, while he respected the man's strength, he wasn't too overly fond of the fellow himself. Especially his closeness with his childhood. Oh yes, he could see it, he wasn't blind, he and felt the way the blue-haired woman was looking at him, and even now she had a similar look on her face. He then turned to his right to see Konan looking at with what appeared to be the tiniest amount of worry laced on her face. Nagato's real body, his crippled form, frowned at that. He also eyed her new scaled blue hair clips, although he wasn't a fan nor was he knowledgeable in jewelry, but even he knew that the clips were beautiful. He also saw her right hand twitching a little, almost as if she wanted to place it over her heart, and with each passing second he could see her eyes drop ever so slightly. You seem to have grown very affectionate of Yoke's, spoke Nagato, making Konan snap her head at him with a slightly confused look on her face. She met her eyes with his metallic own and could see the near-dead look in those ringed orbs. At first those eyes made her nervous to just look into them. But through the years she had grown accustomed to the most powerful dojutsu. We are partners. Our relationship is professional, we just look out for each other, answered Konan, who controlled her face and body, stared out across Omegakure like her friend. But was he right? Did she feel something for the powerful Sharingan wielder? She didn't know what to think of him. Behind that cold exterior was someone you aspired to love. Was it selfish of her to say that she wanted something like that after all the years of heartache? Professional. Of course, don't be clouded by feelings of longing, you of all people should have the wisdom to see that. And if we do give in to the primal feelings of sentimentality and appreciation, we simply lose that which is important to us, spoke Nagato, making Konan frown slightly at him. She always did lose the ones she truly loved, but perhaps there could be another chance for her. With Naruto and the defeated Itachi. After the Uchiha regaled Naruto with every dirt secret the elders of Konoha were hiding, Naruto couldn't help but grip his fist in anger. He had learnt more than just the Uchiha massacre. He had learned more than just that, the worst secrets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Because of the elders, the Hokage, the villagers, he was denied every chance to have those who he could love and care for. So is that everything? Said Naruto as he channeled more chakra into his right eye, making his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appear. Yes, breathed Itachi as he laid on the ground, breathing hoarsely, hanging on a thread between life and death. Naruto then walked up to the downed shinobi and held up his right palm and used Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, and placed his palm over Itachi's chest, where the Uchiha's breath relaxed. Itachi knew that this was not an act of compassion from the blonde. Itachi knew that the Uzumaki had other plans for him, it just depended on what those plans were. With all that said and done, Naruto left Itachi on the ground, and returned to Pain's tower with his mission as a success. In the slums of the Land of Fire's capital, one blind girl with pale lavender hair wearing a hood was working her way through the slums to meet with a special person she had known since childhood. He was one of two people she could trust with her life and considered the man a brother in all but blood. She had to have a low profile as her mere presence in Konoha has caused an uproar amongst the shinobi and the Anbu. Danzo has sent his root agents to track her down, and possibly use her to find the Maber. Quickly ducking her way in and out of the crowds and swarms of the poor and unlucky, she couldn't help but feel their depression. She had to do something for them, but too much attention may draw in the wrong kinds of crowd. But the poverty was palpable in the streets, and she knew her friend would be alright in this kind of area. Feeling everything around her through her chakra pulses, she could sense the people working away at their lives, crying and moaning, crime evident all around her. Until she felt something out of the ordinary. Two signatures whose feet were lighter than usual, shinobi. She felt a more detailed image within her mind, and they were lackeys of Danzig searching the slums for her. She quickly ducked into the alleyways and decreased the amount of chakra she exerted so to not warn any sensors of her presence. She quickly passed by a mugging and skirted her away across the trash and dirt. She could no longer feel the root agents on her trail, but that didn't mean they were gone for good. She decreased the amount of chakra and was unable to feel a certain distance away. She had to meet with her friend and quickly. Soon she finally found his home within the slums, a haggard and crusty-looking house with broken wooden bricks with holes in the roof and walls and looked as if it could fall if you touched it, which was probably true since it looked fragile to the touch. The creaking wood inside was audible and the windows were about to fall of their hinges. Kyoku merely opened the door to the house where it creaked loudly, alerting the person to her presence. Kyoku then pulled down her hood and found the person sitting on a chair with candy wrappers, comics and soda cans littered all around him and on his floor while his snoring could wake the dead. If Kyoku could actually see, she would have giggled at the trail of spit that was leaking off the sides of the man's mouth. Every so often he would jolt about and mumble some incoherent words that only Koiku could understand. If he opened his eyes, the man had brown eyes and long crimson hair that reached his shoulders and covered much of his face while he was having his nap on his couch. Though most times he would wear his hair in a high ponytail just to keep it out of his face, to which he wore his hair, most of the time, in a high ponytail. He had currently foregone a shirt revealing his muscles and his tribal tattoos to anyone that would look upon him, and if Kyoku was able to see, she would note that he gained more tattoos since the last time she met him, and he had tribal tattoos covering his entire back, his upper torso and his forehead. He doesn't have eyebrows as he now had tattoos for eyebrows. He was wearing hakama pants which were dipping slightly on his sides with no shoes on and with wrist bands on his hands. Kyoku then screamed, making the man wake up and fall flat of his face with a shout as his cans and food fell all over him, and soon held his now bleeding nose formed the fall and began rolling on the floor and possibly crying. This time Kyoku giggled at his misfortune while he mumbled obscene things which would probably make his mother smack the upside of his head and give him an appropriate punishment befitting someone of his age. He then picked himself up off the ground and stuffed tissues into his nose to stop the bleeding while he picked up a half-empty soda can off the ground and drank out of his before chucking it away, then looking towards Kyoku. "Oh, it's just you, Kyoku," said the man before he laid down on his side and soon fell back to sleep on his couch while Kyoku developed a tick mark in annoyance at the man. "Oh, it's just you, Kyoku. We haven't seen each other in 6 months and that's the first thing you say to me, you lazy bum," spoke Kyoku as she crossed her arms and pouted like a child in annoyance at her friend. "Oh, it's just you, Kyoku. Nice to see ya," spoke the man tiredly as he soon fell back to sleep with the lavender-haired girl giving him a nod of acceptance. "So have you been busy? Doing whatever you do?" spoke Kyoku, but she sweat dropped to find that her friend was dead asleep again, or he really was dead. She then kicked a can, smacking it right in the man's face as he screamed again in agony at the feeling of his bleeding nose, where he sat back up again and glared at the girl who merely gave him an innocent smile. "No, seriously, it's good to see ya. Been lonely for some time. Nothing to do, then well, whatever it is I do. So you drop by to visit your good friend Eugen, huh?" Beats breaking into Danzo's not-so-secret base and attempting to kill the man. Said the man now known as Eugen, who stretched his body and cracking his joints and neck. He had a really bad kink in it. "Don't ask how I know. I just do, and since Danzo is still alive it means you failed and you came by for me to give you a hug, a warm beverage and saying it's alright before sending you on your way to the merry unknown." Kyoku merely crossed her arms and adopted a straight face while she stood there unmoving, even though it was exactly why she came here, but there were other things to worry about. "And you probably already know that Danzo has the Zencho," spoke Kyoku, making Eugen stare at her blankly. "What's the Zencho? Is it some kind of food?" questioned Eugen as he lazily opened his eye to stare at the blind girl who was tapping her foot at the man. "Only the most powerful weapon ever created by man, a literal fuinjutsu weapon so advanced that only the next 5 generations will be able to partially replicate its complexity. It absorbs chakra all around it at a rapid rate that it's self-sufficient. it releases blasts of corrosive chakra in the form of lightning and shockwaves that it literally attacks chakra, rendering any shinobi powerless against it. And has the power to kill armies and biju with little to no trouble, spoke Koiku with a preppy attitude that only an innocent child could copy. Sounds awesome, replied Yujin as he smiled at the thought. Whoever made that weapon must have been the absolute master of Fuinjutsu to create something so complex. He even doubted that the world-famous Uzumaki clan who were masters of Fuinjutsu could create such a thing. No, it's not awesome. If Danzo has it, he could destroy the entire shinobi world with it. No one would be able to stand up to him no matter how powerful. With the full power of the Zencho, not even the Shodaime would be able to defeat him. Yelled Kyoku, who then performed breathing exercises to calm her flustered mind. Well, since he hasn't already destroyed the world, that obviously means that he's not doing something right. I mean, if I had this Zencho thing, I would have probably taken over the world by now. Which is the real reason you're here, spoke Yujin as he crossed his arms over his head. Kyoku then unlatched a large file from her waist that was being held by ninja wire, where she chucked it onto Yujin's lap, where he grunted where it plopped right on him. The Zencho was created by a root agent code-named Tekurufu, who weaved together many advanced and forbidden seals to form the weapon and give it physical shape, spoke Kyoku, relaying her knowledge of the history of the Zencho. He made it specifically under the pretense that it would serve the Hokage and the village only. It was really being made for Danzo. Not many people know Tekurufu's real name, but it was Naruto Uzumaki, spoke Yujin as he read the file in his lap. Kyoku then breathed a sigh of relief that she had nabbed the right file. Honestly, she picked up the biggest one, believing it was his. She was glad, however, that her visit to Konoha wasn't a mere sightseeing trip. Yeah, anyway, he created the Zencho to serve the Hokage, and use it alongside one of his previous inventions, the Maber. Only then can the Zencho's power can be fully used, spoke Kyoku as she kept on talking. However, Yujin wasn't listening as he kept reading the file. This guy, I mean kid, has suffered from every physical trauma documented in the world and possibly some new ones, and to suffer all that at his age. Throughout his whole life. Just reading the file made Yujin sick to his stomach. The things people did to this boy was unspeakable, and all of it was documented in the file. There was even harm done to him while he was being treated at the hospital. Kyoku merely listened to his words and tried to hold back a few tears that were beginning to fall. What kind of animals would do this to someone? I don't understand. It's best if you don't know, that suffering was inflicted long ago. It's best it stay that way. But does it say anything else? Queried Kyoku as she stared at her friend. Yeah, some notes here and there, but apparently one of the doctors found the kid scribbling away in a journal of some sort. It was documented and presented to the Hokage himself. All the doctors were able to see from the pages of the journal was darkness in the deep Zencho, only those without eyes. That's basically it. If you find the journal, you can probably find this. What's the Maber? Questioned Yujin with a deadpan voice. It's a dagger, answered Kyoku nonchalantly. That's it? Queried Yujin, wondering if there was anything more to the Maber. It was the original prototype of the Zencho. While the Zencho can destroy anything with chakra within a short distance, the Maber could only be used if you stabbed someone with it, killing the person instantly because their chakra is destroyed by the dagger. When both are used together, the Zencho's full power is discovered, answered Kyoku. It's probable that Naruto listed down the location of the Maber within his journal, and if so, should Danzo find it, we're screwed. So good luck trying to find it. Hope you have a merry adventure, spoke Yujin as he threw aside Naruto's file and went back to sleep. What are you talking about? Don't you seek adventure? Asked Koiku merrily. No. Don't you wish to see everything this world has to offer? No. Don't you want to get stronger? No. I'm fine. That's it, you're coming with me, and you will like it, said Kyoku as she grabbed Yujin by the hair and pulled him out of his house as he was screaming obscene things at her. However, they forgot that Yujin was near naked with only his pants on.